Ladies, gentlemen, Speakerhead Squad, what's going on? It's your boy Speakerhead. Welcome back to another stream, everybody. If you couldn't already tell by my voice, I am really not feeling it right now. I'm sorry, I didn't want to like come into stream immediately negative Nancy, but chat, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Yeah, if I didn't already say I was gonna be streaming tonight, I would not be streaming right now. I am really not feeling it right now. Besides it, first off, being extremely hot in my office right now, I'm just extremely out of it. I didn't get almost any sleep last night, so I'm just tired. And then on top of that, my asthma and phlegm is all kicking up. So yeah, I'm also having troubles breathing. So hence why I specifically put in the title, this is probably going to be a short stream, because just to be honest, I don't want to be here right now. It's nothing against you guys. Yeah, as I just kind of explained, just not a good time for stream right now. But that being said, though, we're gonna try to do some things today. MJ, welcome to stream. Hello. Tyler, welcome to stream. As I just explained, it could be better. Yeah, I'm just really out of it, and to be honest with y'all, I don't really like streaming when I'm like this. If I'm streaming, I'd like to have some energy. So apologies in advance, but yeah, that's how it'll be today, chat. That being said, we're still gonna do some work on the mega base, or the mega city. Yeah, just like I said, like I'm just super out of it today. Like to give some context, like I woke up like an hour ago from a nap because I literally was up the entire night yesterday and didn't sleep at all. So I am like barely awake right now, to be honest with y'all. I've been watching new videos about pals. What's going on, Mr. Ranger? Welcome. I was just explaining, I am honestly not feeling up for a lot of streaming tonight. That's kind of the problem with like trying to plan ahead too. That's also why I usually kind of like do my streams as like a spur of the moment thing, because I'm like, I have the energy to stream right now. And then if I like plan ahead, I'm good. It's just a lot of stuff kind of going on. Just I'll essentially, like I explained, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, just general reasons, just insomnia and other things. And then asthma's acting up. Usually acts up because here's the deal. What happens is when it's so hot like it is where I'm at, it's just like I'm sorry, like if you couldn't tell by how I'm talking right now, I can't even speak damn sentences. Yeah, exactly why I'm not streaming long. But when it gets hot, I sweat a lot, obviously, and because of that, my asthma and whatnot gets worse because I have like phlegm buildup. And essentially, when I'm hydrated, the phlegm's kind of like more smooth and it's not as big of a deal. But when it's like I'm dehydrated, like now, like it's just bad. So yeah, essentially my chat, if you want to know what it's like, essentially I'm sitting here breathing like yeah, that's my life right now. So a whole nother reason why I'm not exactly having a fun time right now. I don't even know if you guys even heard that wheeze, but yeah, yeah. I mean, I could do that, MJ. It's just, my main problem is, like I said, it's like, I'd like to stream, and like, that's why I wanted to plan ahead and like try to set stuff, because this is my ultimate dilemma, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. I'd like to have a consistent time and let people know in advance when I want to stream, but then stuff like this happens where I don't know how I'm going to be feeling when it comes to that stream time. So then I end up just randomly streaming, but then a lot less people don't even, like, a good example I've seen it numerous times, like, from even, heck, surprisingly enough, even channel members. I'm not saying, like, you guys are, like, ignoring, I'm saying more of, like, surprised as in, like, YouTube doesn't, like, prioritize channels you're members to or something. Because I've heard people, like, getting notifications for my stream, like, a day after I streamed. It's like, that's not very helpful, is it? I appreciate that, CX. Sorry, as y'all know, besides just being tired, I already can't read. But yeah, it's not like it's like I'm like sick or anything. It's just, I mean, you work all day, you don't sleep the night before. Like, of course you're gonna be tired by 9 o'clock the next evening. And that's once again like one of the unfortunate things. Like, I can't plan that. Like, I'm just not gonna sleep the day before I plan on streaming the like following night. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff, but pollen's one thing for sure. But then, like I said, because here's another thing, chat. As gross as it is, fight me. It's not like I can change anything about this, but I drool when I sleep. So summer is actually hell for me, because what happens is I'll just drool while I'm sleeping. I know, lovely. But because of that, I get extremely dehydrated, which causes asthma and everything to just be 10 times worse, which is why it sucks right now. I'm just like, I literally, like I said, I woke up from a nap, because if I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't even be streaming, period. You guys would have gotten a notification saying, the stream's not happening tonight. But yeah, it's just like, because of that though, I'm just like super dehydrated. Like, I've been drinking water, and I got another energy drink and all this good stuff to keep me hydrated. But like I said too, it's the whole reason why I'm not, man, see, this is why it sucks. It's just like, I like this apartment I'm in. It's not bad, but the crappy part about it is that there is no way to get AC into this like office I'm in. So like right now, just in here, it's probably like 80 something. And it's just like, and I have a fan blowing on my PC so it doesn't overheat. Henry, chat, I will never get my cat. Now, like, the second I start streaming, that's when no, you're not getting attention. No, this is not how this works. Just because the second I start streaming does not mean this is, like, attention time. Chat, say hello to Henry. You can't see Henry, but he's being a needy son of a bitch as usual. What do you want? No, I've literally been home all day, and now the second I start streaming, that's when you're like, I want attention. Not happening. You can wait until after stream, bucko. I'm sorry, chat, once again, as I mentioned too. Yeah, when I'm tired and everything, I'm a lot more irritated. I'm a lot more irritated about things. So it's just like Henry right now, I'm like sweating, and now this is when he's gonna want to jump on my lap. No, nope, nope, shoot, goodbye. I'm not doing it. Like chat, like, I don't think you understand. Like, when I say I'm sweating, I mean, like, I don't have a shirt on, and my entire back of my chair is soaked in sweat, and my cat is like, this is prime time to jump on your lap. Like, no. Do I have a fan or water cooler? I have a fan on my desk blowing on my PC so it doesn't cause it to crash more than it already does. But no, I don't have any fan on me for two reasons. One, if I have a fan blowing on me, the mic is definitely going to pick it up. And two, I really don't have any other spots to plug in another fan in this office. But like I was saying though, because my AC unit is in my living room, there's no way of getting any sort of cooling into this office, so it's just absurdly hot all the time, which is why, like I said, like, I've been doing a lot of non-face cams, because let's just say this, without all that streaming stuff on, it's already hot in here, but then add 2 streaming lights, 2 background lights for the red and blue lights, which are, by the way, like outdoor lights that like literally are meant to light up your entire like front of your house. So they're bright and hot. So if it's already 80 in here, if I turn on all my streaming stuff from my camera, oh yeah, and then also just like cam link heating up and camera and all that. Yeah, if I do that, it probably is going to become an extra like 5 to 10 degrees in here. And yeah, already not feeling it. PS5 is overheating nowadays. No bueno. Yeah. Henry is a menace. It's just like, I love the little stink. It's just, chat, like I said, it's like, my animals, I swear they know when I'm like streaming and doing stuff. Like, I don't know if they just like hear me talking, so like, oh, what's going on? But like the second I start streaming and talking, that's when it's like I said, Henry comes in here and he's like, hey, I want your attention right now. I've been sleeping and lounging around the house all day not wanting your attention, but the second you start streaming and don't want me around, that's when I'm gonna come over and say, hey, what's poppin', Jimbo? Like, well, little asshole, that's all I can say. Anyways, chat, we make Palworld content on this channel, right? I think so. Let me do this. Let's see if this is gonna work. It worked. That's pretty neat. All right. Let's see what's poppin'. Okay, well, I don't know why I said that. I know what's poppin', chat. It's my world. But, yeah. I'm sorry, chat. Like I said, this is... If you already think I sound like a dumbass from how I normally talk during streams, I'm gonna sound actually like brain dead tonight. I am just... Like I said, I am so out of it. That being said, because you did kind of mention that, MJ, I was kind of like half thinking about it. I think I might try to do a following stream to kind of make up for this one, especially if it's short. Because, okay, here, let me kind of, let me break it down sexual style for y'all. I'm sorry for those who are sniping soup viewers, you get what I'm saying. But, essentially... my game plan is I'm trying to get an upgrade guide up by the 20th because chat, for those who don't know, 2 days from now is the 1-year anniversary of when I started posting Palworld content. Ooh, isn't that exciting? But yeah, we're making a new upgrade guide to kind of celebrate that. Plus, also, I know I started this stream super negative, but I actually did like low-key originally want to start super positive by saying thank you everyone for 5K subs on the channel. Like, genuinely, guys, it means the world to me. I really appreciate all the love and support I've gotten throughout the past year. I just made my original like Knock'em guide like a year ago just because I was bored. I'm like, I'm playing so much Palworld content. I might as well make content about it and see if people like it. And here we are a year later, 5K subscribers. So once again, everybody who's watching, everyone who's a member, MJ, Dino, I don't know if Garf's here, but I know he's our other main channel member at the moment. But thank you all, you guys. You guys have been genuinely awesome. I really appreciate the support, like I said. And yeah, I'm hoping things can keep growing from here. I just need to not be tired all the time. But yeah, we're We're getting places, chat, but thank you. Also, I'm sorry, Green or Ranger. I just completely ignored your $10 dono, which, by the way, thank you so much. That is super sweet of you. Like, genuinely, I appreciate it. But yeah, we're drinking. We're, like I said, I'm not like sick. It's more of here's a good way of putting it, chat. Especially, it's mainly the heat and the like phlegm part of things is the main reason why I'm like saying that I don't want to stream. And that's mainly because, first off, it's not fun for you guys to listen to me clear my throat of phlegm every 3 minutes. I'll tell you what, because wanna know how I know that? Because I absolutely hate it. So I know you guys probably don't want to hear it either. So, but then two, it's like I said, and this is more or less, once again, just why I don't have the face cam on. It's just like, I like using my face cam for stream, because, you know, it's kind of like the only time I ever use it. So it's just like, I feel like, yeah, whenever I stream, that's why I usually have the face cam on, but who knows, we might start streaming more often just without face cam, just because it's kind of a pain, and like I said, it just heats up my office way too much. So maybe we'll do a community poll and we'll see more often streams with not as often face cam, or not as often streams with mainly face cam. I don't know, we'll figure stuff out later, but food for thought. Someone said that the game is too easy, so they uninstalled it. See, that's always like something I've always found interesting, because I get it. Like, here's the thing, chat. This is not any sort of like Dark Souls type of game. You're not gonna be like grinding 80 hours to like beat the game because you're stuck on one boss. Like, that's just not what this game is. Like, it's a survival game. And even so, I wouldn't say it's easy. For me, maybe I'd say it's easy because, you know, 6K hours still going strong. I feel like if I don't think it's easy at this point, that'd be kind of sad. But that's just because I just know so much about the game at this point. But yeah, I mean, if whoever that was that said that that was easy and uninstalled it, first off, L plus ratio to them, because they're just missing out on a fun game. And two, it's just like, all right, well, go play Dark Souls for the 80 millionth time. I don't know what to tell you. Like, this chat, this is not supposed to be a game that you get pissed off and throw your controller at the wall at, you know what I mean? On console, it's laggy in the late game. Big bases are horrible for the performance. Yeah, that's something that I'm gonna generally, like, I plan on doing a general video talking about my thoughts on Palworld, considering, like I said, I have like 6K hours on the game, so I have a lot of thoughts and opinions, because while I do make Palworld content and I do really enjoy the game, I do have my fair share of issues and flaws with the game. But yeah, it's one of those things where I do hope they eventually fix that, because that is actually one of the main issues I have, is building is a nightmare once. And I think it has to do with something that I've even mentioned, like, from day one when the game launched. The problem is that the game doesn't like despawn anything in the world per se. It'll like turn down texture qualities, but like massive structures are still like in the world. Like, great example, chat. In this world we're in right now, it's obviously we're getting a little lag, and that's because even though we are miles and miles and miles away from it, it still is counting and like loading in all this crap that's in this area here. So it's just like, that's like one of the main issues, which brings up what you were saying, CX. Also, let me know what you'd like me to call you, because obviously I'm calling you CX, but if there's something else you'd like me to call you, let me know. Unless you want me to call you Nah. But they only played up to Jet Dragon when it was at level 50. Yeah, well, that's kind of the problem right there, and that's where a lot of people, where I've, heck, even the people I used to play with, it's just like people are so dumb. Like, and that's like the nicest way I can put it, chat. Like, people see an early release game, it gets released, they play probably like minimum 30 to like 100 hours on the game, and then they're like, this game's too easy, and then they just stop playing it because they get, and that's the crazy part, chat. Okay, so he got the Jet Dragon. Did he beat every tower boss? Cool. Well, guess what? Since he played, there's been hard mode added. There's been like 2 more tower bosses that are way more difficult than every other tower boss. Like, there's so many new islands, new everything. It's like, that's why I hate people who are like, oh, I already beat the game and it's easy. When did you beat it? Oh, when the game first came out. It's been a year and a half. Come back and try it again. Luca, cool. Just thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that. I will try to remember. I no promises, but I appreciate you letting me know so I can try. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's not just like Palworld. It's any sort of game that's early release. People will just like, and no, I mean, it's not their fault. It's kind of the fault of the developers too, just because of the modern day of gaming, where game developers, because they need to get a product out, they just are like, all right, we'll throw out this game in like either not a complete state or the most bare bones state to make it playable. So it's like, the problem is you can't really judge a game on when it first comes out these days, because to be honest, at least me personally, I just assume every game's gonna be dog shit on release, and then I'll try it in like 6 months. Heck, Palworld was a very rare exception, actually, because it was one of the few games that I did play on like launch, and I personally thought it was fun. Did I also beat it like everyone else within like the first like 2 weeks? Yes. But once again, that's the beauty of a survival game. It's like, you can do whatever you want once you beat the game. It's like the game, once you beat or catch Jet Dragon, it's not like the screen turns black and it's like, thanks for playing. He also complains that there's no PvP. Yeah, well, once again, that I don't even know who you're talking about, Roz, which, by the way, welcome to stream. I don't think I said that yet, but I don't know which content creator you said that about, or that was saying that about Palworld, but once again, all I can say is I wouldn't even worry about it. Like, personally, I think the dude's just a jackass. I don't even know who you're talking about, but just from what you're saying, it's like someone who does that clearly either just didn't care in the first place, or just, I don't know, has a very narrow mindset or whatever on games, where it's just like, okay, you played a game during the first week and quote unquote beat it. There's so much more to the game. Like, did you not see the big ass letters that said early access when you first load in, and also the big menu that says that the game is early access? Do you have to click close on? Like, you have to click close on the big screen that says this is an early access game? Like, did you not see that, or are you like, that's stupid? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, once again, it's like, I just chalk that up to grow up, big baby. Like, if you're complaining about something that clearly states that is in early access, then I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not saying it's not a bad thing to complain about things in early access. Like, yeah, if you think something's bad, state your case on it. But it's just one of those things where people will, once again, they just, it's not like the 90s where once you release your game, that's it. Like, that is the state the game is going to be in forever. You know what I mean? Like, in the modern day, games get updated like, hell, what it feels like once a week sometimes, depending on the game. So it's just like, I don't know, people, they gotta relax. Like, yeah, the game sucks when it first comes out. Well, guess what? So does every other game. I think Palworld needs a performance mode for consoles. It looks clean either way. Yeah, I think the main thing, and at least when it comes to consoles, is that as far as I'm aware, it started on PC first, and then it moved to consoles afterwards. So I think the problem, even like on on PC, it's not optimized very well. And I'll admit my computer's garbage, but yeah, I think a lot of that has to do with they tried taking a game that was already just generally made for PC and then tried moving it over to consoles, which obviously are already going to struggle more compared to PC. So, and as you guys can see by my lag issues, especially the ones we have in last stream, yeah, sometimes it can be a struggle. Heck, the only reason why it's not complete garbage right now is because I did a lot of deleting on some other stuff to make this not as much of a nightmare. Anyways, chat, let me kind of go over things that we built since last time. Yeah, see, and that's another main thing too. It's like they haven't even like added that yet. It's just like, yeah, there's a lot going on in the game that still needs to happen. Like I will say it, chat. Do not give a full opinion on a game until it says full release, because once it says full release, that is essentially the developers saying, yep, this is the state of the game that we want it to be in and we are satisfied with it. That's how I kind of see it, at least. So it's like, until it's in that stage, like, I don't know. And yes, I will have issues with things, but at the same time, I'm like, the game's still not technically like out. It's out. It's, once again, it's one of those weird gray areas where it's like, it's out, so yes, you can give your opinion, but it's an early release. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. I'm sorry, chat. If you hear me cussing a lot too, that's like a whole nother, like, that's a side effect of being tired. I cuss like a sailor, chat, when I am just talking casually. But to kind of roundabout get back to your message, Roz. Yeah, I'm curious to see, because that island, I do kind of like take a peek at the general like texture of it. I don't know what do you want to say, but like the overall like area of that island, it's probably about as big as Faybreak, or will be as big as Faybreak. Yikes. Exactly. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's kind of one of the sad realities of gaming. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's why I don't really buy games these days. I hate the fact of like games like get hyped up for a year or something, or over a year, and then when they finally get released, it's just like, oh, by the way, it's still in like a half state. Excuse me. Where'd you go? Excuse me. Well, I know it's crazy, Chad. This is the first time I've actually had one of these gourmet hunters like try to fight me. Did I catch him? What just happened? I was not paying attention. I was more honestly worried about the Yorman tide trying to blow up my base. I was like laser focused. I'm like, where did that go? Did I catch him? I don't know where they went. I'm gonna assume something happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know where they went, and as long as they're not blowing up my base, I'm happy. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think they did give us some sort of roadmap. I'll admit it was a super vague roadmap from what I remember, but I think they did give us some sort of roadmap at the beginning of the year. Because here's the thing too, Chad. It definitely seems like these guys are still continuing like ways to like improve the game and make it better. Like, hell, I think the idea of having the allied pals now is like another great step to just like diversifying the game. Because heck, the whole reason why I'm building the cities, because I'm assuming we're probably gonna get allies of every single tower boss eventually. So I think having cities where all of them can like reside on a world would be pretty cool. But yeah, like you said, Roz, I'm pretty sure they mentioned something about that stuff in the roadmap. It was just like super vague from what I remember. Anyways, sorry, chat. It wouldn't be a speakerhead chat up. Well, that answered my question. El bozo. Let me grab Steve. So chat, go over things. I guess we'll start here first. So we got some nice little machine guns and buildings set up here as some nice defense. These will be deleted, by the way. I was just doing some tests to see what all these guys gave you after like farming them. But we got some nice little security towards the entrance. I do have a lot of NPCs that I have been catching over this past week, by the way, so we do have plenty of those guys to actually fill this city with, along with a lot of these pals that are here. Not all of these are going to be staying at this base. I think like Nyafia is going to stay. Finsider, this little goofball, he's going to be staying over at this base. But yeah, general plan is to have unique pals at every single base. But got those guys just kind of around to just kind of populate the base and help build stuff. Built a lot more just kind of defense and stuff in this general area. This is probably the main area I like built, and I know I said I was saving a lot of decorating until stream. This is probably the only area that I like really put in much like decorative work, I would say. And that's mainly just for, like, barrels and stuff, machine guns and whatnot. Nothing super crazy, but that's, like, the main decorative stuff that I did. And then, over on both sides here, this is the same building over there, but got some machine guns also kind of guarding. I will admit, pals can't actually get to them. It's not inside the base, but it's for the aesthetic, chat. That's what's important. Have I played Arena yet? I have not done any like the actual PvP, like actual player stuff, but I have gone into the arena and I have maxed out the arena rank already. I think it's fun. It's just, yeah, and right now, and since I've essentially beat arena, now I'm just figuring out what's like the ultimate strategy for farming. Because I can do it now. I'm just trying to cut down my time to make it even faster. Right now, every battle takes about a minute or two. And now I'm just trying to make it go even faster and be like, what's like the ultimate combination of like guns and pals that'll make it so I can like one tap everything. But to kind of continue going over things, chat. I guess since I kind of just went past it. I built buildings. I know, isn't that neat and cool? There's nothing in any of them. All I did was set up the like floors and stuff, because as we all know, whenever I try to build any sort of floors, the game likes to do that and likes to drop to like 2 frames a second. Hence why I built all of our buildings right now. By the way, for those who are curious how laggy it is, I just clicked B 3 times before it backed out. That's why I was getting so mad last stream, chat. It's like painful sometimes, which is like, once again, going back to like issues with the game, that's one of them. It's like once you start building massive amounts, like the game just becomes, it just has so many issues like trying to keep up, and it's kind of a pain. Because it's a fun game and I want to build massive structures in it, but the problem is if I do, the game implodes on itself. Evening. I had a question for you. Since you play with weight off, you got a good stat split you'd found to be good for not going in weight. I will say, in a lot of ways, I do and don't play with weight. Okay, to kind of explain what I mean by that. Right now, obviously, I'm not playing with any weight capacity. And that's just because this is essentially like my creative world. I'm just having fun. But in terms of weight capacity and stuff, yeah. Let's see. Any good stat splits you found to be good not going into weight? Not really, because here's the thing too. Like, once you get to a certain level, I think it's 6 or 55 or something. Um, Pocket Pair has just made it so you can't add any more stat points. Like, I literally can't enhance these anymore. It literally won't let me. So after a certain point, you'll just max out everything regardless. But in terms of, like, stat splits, if you're talking for maybe, like, early game... Yeah, I was gonna say you get that potion later to reset skill points, but the thing is, and I don't know if this has to do with like the actual like potions you get, like these little potions. Um, but all I can say is after maxing out my stats through both like the actual like stat points along with taking those potions, yeah, like these 10 stat points I literally can't do anything with. They literally made it so there's no more stats to upgrade with them, even though you get points. So that was actually something I was like gonna see if they fixed, because this has been an issue since Faybreak. So it's like I was kind of hoping they would fix that in this update, but they clearly didn't. So I might even like at them sometime, being like, "Hey, are you ever gonna update this?" Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, I will say you can get those potions if you go find those supply drops. You can get potions from that. I think that's how I originally got all of my remedy stuff. Before all the other ways they've added like in a bunch of chests and other things, but I'd say supply drops is probably like the easiest way about going about it. You could go and farm dungeons for the lotuses to actually like make the potions, but supply drops will just give you the potions, so you don't even gotta make them. But yeah, either way, you'll eventually max out all stats. But in terms of ways to like help with weight, you could always carry either like a Wumpo or a King Paka. Wumpo's a little better for increasing weight capacity, but either one would be good. And then upgrading their what's it called, their partner skill will increase that weight capacity. Other than that, just like, yeah, building the weight capacity armors, and then since it's not as good with heat or cooling protection, you just have to wear like in a multi-climate undershirt as an accessory to make sure you're not burning or freezing to death while wearing the lightweight armor. I took 10 points in endurance and weight and a lot of HP. Yeah, it's not a bad way to do it. How I normally did it, before I found out that essentially my stats would be maxed, the ones that I would focus on were health. Stamina's kind of a nice one, especially for gliding purposes. But yeah, I'd say the main ones that I focused on were health, stamina, and weight capacity. Because at the end of the day, you have your pals to assist you, so it's very rare that you'll be doing most, if any, fights only by yourself unless you choose to do so. So, as long as you got good pals to assist you, yeah, damage wasn't a huge concern. But I also apologize if I just like did not answer what you were asking at all. But yeah, it does eventually max out, so it's one of those things where it's a little goofy, and I couldn't exactly tell you when it would get maxed out, but I know a combination of like here's actually like a good example. I have reset my stats numerous times, and even after resetting them, I will always have 10 stat points after taking all potions and everything. Also, those heart things that you get in the Tides of Terraria cave, those are essentially the equivalent of like the health remedy potions, as far as I'm aware. Because, yeah, I have like 30 of them. I can't use a single one. So, yeah, I was grabbing those for no reason. And once I found that out, I just stopped. I'm like, there's no point. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about it too much. You did more than you didn't. Ah, gotcha. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they got a lot of good expansions and whatnot, but anyways, chat, I'm gonna try to start building and doing stuff now. We've just been chatting and chilling, but I keep getting distracted. I apologize. Once again, chat, it's not nothing bad against you guys. I just get distracted with chatting that I'm just like, I'd rather just chat than play the game. But we built guard towers, as you can see. So we got some machine gun stuff, which, by the way, as far as I'm aware, I did have to use mods to put this on top of this for people who are curious. I've also just accepted that for this big mega city, I'm just gonna have to use less restrictive mods. I was kind of trying to be like, not, let me try this on. I was trying not to have to use mods like all the time, but with a lot of stuff that I'm building, and once again, going back to things I have issues with Palworld, there's just too many like restrictions to like get in the way of what I want to do. So it's like, yeah, we're just gonna have to use a lot of mods, chat. So if you would like to build a city like this, just know you'll probably have to download some form of mod. Hello, welcome to stream. Is it Satvik? Satvik? Did I say that right? But welcome. But for our tower, we just got machine guns on all 4 sides. I gotta put ammo in these. Like I said, obviously pals can't really get up here, but it'll make me feel better knowing that I have ammo up here. Other than that though, chat, just got these little spots above the little tower area if I do want to put some storage in here. And then finally you can come up here and you can kind of view everything from up here. And then that one's just gonna be essentially identical, just mirrored. But then to kind of speed run through the rest of this, like I said, we got all these buildings here. The only other building that buildings I should say that have like been built in are, some of them do have like PAL beds, but that's just so PALs have beds. But we got a energy generating room. So this is generally where we're gonna have all of our electricity stuff. I think that I can't speak. This building is gonna be just for that stuff. And then the only other building that I built stuff in was this one. And I think this is gonna be our little fishing room, chat, because got this all set up right here. Perfectly fits. You'll love to see that. I was also debating just building these in like as like a pool or something, because as you can see, it's kind of like works really well as like a spa or something with the height it sits at. So I don't know, might be a kind of fun thing to use for an alternate build. But got the large fishing station, we got 2 small ones out here just kind of hanging out. So like I said, this is the only building I was like, this can have stuff. And then you can also, if you really want to, come up here. And this can also be a nice little hangout. You can also just kind of view the fish stuff from up here. So, I don't know. I think it's a nice little fishing setup for a little fishing shop. Also, as you guys can tell, I decided to make this back part here like a dock. So this is all wood. And yeah, other than that, I think that's all the main stuff. Obviously, like I said, I built a bunch of buildings and stuff, and I can maybe go over that. Something also to keep in mind, chat, that the reason why I'm also not like trying to go over all this right now is that I do plan on making separate videos for each one of these mega cities that I build. And I plan on like going into in-depth detail on all those videos, which is why I'm like not trying to like go over everything right now, because trust me, I will be going over it in one way or another eventually. But yeah, well, other than that, we got our just buildings. We put some lanterns and stuff just so, well, we do have a lot of these torches and everything. Yeah, I still would like to have, actually, this one doesn't even need to be here. But just for like extra nighttime lighting, because obviously the torches, they don't give off that much light. So I figured just having a few lights around the general base would help for that. Plus we will put some lights inside each building, which should hopefully help with that. Other than that, though, in terms of the Syndicate City, I think that's everything I built off of stream. Also, for those of you curious, how I put that in there, it's just I put these fences on the back part here to have gated off windows. But I guess we can go over this now, chat. For starters, this is gonna be a pain in the ass thing, and this is gonna be more something that'll be hopefully solved if I ever make this into a dedicated server. But to get my guards and stuff to spawn down here, I kind of gotta like pull them out and put them back every time, which is kind of a pain. But if we put these guys back out. So chat, we got some guards and whatnot. All of my guards got disconnected. What do you want, Mamorist? You're in my way, homie. This might be a pain. I don't remember which one of these are what. But essentially, run away. Yeah, we got little guard stations for our little security guards. Sometimes they might struggle to get to them, but I think it looks pretty solid. What are you doing? What are you defending? Clearly not the right spot. Up. So you should be right, you. And that means that one could be this one. I don't know what's happening. This is really janky, chat. It's something I'm kind of like playing with to see what works and what doesn't, but yeah, the general plan is we're eventually gonna have dudes that are stationed in little outposts and whatnot. Speaking of, what do we have coming here? Well, we'll catch those guys real quick. I'm almost wondering if he's not on the right one. See, I almost wish I could like name the sandbags so I knew which ones were for what, because it's like there's not really a way of indicating what's supposed to be used for what. Like, I don't even know where you're like this guy's going to or is like assigned to, because the problem is I have sandbags down here and then I have sandbags at the very top. So hypothetically, he could be in any of these. See? Now he's at his post. And now you'd actually have someone you can talk to. And also, like, this is another thing that is kind of a pain. And I'm sure many of you guys have dealt with this before. Reached, unreachable by pals. There's no way, shape, or form why this should not be non-reachable. And, like, if you reassign him, he will go back to it. But it's, like, it's the dumbest thing where it's just, like, unless I actively reassign the pals, they just don't go back. I'm sorry, chat. I'm like trying to pay attention, especially after that gourmet hunter tried fighting me. I'm like, I don't want all these idiots to shoot at me and then mess up all my floors. Bro, can you go in the pal sphere? See, once I catch the main ambassador, the rest of these guys, yeah, there we go. Now they're all just gonna go run and cluster up by this rock over here, and then I can just swing my sword and then catch them. So pro tip, chat, if you're ever trying to catch all these like bodyguard tamers or pal tamers, just catch an ambassador, whoever they're with at the time. And then, yeah, then as far as I'm aware, they shouldn't really fight back. And then you can just kind of go crazy. Oh, I just unplugged my headphones. Rip. Oh. But yeah, see, now like that the ambassador's gone. I think what happens is like they have a set location that these guys are meant to go to before they like stick around for a bit and then they run away. So once you actually catch the ambassador or caravan leader, whoever they're with, I think that kind of like messes up their programming because it's like they're trying to follow something that's no longer in the world. Can't tell. Is this guy in the rock? I think he's in the rock. He's either in it or he spawned all the way up top. He might actually be up there. We'll find out. No. Let's get you guys reassigned. We do have some nice, lovely guards protecting everything up here in the pillar, chat. I like how I'm just like said I was gonna go over it and then I didn't. Welcome to the pillar, chat. This is the pillar. As you can see, welcome to the pillar. Yeah, I didn't. This was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I got really bored. And I'm like, I'm just gonna make one. By the way, that dude is 1000% stuck in the rock, so I'm gonna ignore him. But yeah, so we got our nice little area, as you can see, very empty. But I do plan on filling it with some stuff here in a bit. But we got some nice little staircases. You got a nice little hangout area up here. Very lit up by these lanterns, and plus you got lights all attached to the bottom of these. Excuse me, chat. But then up here, we have a nice little observation station, so you can get a nice view of the entire like area up here. So you can just kind of see everything. You can see that future town that's over there. If you come over here, you can see the full Syndicate city and everything. But just a nice little spot for people to come up here, hang out with friends and whatnot. Once again, I'm trying to keep this in mind if this were to be like a dedicated server or something where like people would just come out and hang out and roleplay or whatever on. But yeah, I got the nice little observation station, and you got all this area to kind of hang out, so not too bad in my opinion. But if we move down here, this was just kind of stuff I was testing to see what I wanted to put over here, but we do have a couple little tables and chairs. We got a little scientific station bay area. I don't know what you want to call it, but we got a bunch of science going on here. So this is like the more of a work area, and then you have some just pal pods that are essentially what these are supposed to be monitoring. But yeah, nothing too crazy on this level here. You got some windows, obviously with the lights and stuff makes it hard to see through the glass, but you can still see down to the city down there. You can see Sutsir doing his thing, you know, just vibing. Got some little storage rooms. I think I might make these bathrooms potentially, because I don't know what else I can put in those besides just making like janitor closets. And then down here is where we got our energy generators. We got some more pal pods for our staff and everything to live in. We have a toolbox just for making crafting easier or handiwork stuff go faster. And just got a little incubator here with these, the alpha beta wave generators, just to kind of fill out this area down here. And then finally in the corner, we got our little medical station. You can just sit here, work on the computer, slap your face against the keyboard a couple of times. It's not as fun though because it's literally a flat texture, so there's not any keyboard to click. So really, you just be slamming your face against the desk. It wouldn't be a satisfying face slam, chat. But we did this again with our little wall shelves and just kind of made it look like a big old like cabinet. And then finally, we got our little generators locked up in here. I figured 6 is more than enough considering there's not a crazy... Like, I'm not having any sort of assembly lines or anything up here. But also, for those who are curious, this is not like the PAL genetic research base. This is just like a third-party thing I thought would be fun to build. We're still going to do like the winter PAL genetic research, like future sciencey base. This was just something I was like, screw it. Let's build this. But I think that's everything, at least in the pillar, I need to go over. Obviously, like, I wouldn't exactly consider this whole building a base. Like, and when I say that, I'm saying that in the sense of, like, this is not like the mega cities we're building. Like, obviously, for the Syndicate mega city, the circle is way smaller than the actual size of the city itself. This was just like a random thing. I didn't even know if I was going to put electricity up here until I finally made the decision where I'm like, yeah, considering that this is going to be like a hangout spot, probably having some lights up here wouldn't be a terrible idea. But yeah, other than that, excuse me, chat. Yeah, nothing crazy, just wanted to build a nice little observatory thing. And how I kind of see it too is that it's supposed to be like the high ranking PAL member, only like high tier PAL trainers or tamers can come up to, because obviously you gotta come up. Shoot is the only way to actually get up here. So either you gotta have enough stamina to climb up, or you gotta have a PAL to get you up here. That's the only way to get up to the pillar. But other than that, yeah, nothing crazy, but I think it's pretty solid for what it is at the moment. Anyways, chat, it's been an hour. We've been chatting for a long time. Let's actually start attempting to build things. I'll be honest, I don't know how much we're gonna do tonight, because like I said, with being tired already, my brain power is not exactly working at its peak performance. So figuring out how I want to kind of lay out and organize everything might be kind of a pain. But as I always say, that's why I kind of got these videos that I make about all these bases, because that way I can kind of go over everything at the end in case I do miss stuff or don't show it on stream. I probably should have thought about this before I came on stream of where I even wanted to start, because I didn't even think about that, to be honest with y'all. I think all right, chat, we're gonna actually take a moment here, because I'm gonna make a little checklist and start figuring out buildings I want to have at this place. So, I'm gonna just mark down the ones we already have, because we can continue to work on those if I can't decide on what other type of place I want to work on. But we have the fishing shop. We have the, I'm gonna just call it the energy/electricity building. I do want to have some shops. See, this is kind of my main thing I'm trying to decide on right now, chat. Actually, I might even do a not like a community vote, but like an on-stream vote. Um, because chat, my main problem is I don't know what kind of merchants I want to have at all these places. So like, great example. While they aren't merchants, these guys do give you free stuff, so we could have them as like shop clerks, I guess you could say. But then there's also like 5 different types of merchants that sell like different various things, and then you also have like the vigilante bounty officers, and then you also have the metal merchants, and there's just a lot of different merchants. So I'm not totally sure, because a good way of putting it is if I put every single type of like merchant and whatnot at each base, that's gonna take up like 10 slots of just like merchants. And I don't even know if I'd have enough area to place all those guys at a base, which is kind of like my dilemma. So let's do a little vote and decide that, shall we? What type of merchants should we have at each base? Same limited merchants. Per varied every merchant All right, you guys let me know when you guys think, because while that vote's kind of going on, I'll also mention something I was thinking about doing, just because I have an absurd amount of like pal tamers. Besides like all the normal faction bases, I was also thinking about making a purely like pal tamer town, which I think would be kind of fun. Like, here, actually, let me kind of show you guys something, because this might give you a better idea of what I'm talking about. So, as I mentioned before, I have been doing a little bit of work stocking up NPCs for our village. And especially because of these new, like, visitors to base, I have an absurd amount of pal tamers. Also, I apologize for the lag. You'll see why in like 2 seconds. So for starters, we got a lot of cops ready to go. We got a lot of regular NPCs ready to go. We got a lot of pal tamers ready to go. So, like I said, by the way, these are all just like the mercenary pal tamers, like the ones that are like with the what's it called, ambassadors and stuff. These are all just the same guy in just that one. But then we got like a bunch of different pal critics and other stuff here. But then on top of all that, we also have everyone else. So we got our some pal genetic research guys. Here's all of our syndicate guys. So we got Zoe, as you can see. We got Zoe all ready to go. She's fully upgrading everything. And we have not her Grisbolt, but a Grisbolt. I know we do have Zoe and Grisbolt at the base already, but not gonna lie, with them kind of being a pain to actually get all the stuff I want on them in terms of like passive skills. I decided, especially since I also want Zoe walking around by herself, I just figured it'd be better to have Grisbolt and Zoe be separated rather than having the Zoe and Grisbolt be at the base. But just to generate electricity at the base for now while we're working on things. That's why I got that other one there. But to finish going off over the NPCs, so we got some more just general syndicate thugs. These guys are more of like the high tier, higher level guys, while these guys are more of the lower tier ones, just like the regular pistol and like shotgun guys. But then here is our like merchants and like just the wandering villagers and stuff. Something I am kind of curious about, and I think I kind of messed up. It's just because I don't know much about these guys. So I'm pretty sure I messed up because like essentially these power recruiter guys, these yellow merchant looking guys, essentially when they come to your base, they're like, oh, would you like to hire this pal to work for you? And I've never actually done it, so I don't know how that works. But essentially they give you an offer on a pal and then you can hire them or something. But I guess once you catch them, that doesn't work anymore and you can't access that anymore. So now these guys are just yellow non-accessible or accessible merchants. So yeah, I don't know what to do with them, but I guess they're just gonna be more villagers wandering around. But yeah, in terms of like other merchants though, it's like most of these merchants, while they look identical, like as you can see by even how I kind of got some of the favorited ones marked, like this one's an ice and or ice organ in Palworld merchant, so they got that kind of stuff. I think they also have tomatoes and lettuce. That one's also Palworld with a few other different things. This one is the 3 types of organs: the electricity, venom, and flame organs. But yeah, that's like what I was getting at though, Chad, while I was asking about like what kind of merchants we want, because like there's like 5 different merchants that sell like different things, and then you got like the new caravan merchants that are like different, which are in this one, not that one. But it's like these caravan merchant or caravan leaders, they sell different stuff than regular merchants, so it's just a lot of stuff. So that's why I wanted to kind of ask you guys and see what you guys thought, because my other thought is that if we don't have every type of merchant at every base, we could have like at the Pal Tamer city, that could be like the merchant city as well, and that could be like where every single type of merchant is. So that's another like piece of food for thought, just to like keep in mind. Like we have options. I would just like to see what you guys kind of are thinking. Varied merchants per city. That's kind of what I was thinking too, because then even once again, not a merchant, but then like we could have Dr. Bronze specifically at like the Fire City. We have like black marketeers be at certain cities and stuff. Considering how close all these are together, it's not the biggest deal in the world to have one specific merchant at one city compared to another. It's not like it's traveling across the entire world, you know? Like in all reality, it's like a 2-second fly with Jet Dragon. But we'll end the poll, but it definitely looks like from at least the votes, I don't know how many people voted, it just says 100%. 2 people. Thank you, 2 people. I appreciate you. But yeah, either way, I think that's what we'll do then. We'll stick with certain merchants per city. And then we will have maybe like a stocks like set of merchants per city, just so like every city has something. But yeah, everything else I think we'll kind of do on a case by case basis, depending on like the aesthetic of the villager and whatnot. We'll put them at certain bases. But let's get out of this place, because having all these villagers crammed into one spot is not helping in terms of lag. I feel that, MJ. That's like I mean, I was up all night and I worked 5:30 and yeah, we're here. But I'm gonna try to stream again this weekend, especially if this one's not gonna be super long. I think we'll definitely try to stream. I'd probably say either Sunday or Monday, to be honest with you. Saturday, tomorrow, just probably not happening. But I'd say Sunday or Monday is when I'll stream. I'll make a post about it, MJ. So I would just say keep an eye on the community tab, cause I'll make a post about when I'll be streaming next. But hopefully within the next couple days here. That's generally the game plan. Alrighty, well, let's attempt to build stuff. See, in chat, not gonna lie, this is a whole nother problem with like streaming in terms of like building these mega bases, because like I get sidetracked and then I don't build anything, and then when I actually like I'm finally like, all right guys, let's build, now in my brain it's just like what memory wipe. I'm just like, all right, now I have zero thoughts of what I want to build. But now I know the second I get off stream, that's when I'm like, oh, well, now I can build this right here. And then, oh, well, now I can build this right here. And then by next thing I know, the entire city interior is built off stream. Oh, welcome. Is it grabber by the taco? That's funny. Yeah, it does. I mean, my game has lag issues, but that's for plenty of reasons. One, when you have a mega city that you're building, I mean, it's gonna lag. Also, when you have like probably around 300 NPCs at one base, it probably is gonna lag a little bit. I appreciate you stopping in, MJ. You have a good rest of your night as well. I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I know this wasn't exactly an exciting stream. I apologize, but appreciate you coming in. We'll have a lot more stuff kind of going on next time. Just, yeah, this is a very, like I said, my brain's barely working tonight, chat. The fact we're here right now is incredible. But you have a good rest of your night, MJ, and we'll hopefully catch you in the next one. Alright. God, I actually don't even know what I want to do, chat. Like, this is actually, like, God, this is actually painful. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna redo this up here. Does not help that these like accumulator things are in the way. I'm like, for those who are curious what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to generally get this in the center of this, but it's kind of hard to see the line. I don't know if this is gonna work how I'd want it to. I don't know how I want this. Yeah, like this is exactly what I was just saying, chat. It's just like I literally have all these plans of like working on stuff, and now when I'm actually like here trying to work on it, I'm like, I'm not joking. It's a complete like my brain is empty on like any sort of building of how I want to do anything right now. It's like, yeah, I don't even know. I want to do this, the 7 base next to each other setup, but I'm afraid I'm gonna get lag too bad. Well, I'll be honest with you. It really all comes down to how many pals you have working at your base. Or bases, I should say, along with how big you make your bases. Because a lot of your lag issues, at least from my experience, have to do with how many NPCs you have wandering around your base. because every single NPC that's at your base is gonna be something that's gonna be like actively like quote unquote doing stuff all the time in your world, unlike just random wild pals that'll despawn when you're not in the area. Those pals will always be like in the world in some capacity. So it's just something to keep in mind. Cause like good example, right now it's not too bad, but once we start populating these cities with a bunch of pals and everything, that's when it will definitely start having some lag issues. I don't even know, chat. Like, I apologize, like, genuinely, but it's like, yeah, this is a problem I have with streaming in general and why I usually don't do this kind of stuff on stream half the time, because, like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just my creative juices just, like, become numb when I start streaming, but I'm like, yeah, like, I just don't even know what, like, to genuinely put it into perspective, I don't even know how I want to put these freaking pylon things. Like, I don't even know how I want to do this. I had maybe somewhat of a plan before, but now I have no clue how I want to do this. And low-key, it's kind of pissing me off. Like, I don't even know. I don't know if I like that either. Yeah, I'm just struggling, chat. Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how I want to build any of this. Like, I'm just having a complete brain fart of how I want to do any of this. Like, I know what I want to build, but I have zero clue how I want to do it. I don't even like this. I'll be honest with you, chat. I might just end stream. I'm sorry. I don't want to, like, end things just, like, without literally doing anything, but I'm just being honest. I don't know what to even build right now. I can't even come up with a decision. My brain is blank on any sort of designing I want to do right now. Man, this is actually frustrating. I don't even know, man. I think we are gonna end. Oh, God, I feel bad. God, man. And then, like I said, chat, when I know what the most painful part is like, I'm gonna end stream, and then, like, either, like, super late tonight or, like, tomorrow, I'm gonna just come up with all this stuff, and then I'm gonna, like, end up doing it off of stream or something. Yeah, I don't even know what I want to build right now. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try building something in this building right here. This is where we might have, like, a shop or something. So we're gonna try to build something in here, and if I really just, like, cannot design anything right now, we're just gonna end stream. Because, yeah, I just feel bad, because, to be honest with y'all, as much as I like chatting with you guys, I don't want to just sit here and get nothing done for, like, multiple hours. So if I can't decide on what I want to build, then I'm not even gonna bother. Let's see. What are you overlapping with? See, and that's, like, generally what I'm talking about like what I was talking about earlier with, like, stuff, like, not working how I'd like it to. So I don't know what's exactly clipping. Is it, like, I guess that's just a hair too close to the wall. Thank you for the tune. It's so funny. I know your name, Green Dino Ranger. Every single time, like you can probably tell this. I want to say something different every time. Every time I'm like, I want to say Green or Dino or Ranger. I just cannot decide for the life of me what to call you. But thank you, Ranger. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I just feel bad because it's like one of these things. Like I said, I like have been like slowly kind of like I've been holding off, like trying not to build off stream because I've been wanting to do it on stream. But now that I'm on stream, now it's just like, yeah, I can't think of any way I want to organize this. Cause yeah, so let's do this quick. I do want to, before we build any further, let's see if these guys can even get to these stations. Or if I'm wasting my time building it right there. Change that wall to an angle piece and see if you can place the market stall. Might not be a bad idea. See, that's kind of like the reason why I've been using mods at this point. Because at this point, I'm like, instead of trying to fiddle around with the making things work, I'm just like, just turn off collision. It's like that. I will say, chat, in my video that I do eventually plan on making about like just talking about like the goods and bads of Palworld, the building side of things is definitely like the part that I'm gonna critique the most. Because as much as I enjoy building in a survival game, it's kind of like the make or break of what makes survival game really fun, in my opinion. And when you have like issues where it's just like floors just won't place on an area for some reason, like there's literally no difference between the spot you place the floor right next to it, but for some reason you can't place a floor there. Like a great example, chat, if I did not use mods, there would just be holes all across this like big like area that I placed all these floors for this mega city. There would just be holes everywhere just because there's just random spots. Like, there's not anything in the way. It's just like, nope, you can't build there for some reason. I'll keep the pal limit thing in mind. I saw your live stream and wanted to tell you just back into Palworld and started watching your videos. Huge help. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Hey, well, I'm glad you like the videos and stuff. I mean, that's kind of the main reason why I like making them. It's like, I know a lot of people, either they're coming back to Palworld after like first playing it when it first released, or they're just people that are trying to keep up with like all the new stuff that's kind of going on. So yeah, I like making those videos because I know that it ends up helping people out. So cool. It seems like he is able to get to that fine. That's what I want to make sure. But yeah, I'm glad I could help you out with that kind of stuff. It's just, yeah, I like playing the game, and if I can help people out in any way I can, I'm more than happy to do so. But yeah, I'm glad I can help you. Yeah, so while I am happy that works, I don't know if that's how I want it to be. Here, actually, let me do this. Let me just turn on my mods so I can just do this right away. Because it's not a bad idea what you're saying, Ranger. Just like I said, especially for this city, like if it was one of my like regular big mega base builds where I'm like deliberately like trying to keep in mind for people not using mods, like make it in a way that people can build it without that stuff. Yeah, and this one I'm lazy and I don't care. I'm going to take advantage of these while I'm able to use them and my computer is not imploding. Plus, like I keep saying too, this mega city is more of just like a fun project I have. Those other ones I was definitely, the other base builds I was doing, those are definitely like building stuff where I'm like, what is stuff that other people would like find useful? This is just like, I just want to build a big old city. I don't care how it gets built. I just want to build it. I'm sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing on screen. I'm eyeballing through all the, there's like 14 different options I can choose for turning off, like disabling issues and like collision crap. I'm just making sure I'm turning off everything I need to right now. We'll turn off too close to specialty boss or facility. We'll disable all. Yeah, we'll just stick with disable overlap with another object and too close to special boss. If I need to adjust anything else more, I will. Because, like, actually another great example, and this is, like, what made me make the pure decision of being, like, screw it, I don't care about using mods on this world anymore. It was when I was building the pillar, it had so many issues with not wanting to build in certain spots up there where I'm like, screw it, we're just using mods, I don't even care at this point. But definitely not a bad suggestion though, Ranger. Maybe if I like am because this is definitely not going to be the only base I build. Oh yeah, I think it's technically the corner of that. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think it was just that sandbag is like sticking through the wall or bag of something, whatever this is. But that's good to know because I might need to do some weird BS quick. Hold up. So we're gonna place this here. Then we're gonna just okay, cool. Didn't mean to do that. Lag. All right. Also, I'm gonna call you Taco. Taco. Another thing to keep in mind too is that building will always be laggier than when just like casually playing. It's like when you go into builder mode, it like causes way more lag and issues. So just keep in mind that yeah, even if you're having lag issues while building, that it could just be depending on what you're building. Like I said, specifically like with platforms, I don't know what it is with I say platforms, but I mean the roofs. I don't know what it is about the roofs, but for me specifically, the second I start using a roof, my frames just tank like insanely bad. But then the second I stop doing it, look, it's fine. Back to normal, no issue. I will still a little laggy, but you get what I mean. It's like, and like I said, it as much as I try to like, because people have left good suggestions of what the problem could be. Some people are like, oh, it's just like working off the snapping of the like rest of the structures. But as much as I'd like to be like, oh yeah, it just is just building mode sucks, it has to do something specifically with the roofs because walls, well, it does lag a little bit. As you can see, it's a little laggy. But the second I switch to roofs, literally like almost not even playable. Like I'm barely moving my joystick right now. Like I've just watch here. We're gonna do this chat and I'll see if I can even get this on mic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and now we're looking up. That was 8 like joystick move up. I don't know. Well, like I said, Chad, leave me alone tonight. My brain is like barely functioning, but you see what I mean? It's like I literally can't even move the joystick without it like lagging, and like I can't. Sometimes I'll click a button numerous times and it won't even like get out of like the building mode. So it's just like I don't know what Pocket Pair messed up in terms of the roof stuff, because I've also heard from other people, it's not just me, but something to do with building roofs specifically just sucks so hard, and I could not tell you why, chat. And if anything, that's why, like I even mentioned in my post, I built all these buildings before I even decided coming on stream today, because it's like, yeah, imagine another stream of this, chat, of just, all right, chat, let's build. Oh yeah, we're having a great time. It's like it's 2004 World of Warcraft, you know what I mean? Like, it's like this is literally like Trust me, if this is hurting you guys, like your eyes watching this right now, imagine how I feel attempting to play like this. So it's just like, I don't know. One of the many issues I have with building, which is, as much as I love building and I'm having a fun time building this mega city, God, is it painful sometimes. But yeah, just TLDR, just keep that in mind, Taco, that, yeah, even if you do have some lagging issues while building, it might just be depending on what you're building that's causing those issues. And once you're out of the actual builder's mode, that'll, hopefully fix it. So I'm hoping Pocket Pair fixes it in general to make it better, but yeah, just keep that in mind, I guess. But what else gonna try to do, chat? And this is mainly what I was kind of thinking about. So, you know what, actually, hold that thought. So let's try. This is where it's gonna get a little goofy. That is actually, oh, I forgot that's attached up there. I'm like, cool, I was worried that was gonna get deleted. But now I have to kind of do this from a different angle. So now I see where that sandbag ends. Like I said, I personally don't care if it's clipping a tiny bit in the wall, because the general plan is I'm going to try to fit 2 little market tables right here. So I will delete this one, so I'd like to spread them out a bit more. Now, I think... Okay, let me place back this door. We might end up deleting this stuff again. I'm mainly just trying to see where the door is ending. So it's like, kind of like right here. If that's the center one, okay, it's on that line is where the door frame ends. That was happening at my food base. It was too cramped for the number of pals I had, and it was getting laggy. Yeah, like I said, because that's something you got to keep in mind. It's like, for every pal you have working at your base, that's another animation the game's got to keep up with, even if it's just idle animations. So as much as it makes the game nice and like kind of make it feel more alive, because like they're always kind of doing stuff like, what a bitch, what do you want, what do all you guys want? The gang's all here apparently. I love this little guy though, he's my favorite. He's just vibing. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Once again, TLDR, that's like what I'm getting at, where it's like the problem is that as nice as it is having more pals at your base, you got to take into account of like it most likely will lag your game, especially if you have a bunch of mega bases built around your world already, because like I said, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, it will always have those structures like loaded in. Like the example I always love to give for this is of course I'm like in the one spot you literally can't see it. But if I come up here, as you can see, my tower reaching to the sky is still visible all the way from over here, and that is like across the map essentially. So like, even though I'm not right next to it, that is still loaded in as like a structure in the world. So like, anytime I'm building or doing stuff over here, it is still taking into account that there is a whole giant structure over there. And that same goes with like my speaker head tower, like that. With all this stuff, it's not like it only is like taking into the game's only taking into account like this stuff in this area that's like quote unquote rendered in. It's like, no, it's like everything I have built at that base, the game is still like taking into account in some way, shape, or form. Maybe not as much as if I were actually at the base with all the pals working and doing their animations, But the game in some way is still like, yes, there is this many pals there. There's all these objects that are still built there. Maybe just the textures and stuff are like just drastically dropped down since obviously we're not in the area. But yeah, like that's kind of like the main problem where on a brand new world, you'll have very little to if any issues with building. But on a bigger world that has a lot of stuff built and a lot of pals and all this stuff, it's just going to cause lag, unfortunately. It's just world memory and player memory, all that is saved. And yeah, sadly, Pocket Pair did not do the greatest job in terms of stuff like that. Because other games, they'll just unload the structures, essentially. They'll just make it not even visible and like, or like way more turn down all the quality of structures and everything to like make this not happen, essentially. But yeah, it's a kind of a pain. So just something to keep in mind for anyone building massive stuff. Like, trust me, my hope is that once I get this world done, I can make this into a dedicated server and then have a like actual like server hosting platform take care of that, so that way it's not just running off of my hardware. Like the world itself is like actually being run on like a different system, if that makes sense. But that's the goal. We'll see how that actually turns out, but that's generally the plan. I'm sorry if my mic sounds like crap, by the way. I'm messing with my audio cable. It's like really pulled out. My like mic sucks on my mic arm and it'll just fall off and pull. So yeah, the cable is super long. Sorry, going on ADHD rants. Well, it's night. Let's quickly just sprint around this area just to kind of give you guys the lighting situation. So, like I said, I have a couple of these lanterns just so we got some general light. But if we do actually light up the lanterns and stuff, it actually does do a pretty good job. Also, I'm not totally sure if pals will ignite these or if I gotta turn on a setting or something, but I'm kind of hoping they will. That's kind of like the thought process, but that's also why I put these lights here in case they don't decide to light these lanterns. Or the torches, I should say. Also, I'll say this. I know, like, obviously for these ones outside of the circle, I'm not stupid. I know no pal will come and actually ignite these, but yeah, once again, that's why we have the actual major lighting as well as a bit of a backup. But who knows, maybe if we ever make these dedicated servers and people are living in them, maybe those people can eventually light these, so I don't gotta. See, and that's like why I'm like not sure if these guys are lighting them up or not, because some of them are lit and some of them are not, and I know I definitely didn't light them up. But like I said, while the torches don't give off a lot of light, they do a pretty okay job. Plus, we will have a lot of more lighting inside all of the buildings and everything as well. So that will help with the lighting situation. But I think at night with all these torches and stuff, it's not too bad in terms of having enough light everywhere. And even like over here, just a couple little torches just to get some light. Oh, lag. So while all this lighting isn't insane, I think with having torches on every building, it does a good enough job. Let's actually sleep for the night. Actually, hold that thought for like 2 more seconds. Let's just go to the top quick and kind of view it from up here. But yeah, another problem I have with this game, chat. I hate the fact that if you're not within like 50 feet of lights, they just don't work. That's a whole nother issue I have. That's a problem for another time, chat. Yeah, I don't know. Lights look pretty solid. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on just a side mission. I just want to show these lights off while it was nighttime, since I have my daytime speed like drastically turned down. So let's sleep. Alrighty. Let's get back to what we were doing in here. Because I think the main game plan is, at least for the these merchant shops, I think I am going to copy and paste the layout of like this building into that building that's across from it. But yeah, well, not every building is going to be copy and pasted. I think a lot of these will be end up having unique kind of buildings, but I think just for like simplicity, I guess you could say, just to like keep track of where like the merchants are, I think just having them in these bigger buildings that are like obvious is probably the best way to go about it. But like I was trying to do before I got completely sidetracked is, this is where it's gonna get a little annoying. So like I said, so that line is what I need to remember. Got it. So from here, chat, the main thing is that I have to build it so it's not, this is like the cutoff line. So bring this closer in a sense of like right here. Is this in the way? Is this clipping? Yeah, a tiny bit. Hold up, Grisbolt. That should be good. There. And now, assuming I did this right, alrighty. So now there's enough room so you can actually walk in this without stuff being in the way. And you got room for both of these. Cool beans. Oh, actually, something I will mention too about lag. And this might just be more of a me problem. My computer will definitely, like, I don't know if it's the game specifically or just my computer just being garbage, but I do notice after like playing for a while, my game will like start to slow down. So then I will just like straight up like close the game and like hop back on. Heck, you might even notice it from the beginning of the stream to if you check at the very end, you might even notice that what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's just another thing I've noticed too, where if you're ever having issues, like your game just seems like it's just like starting to lag after a while, just try restarting the game, and for the most part you might still have some lag issues, but I will say it should for the most part help with at least some of the stuff. Like, great example, if you're like working at one base and like it's just lagging a lot, just like quitting your game could help with some of those lag issues. Like with like building some of these structures, I've literally been like on multiple occasions like giving up building them to like quit my game because I'm like, it's just so laggy and having so many issues. Like I said, specifically with the roofs, it's like everything else, it's not too bad, just the roofs, man, they just suck. That's like the only way I can describe it. They are just garbage. But I think we might put 3 merchants in here, because I think we could maybe potentially fit another merchant table here. Ooh, actually, you know what, chat? I was thinking about maybe this is the one where we have like the villagers that like come into the base. So like this building is like for the blacksmith and training, gourmet hunter, etc., ambassador. And then the one over there would be for like the actual like merchants, if that makes sense. But then we can also like fill these with actual items and stuff for sale as well. But I am being dumb, being dumb. We'll just do the regular merchant spots. I'm not gonna do the PAL ones for now. Actually, I lied. I love how I just said I wasn't going to, and then I just completely flipped. Actually, did I do that backwards? Are these the PAL ones? Yes, I'm stupid. Whatever, chat. Point is, at least if I have the general setup for it, I could care less what the actual things are. As long as I have how I want it set up, that's what the important thing is. The other important thing is that we should double check. Let's make sure our merchants can actually get to their stations, or else there's no point of having them. So you can go here, you can go here, and you can go here. Get to your post, soldiers. I don't pay you to work for free. And that sentence made no sense, but don't question it. Well, I think at least for like the layout, I want to decorate because it looks really boring in here. But in terms of like a layout for a market shop area, I think this is pretty solid. You got 3 spots you could buy stuff and talk to people from. So I will live with that for now. I do want to put a little sign somewhere out here though. I want to have all these signs line up. Should I? I think I'm gonna go off of, just so you guys are aware what I'm doing, I'm lining it up on this little line here. I think so, like that, and then we'll kind of just place it right here-ish. There. And then what do I want to call this? We'll just say merchant. Also, for those that are curious why I always do all caps for all of my signs, just undercase, especially depending on the signs and stuff, for some reason, like with lighting and everything, they can be kind of hard to read, so just having like as big a font as possible just kind of helps, at least for me. Yeah, there you go. We can have a love district for people to quote unquote unwind. What up, bro? By the way, chat, if you couldn't tell by now, yeah, because this space is kind of open, we'll just get random pals either wandering around, or sometimes they'll just spawn on the roofs. So, yeah, that's just the thing. Nothing I can really do about that unless I literally either A, like, get a modder to specifically make me the mods I need, or B, yeah, be like pocket pair pools fix, thanks. That's like my only 2 options. But until then, yeah, we're just gonna have pals randomly spawning in the city, so it is what it is. But let's actually go set up shops on the other side so we can figure out what kind of merchants we want to put over there. Maybe we will keep these as pal ones, and then we'll have 2 pals and a merchant one, and then we'll do vice versa, 2 merchants and a pal one on the opposite side. Because then we could put like 2 regular shop vendors here and then like a pal vendor. So, actually, before we do this, I do want to run back over here. So where are these like lined up on-ish? So looks like that foot is generally on this line, which is the third line off the wall, not including like the actual border line. Okay. I can work with that. Love it. Love the lag. So, let's build. Same general plan as the last one, chat. So first we're going to build this one, and then we're going to slide it into the position we want it to be. So we'll have to delete this stuff again. That's a PAL one. This side. Come on, snapping tool. It would be pretty nice if you want to work. Griswold, you're in the way, fatty. Now... It's like, I know I have these pals helping me assist building, but it's like, of course, all of them, now that they're done building, are just kind of cluttering around where I'm like trying to build and see where I'm lining things up. It's good. And then let's throw the PAL one. I actually don't know how far off the wall I pulled that one. I was not paying attention. So it looks like it's like a little bit past that line. Whatever. Actually, because my OCD brain is not going to allow that to happen, we're going to actually rebuild this one and kind of line it up in the same general spot as the other ones. So those feet of the table were generally lined up with that line. That means this goes here. I know it's like the most like minuscule difference, chat, but like in all reality, considering that this is supposed to be like my magnum opus, I'd rather make sure everything is like perfect, or as perfect as I'd like it to be. I mean, heck, even like setting up all these machine guns was probably like its own like day mission, like getting all these like set up the way I wanted to. So it's like, it's a tedious process, chat, and well, I won't ever deny that. Building in this game, especially something like this, is never gonna be just a quick little thing, but like I always say, that's why I enjoy these games. That's why I can play them for 6,000 hours and not get bored. It's just like, you can just keep doing whatever you want in survival games and always find something to do. But now let's build this last thingy. And then I think I'm going to grab the merchants I want to put at these tables. So that one might be a little bit more tricky to decide, and this might actually be adjusted. But I might do another quick poll with you guys, because I am curious for the, because like I've said, I think the plan for that other merchant building is we're gonna have 2 regular merchants and then a PAL merchant. But I guess my question for you guys is, should I go with the regular PAL merchant or should I go with the black marketeer? I'm not sure, because I feel like the Black Marketeer fits the Syndicate vibe. I just once again would like to know what you guys would like. So let's do a quick poll on that, because my tired brain can't decide which type of Helmer and could be at the Syndicate base. Also, if I spelled Syndicate wrong, don't judge me. Same with Black Marketeer. I don't listen, chat. I'm not here to be an English teacher, English major. That is not my strong suit. So yeah, just work with me. Black Marketeer. Normal. Almer. If I can spell. Alright, chat. Let me know which type of PAL merchant should be at the Syndicate base. While you're deciding, we'll start grabbing our other villagers that we're going to be putting around here. Okay, well, you're not the right one. See, this is something I will actually have to, like, start remembering, and I might even have to make a little, like, checklist or something, because, like I said, this is another little minor issue that I wish you could do something about, is that there's no way of indicating what's what. So now it's just like, now I gotta play this guessing game of just, like, deselecting them. Well, I don't technically have to deselect. I can just reselect them to something else. But now I gotta do, like, this annoying, tedious back and forth of, alright, well, now he's that one. So that means those first two are for this one. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Loving it. Oops. You go back there. Or no, I lied. You're supposed to be here, and then this is the actual correct one. So that means you should all be in this building now, correct? Where's my guy? Oh. Hi, guy. Welcome back. Alright, well, I think that works for me. Let's go grab some merchants to throw them down. By the way, chat, by the end of building this mega city, all of this is being deleted. As you can tell, our sweet, sweet hotel we built for this city is gone. And this building is completely stripped empty. And soon all of these will, but yeah, the general plan is to delete every base that was originally on this world, since it's a copy, and then essentially just make all room for that mega city. Or cities, I should say. Also, for those who are concerned that the mega cities I'm building are going to lag because of all the villagers I have, just something to, like, keep in mind is that all of these villagers, gotta love that when it just won't let me grab, but something to keep in mind is that all of these villagers are all in the vicinity of one base at the moment. So, like, just to give an idea, let's assume in each of these boxes there is, let's say, at least 20 NPCs in there. Some have more, some have less. Let's just go with 20. But There's 8 up here. There is 2 down there, like on that side, and then there is 2 that are pretty much like fully filled. So that's like 200 plus NPCs, just all kind of clustered in this one area. So that is just something to keep in mind for why it is so laggy. It's like, trust me, like, it is something I'm keeping in mind and something I'm thinking about, but that is why it is so laggy in this specific area compared to all the other ones, because we just have so many dang people. And that's what I was getting at about having the more pals working at your base, the more laggy it'll be, because once again, you just got more animations going on. Like, every single one of these little auras on these boss guys does add lag to your game. I didn't mean to talk to you. I wanted to open the thing. So the caravan leader, I feel like it would be a good one for the syndicate base. Also, since none of you guys voted, what the heck? What the fuck, Richard? I'm kidding. I don't really care, guys. I promise it's not a big deal. That just means I get to decide. Yay. But because I am deciding we're getting a caravan leader as one of our merchants. I am also deciding no, you're totally fine, Ranger. I promise. Like I said, I if it makes you guys feel better, I just do it because I would like my community to be involved in things. If you guys just don't really care, like, that doesn't bother me either way. I just would rather you guys also help decide on things. But nah, we were just yeah, we were just seeing what kind of merchants we wanted to have at the base. I think we'll go with the black market tier. I feel like it fits the vibe of the syndicate base here. Ooh, I gotta be careful. Sorry. I cut my finger the other day. Chat, fun fact, did you know metal is sharp? I was opening up a can of cat food for Mr. Stinky Butt Henry. And I like set down the lid and I like picked it up at a weird angle and it like gashed my finger real bad. So now like I've been putting band-aids on it, but it's also like, to kind of give an explanation of where it is, right on the crease of your thumb, like your inner thumb, that crease line, that's where it's cut. So like it is in the most inconvenient spot ever. So like band-aids don't stay on it. So right now I don't have a band-aid on it, and I'm trying to make sure I just don't like start gushing blood. So anywho, enough about me potentially bleeding out. Let's grab a black market tier. And then I'm not sure what we want for our third merchant. That one might just kind of be up in the air, because I think the main thing is I have to go through all these merchants to see which ones are what. Like, obviously, well, where was he at? Metal merchant, you can go down here, pal. But all these other merchants, besides the ones that I specifically have, like, marked, I don't remember what any of these guys actually sell. Yeah, see, exactly, Ranger. And that's, like, the fun part about this mega city. It's just, like, I don't need to have everything all at one base. It's just, like, I can have specific things at specific areas just because we got the room. We got the NPCs. We can do whatever our hearts desire, chat. The Palworld world is our oyster. Or something like that. Let me see. Let's do this, actually, because I want to start organizing these. Chat, you're about to... we're gonna have a fun time. We're a fun hospital. Anyone knows that reference? Proud of you. But yeah, like, actually just kind of like going back to that, like, that's even what I was saying about like the Dr. Bronze. I think specifically having those at like the Fire City will work out really well. Also, this is another side tangent, chat. For the lagging and stuff. Screw these guys, because every single one of these guys are a lag fest, because every single one of them has flame animations on their hands. So, thanks. Not helping my lag situation, boys. But also, I've never really like looked at the designs of some of these guys. To be honest with y'all, I kind of really like the design of the paleogenetic research guys. I've never really looked at them like in super like heavy detail, but I low-key really like their design. Sorry, side tangent over. Yeah, so this is the plan. We're not going to do it at this base because lag. But we're going to go to a different base, and we're just going to start kind of organizing all these merchants so I can see which ones are what. Because, well, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter too much. The main thing I am concerned about is that at these different cities, I would like... Okay, the general game plan, while I don't want every merchant at every city, I would like to have every type of merchant of every kind be available in all of these cities in one way, shape, or another. So that's kind of my main deal. So it's like I don't want to have too many duplicates to the point of where we don't have a specific type of merchant just because I forgot to place some. So we're actually going to go to like this base just to really kind of keep lag away. Actually, you know what, chat? We're gonna take a couple minute break here. Just because, to be quite frank with y'all, I really got a shit. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And we'll be back in a few minutes here. Plus, it'll give me a sec to kind of cool down and everything. So we'll be right back. And when we get back, we're going to sort through these merchants. And then we're going to, I think for the most part, we're going to just focus on getting these merchant shops set up. And whatever we get done after that, we get done after that. But yeah, we will be back in a few minutes, chat, after I'm done using the bathroom. So BRB. Hello, chat. I have returned, and guess who decided to come back into the room with me since Papa was moving around? Henry has returned, chat. I know, how exciting. He's sitting on the floor, being a cat. But, yep, Henry's back with us now, even though y'all can't see him. See, that's another reason why I feel bad about not having camera. I'd like to show you all the little menace who always keeps bugging me all the time. Heck, the only reason why he's not being an absolute, like, maniac right now is because I have the lights on, so my leopard, or crested gecko isn't jumping around the cage as much, because they're nocturnal. So, yeah, like, he's not going for him right now. That's literally the only reason why Henry's being a good bean right now. Actually, hold up, I'll be back in, like, 2 second chat. Hold up, I left my phone in the bathroom. Oh, now we're back for realsies, I promise. Thank you, Ranger. I appreciate it. Henry also appreciates it. Alrighty. Who are you? Hello, friend. Pal Recruiter. Actually, Chad, this is a great example of, I can show you exactly what I was talking about with the Pal Recruiter stuff for those who aren't aware of what this guy is. Yeah, literally, that is Henry. He essentially is a shadow creature. I mean, the dude will, like, while I'm sleeping, like, jump right in front of my face. And, like, I'll just wake up and just have his, like, little beady eyes staring at me. But, so, like I was saying, though, so with these Pal Recruiter guys, normally if they just, like, come to your base, you can, like, go up to them, and it's like, I got a line of eager, blah, blah, blah. It's like, then you look, and they got one pal you can hire. So, I don't know how this actually fully works, to be honest with you, because all I see, obviously, it says past experience and whatnot, but I don't know how this works exactly. Should we try it, chat? I've never actually, like, recruited something. I don't mind having an extra Azure main. But essentially, like I was saying, like, as far as I'm aware, once you capture these NPCs, I don't think you can access this anymore. I'll have to double check, but yeah, let's try this out, chat. I've never actually done this. I just know, like, this is what you can do if they just come to your base. Recruit. Do I just get... I'm not done with you. Come back. So I guess you can just, like, buy pals from these guys. That's kind of interesting. I thought it was maybe, like, a temporary thing, but I guess you just get the pal. Neat, I guess. I just have, what, an Azure main somewhere? Somewhere in the stockpile of pals? Yeah. Cool. Oh, and it does have skills on it, I guess. Okay, that's interesting. See, that I wasn't sure about, because as you guys just saw, it didn't show that there was any passive skills on it. So, okay, that's interesting that it will just give you passive skills on it. I wonder if it's, like, a certain set, or if it's just any passive skill. Like, when I say that, I'm like, are rainbow skills an option they can get, or is it only, like, tier 3 is the best? It'll be stuff I'll have to test. Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Taser! 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 But yeah, here, let's actually do that real quick. So, like we were just saying, though. So now, as far as I'm aware, if we throw him out, we cannot get any more pals from him. Yeah, see, so now he's essentially just a regular NPC that we can't interact with anymore, which low-key kind of sucks, because even if you don't buy the pal from them, like, you just can't do it anymore. It's just a one-and-done kind of deal, but yeah, maybe they'll tweak that in the future so you can continue to keep buying pals from them. Because I mean, if they, let's just say this, if they don't fix the thing for the like other villagers that'll like give you stuff, I don't see why they wouldn't fix this and make it the same way where you can keep doing it over and over again. If anything, it would make more sense with these guys compared to the other guys, where technically I feel like the other villagers should just be a one and done, give you the one thing they're gonna give you and then you can't interact, compared to these guys where you should be able to keep hiring and buying pals even if they gotta like downgrade them and make them not as good as like Azurman and stuff. Anyways, chat, we're getting sidetracked. We're actually, I'm doing this all sorts of backwards, so let's shift these guys one more over this way. Now, I don't know why I actually emptied that out. I don't think I needed to do that. I don't know, chat. Like I said, brain's not firing at 100% right now. So let's see. Let's see what all you guys are selling. So you're the wool. Okay. I'm like just trying to get a general idea of what he's selling. So fluids, oil, wool. These will be our indicators. Obviously there's a lot more that he sells, but so we'll keep so you're that one. And I think since he's a little one, I think that's going to be all the cheap merchants. So you're the hat schematic guy. Got it. So I'll just remember Pen King Cap. So you're the Pen King Cap merchant. So you're the ice organ guy. Okay. And if I remember correctly, this guy should be the same one. Yes. Okay, cool. So these merchants are the same. And I think you are going to be the same as the first one. Yeah, so oil, wool, and pal oil. Chat, I'm sorry if this is really boring, but this is like low-key kind of important to like know what merchant sells what. I did one time recruit pal from this man and had 4 red pal. Yikes. Okay, well, it's good to know that I can give you a lot of negative passives, but yeah, like I said, I didn't even know that they had passive skills on them, considering when you like do the recruitment screen stuff, it doesn't say any passive skills. So that's interesting to know that they will end up adding some. So you're level 30. I'm also kind of going based off their levels, because some of them I have had at my base, so their levels are higher. But yeah, so you're Pen King one again. But the levels are a pretty solid way of indicating what type of merchant it is, besides like the actual coloration of the like merchant robes. So you're another Pen King one. So we got a few of these guys. I think you're also another Pen King. Yeah. So your pal oil, I forget what else you sell though. So you're, yeah, so you're one of the other ones. That's these 3. Excuse me, chat. So you're one of these guys. But see, that's what I was saying. It's like I can't 100% go off of the levels, because obviously same as these guys, but he's been at my base a lot longer. Who are you? Where's all my gun merchants? Like, don't I have like 3 different like weapons merchants? Where are all those guys at? I wonder if those are like still in my dimensional pal box or something. Sorry, I'm like, I think my lizard just like found a stray cricket or something that she was eating. I was just like looking at her for a sec. Sorry, didn't mean to get distracted. So you're different than other ones because you're similar to that ice one, but you have flame organs. So we'll put you down here because I believe you're different than all the other ones. You need to go out. What do you got? So you're another Pen King merchant. Got it. I got a lot of these guys. I forget where I actually get these ones, but obviously somewhere common if I have like 5 of them. And the last one for now. Are you one of the weapon ones? Where are all my like gun ones? I should have like 4 different merchants that should have weapons. Where are all those guys? I don't even have the supplies to build a dimensional pal box. Let's see. Okay, I can build one. I was gonna build a guild chest in case I couldn't. Get over here, buddy. I don't want to do this all by myself. Here you are. I was like, where are my gun merchants? Obviously, I could probably get some more in the future, but... let's throw them in this. So... these are the Genshins. Okay. Ah, thank you to whoever subscribed. God, Chad, that's my problem. I like say I need to keep changing that text because I cannot read that white font in like such a tiny little screen. But I'm always forgetful and I forget. But whoever subscribed, thank you. You're a legend. Appreciate you. But let's see what these weapon merchants are, because I think these guys are all different if I remember correctly. So you sell this stuff. You sell the Catris caps and stuff. Okay. Let me do this. So I'm gonna rename this one quick to Health Merchant. Now, if you're the pelt one, because I think all these guys sell different types of armor and ammo. So you sell just the regular pelt, so we might rename. So... maybe 5. Hold on, let me figure out what all 3 of these guys. So you have like fire stuff. You got a mixture of both. What do you have again? Hold on, I got thrown off. So you're one of these guys again. All right, so that's our merchants sorted out at least, or at least the majority of them. So you're the fire one, and what are you? Unless you're the fire one. So you're the fire one, unless you're both the fire one. So 3. What do you have? So you are also fire. So it looks like these 2 weapon merchants are the same. All right, well, we'll keep that in mind. do fire weapon merchant. That's what we'll call these guys. Just kind of try and differentiate between them all. Let's there. At least now I remember that these two are the same and this one's different. But I think in terms, any plan to vanilla or hard setting playthrough? Eventually. It's kind of like something that I always talked about in the past, where until content creation is kind of like a full-time deal for me, it's hard for me to be able to justify it, I guess you could say. Because here, let me break it down, chat. So, in order to make content creation an actual career, the video side of things is where I will be making a majority of my money. And obviously, like, donations and stuff help, mainly like from Ranger and stuff. Always appreciate it. Always super sweet of you to do that. But the main thing is that even with donations, besides the fact I would prefer not to make a majority of my income from donations, a lot of that has to do with the YouTube content is where my money comes from. And because of that, that needs to be my priority. As much as I like streaming and enjoying doing this stuff with you guys, if it's not paying the bills, I can't stream while homeless, so I gotta make sure that's always a priority. So eventually I would like to do stuff. I'd like to do a lot of those types of things. I just don't have the time to do that. I already barely have the time to edit and stuff. Like, I already slack on that often. So, but yeah, it is something I would like to eventually try. It's just, yeah, I gotta wait to grow the channel a bit more before I can, like, because essentially if I want to do something like that, I'd have to be streaming at least, like, I'd say minimum once a week, which even now is kind of hard to do. So, heck, we're on our 2-week streak of streaming on Fridays, and I'm already struggling with that. But yeah, hopefully I can try something out. Try something like that in the future. Cause yeah, it is something I would like to do, like a fresh start on a world, whether it be just vanilla or hard mode or like hardcore mode. But yeah, like even just like other random stuff, like the random pal spawning. Like, I'd like to try that out because I haven't really messed with that at all. But yeah, it'd be something I'd like to try in the future. Just like I said, once I get to a point of content creation can kind of be more of a main focus. Like, I work my other main jobs on top of all this stuff, which is why I'm streaming at 11 o'clock at night. What? Chat. I think I want to do something quick. This is one of our many side missions, but I kind of want to go to where all the other merchants are right now and kind of see if I'm missing any. Like, a great example, I feel like there's some in this area in the desert village that I'm missing. Because I feel like there's definitely more than 2 different types of weapon merchants. I feel like there's at least 3. What happened here? Why is everyone dead? Why is there just so much crap? Oh, maybe it was because I was capturing villagers and these were just PDI supplies. Let's see. So you're a regular merchant. Hey, man. I do have one of you already, but it's good to know this is where the ice dude is. You're the dude that sells the 2 different types of pelt, and I remember the Catrus cap. So you're this guy. Got it. You're just a pal merchant, so I think that's all these guys at this village. Maybe I'm also confusing the third weapon merchant with the caravan leader, because I know that is, he does sell like ammunition and stuff as well. But yeah, let me just confirm, because I think this one had the like pure fire weapon merchant. Just especially with them updating all these villages with the NPCs they got now. Now I don't remember where everything is. Cause which merchant are you? So you're the fire organ one. So or the flame organ. So okay, you're that villager. Which weapon guy are you? The flame guy? Yeah. Oh, thank you to, gosh, Hondo. I think that's what it says on screen. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. Appreciate you. But okay, so this is this merchant then. We'll keep that in mind as well. I definitely want to come back and catch more of like these guys, more of just the unique NPCs. Like I gotta come through and catch like all these villagers. I'm just really lazy. But I think then that's I guess I do have Chad, is there any other merchants, like weapon specific merchants I'm missing? So there's the fire village one, there's the desert village. I mean, when I say fire, I mean volcano. Sorry if that was confusing, but there's the volcano villager that sells weapon stuff. There's the desert villager that sells weapon stuff. Is there a third weapons villager I'm missing somewhere I'm just not thinking of right now? Because, gosh, it feels like I'm missing one, but I could just be mixing them up with the caravan leader. We'll just stick with the dudes we got now, but man, it feels like I'm missing somebody. Feels like there's one villager I'm just not thinking of right now, but I guess we'll just go with the caravan leader as our other merchant. You got the ties to our legendary schematics? I do. I haven't built the shotgun yet, but I did build the what is it called? The overheat rifle. What's the other is it the charge rifle? Yeah, I have all the schematics. I just have the two rifles built. It was just the getting that new ingot. I just had to get that for the shotgun because it takes a lot to build those legendary weapons. I think it's like 700-ish, 700 to 800 of that new Corelite or whatever it's called. So it's a lot. It's like, so a total of like around like 3,000. But I will say my favorite so far is the overheat rifle. The charge rifle is not bad, but I don't know. I'm not as big of a fan of it. Yeah, but we got the schematics. It's just, yeah, the process of actually getting the resources for it. Not that I recall. Do any of the wandering merchants carry any weapon ammo? I don't think so. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Like I said, I think I am just mixing them up with the caravan leader. I just thought there was one other variant that I was missing, because I thought there was one for heat, and maybe it was just the hot and then like the mix. Whatever, Chad. My brain doesn't have enough mental power to figure that out. We'll just work with what we got, and if I'm missing something, oh well, I'll catch it off stream. I'm farming the Terraria dungeons right now. Yeah, that's kind of what I ended up doing for the legendary the Terraria weapons. Sadly, I don't have those legendary yet. I'm still, most of those are either blue or purple right now. I do have a couple of legendary of those. I think a couple of the helmets I have as legendary, but yeah, it's just the problem is it's just a lot of grinding essentially. It's hard to get the actual legendary schematics for all those Tides of Terraria stuff, but yeah, just getting crappy versions of those schematics and then smashing them down in the drafting tables how I've been doing it, and that's how I've gotten most of my purple stuff. Like right now, the Excalibur I'm using, it's like great example. I got the purple Excalibur and purple Terra Prisma. I think I only have the blue Terra Blade, but I think I have like 4 of those schematics or something, so I'm getting pretty close to purple on that as well. Same with the Vortex Blaster, or whatever the heck it's called. Vortex Beater. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Ranger. Like, I kind of like half gave up, because in all reality, as nice as the legendary ones are in terms of like damage output specifically for the Tides of Terraria stuff, it's not that big of a difference, which is why I kind of like put it on the back burner for now. But no, I plan on eventually getting all those legendary. It's just, God, how many schematics is that, chat, if we're including all the different variants of helmets? Even if I can't literally wear all of them at the same time, that's like, what, like 4 or 5 different helmet schematics, the actual armor, like 3 different swords, and then the gun. It's a lot of different stuff to get legendary. And on top of already, like I said, I got the legendary schematics of like the new advanced weapons too. So it's like, yeah, it's just a lot to do, especially when I'm trying to do all this other stuff, but will be done eventually. Yeah, 5 armors and 5 weapons. Yeah, exact. Oh yeah, I forgot about the whatever that the something glow, whatever the little lantern is. Yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah, it once again, just a lot to get, and considering that like the only way you can get those schematics, and like we were talking about was it last stream, where you can only get the guns out of the last one or the weapons out of the last chest. It's just a lot, man. Yeah, I would say that's like the ultimate go-to plan if you want to get the new legendary guns. Just save up in the arena, and as much as you might want to, it might be tempting to get the purple one. In all reality, just go for the gold and save up for the legendary schematics, because here's how you got to think about it. You can either go the cheap path and get the epic version of any of those guns from the arena for like half the price. I think they're only like 600 tickets compared to like the legendaries being like 1,500. So like less than half of the legendary. But if you want to ever get a legendary version of that schematic, then you would have to get 5 of the epic versions, which, you do the math, 6 times 5 is definitely a lot more than just spending the 1,500 once. I said 6 times 5. You know what I meant. 600 times 5. But, yeah. Just something to think about, chat. As tempting as it might be to be like, oh, I'll just get the epic version, it's not that big of a deal. It's like, well, you could have used that 600 to save up for that legendary one, and then you wouldn't have to get it another 4 times. So, think smarter, not harder, chat. But let's grab us. I think I already pulled a Black Marketeer if I remember correctly, so we don't need one of him. See, and that's the problem with it being so laggy here. It's like I literally can't like cling to the things or like line up with the things I want to grab onto because it's just so laggy. Too many people, chat. Too many people. I don't want to talk to you. I don't, go away. Don't give me your food. That's what I say to your food. Caravan leaders are in this one. No, I don't want to talk to you. So these are all of our merchants. Where is our black marketeer? Okay, these guys are right here. So yeah, caravan leader. I don't know if I want that. We'll just give them different passives. I don't care. I'm lazy. I got my legendary energy shotgun and overheat rifle schematics from the treasure maps. It said scan. Oh yeah, not a bad idea. Yeah, see, I haven't done too many treasure things. I'm sure that's another way of getting them. But yeah, in terms of arena, at least, definitely just save up. It just makes way more sense. And that way, heck, if you find the legendary schematic before you buy the schematic from the arena, it's like, there you go. Then you have a bunch of extra arena tickets where you can either buy all those implants, buy some extra rings or whistles or whatever. I forget everything they sell, but yeah. I'm assuming what Ranger means by the save scam is that essentially the items from the treasure maps aren't like determined until you actually dig it up. So I'm assuming what he means is he like saves his world, and once he like digs up the thing, if it's not what he wants, he like resets his game and then like loads in again and then digs it up again. I could be wrong, Ranger. You can correct me if I'm misspeaking, but I'm assuming that's what you mean by the save scam. At least that's what I would do. Because I know people do that with like stuff like eggs and whatnot, like for Bellinor Libero to get a male variant. Like, it's such a pain. Well, now it's not a pain. Now you can just literally use whatever the reverser things are to change them from male to female or vice versa, because getting a male is like 5% for Bellinor. But yeah, I just know people would do that. Yeah, nailed it. Exactly. Yeah, okay, so at least I was on the right track there. But yeah, essentially it's just what people do in games, like not just this game but any sort of game that is just like random chance that you're able to like save beforehand and keep resetting. It's kind of like when people they're doing like shiny runs on Pokemon games and they like need a shiny starter, so they just keep like soft resetting their game every single time until they get it. Hey, no worries, Darren. Welcome to the stream. Don't even worry about it. I know I said the stream was supposed to be a short one, but now it seems like it's not going to be a short one considering we're already 3 hours in. But yeah, it's a way pretty much Honda of people getting stuff a lot easier instead of like grinding it for it's grinding just in a different way. That way you don't gotta go keep finding treasure maps over and over again. Like, you just get one legendary treasure map and keep farming it over and over and resetting until you get what you want. Safe scum. Yeah. That's funny. See, I didn't know people called it that, but yeah, it's one of those things where in all reality, like, if it's in your own private world, whatever, you do you. I'm not gonna like be like, oh, you didn't do this properly because you saved and loaded the game until you got what you wanted. It's like, at the end of the day, as long as they're not like hacking into my world and killing me with that stuff that they did that or got or whatever, it's like, I don't care. Is it a little scummy? Like, then just like straight up going out and farming it yourself in game? Sure, but like, it is what it is. I've got better things to do than to lecture people of how they enjoy the game. If that's just how they enjoy it and find it easier to do, then yeah, more power to you is what I say. Been breeding pinsideringness from scratch. Very nice, very nice. I actually very nice. I was gonna say Meteor Rain is clutch. Like, I gotta get that on more of my pals, but I'm just lazy. But yeah, I'm getting some Finsider Ignises for my bases since they're one of the few pals that has watering and kindling. So I'm getting a few of those guys. So that way I can do that. I was thinking about using Flock Ignis, but Finsider Ignis is just better. So well, yeah, let's grab these guys. We have all our merchants. I'm sorry, I'm just like sitting here talking, not actually doing stuff. We're not really doing anything super crazy important, but still. I'm sure. Actually, funny enough, I should hopefully have a Noclum video coming out in the future, and I know I'm gonna get people complaining that I didn't show every possible way of getting every single active skill onto them. But it's one of those things where it's just like, if you want to spend the time in like breed a Noclum with every single like path or like active skill, like with every single like active skill that you like would have to breed from another pal, like props to you for doing that. Personally, I do not have time to do that. I'm sure it'll make your Noclum even more broken than you can already make them if you spend the time and breed those skills onto them, but my lord, I do not have time to be breeding all those on. Because they're not even just like Meteor Rain, there's so many other skills like Dark Wisp or like dark moves, and then like dual Blizzard Spike for like Frost Out. It's just, I could do that and make my Noclum absolutely insane, but yeah, I don't got time. There's so much work. Well, best of luck with that, Hondo. I essentially have given up on my like any sort of raid boss breeding for any of them because it's just so much work. And like in all reality too, as much as some people might not want to hear it, in a lot of ways it almost isn't even worth it because they will not be able to be as powerful as other pals that be able to get like legend onto them. So raid bosses are a tricky one because they're honestly some of the best pals in the game, but they're just so nerfed due to not being able to breed with any other pals, so you can't get like some of the best passive skills onto them. So, and while like some of the best passive skills can just naturally be found on them, such as like Eternal Flame, Siren of the Void, Invader, etc., it's like, well, those are essentially tailored to those pals, it still doesn't make up for like not having legend, which is honestly something I'm surprised isn't like a thing. I'm surprised every raid boss just doesn't have legend, like they're not considered legendary pals, even though the only way you can get them is from raids. But whatever, I'll just mind my own business, I guess. Hey, very nice, very nice. Yeah, see, if you can get lucky with it, like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not bad pals. It's just for the amount of work an average player would put into getting these. Yeah, it's such a pain. Like a great example, like I have an army of raid boss ready Xenolords, and getting these onto them was a nightmare. And getting all of these upgraded, by the way, was also a nightmare. Because for those who are curious, I have 50 Xenolords and 50 Bastigors all ready for raids. But yeah, I will never do it again. Because all the raid bosses are just such a nightmare to get that on. Like when Xenolord first got added, and I originally was doing my first run of getting all the passive skills I wanted on him, that genuinely took me, I would say, 2+ weeks of just like non-stop breeding to get everything I wanted on them. I probably in total spent 400 Xenolords, but I got 140 of them to get Diamond Body. Yeah, see, it's just like, it's just so much work for these guys. And it's not just Xenolord. Obviously, we're using Xenolord as an example, but Bellinor Libero, Blazimutt Ryu, it's all the same. It's just so much work where unless you get real dang lucky, it's just, in all reality, most likely not worth your time to do. Since we have the caravan guy here, I think we'll put a regular wandering merchant. Sorry, I know I'm like just chatting with you guys, but I promise I'm like half thinking about how I want to do this. So these are the like triple. We could probably put one of these guys, I guess, since we have so many of them. Let's use this guy. I want to do this too while I'm at it. Let's upgrade. Do you have money on me? Cool. What do you have on you? See, you guys need just everything, and you could probably just use Musclehead. Oops, maybe I should actually put it on him, chat. And we'll give these guys some stuff. We'll just get rid of Shabby. And you can also have Serenity. Same with you. We'll also give you... Can't put Serenity on again. We'll give you Burly Body. We'll also give you Burly Body. I forget, what is Blooded Dragon? So you increase dragon type, so we're gonna get rid of that. And we'll throw in Ferocious. Which, by the way, chat, obviously this can change down the line, but in terms of using the PAL's operating table to upgrade your PALs, this is essentially the best combination of skills you're gonna be able to get on them in terms of like combat related things. Like, as nice as it is, it just sucks that you can't put rainbow skills onto PALs through the operating table, which I'm sure is for just like nerfing reasons. I feel like that'd be pretty freaking broken if you could just put like pay to put on legend or rainbow skills. But in terms of like skills you can pay to put on your PALs, this is probably the best combo you'll be able to get. Maybe there's a couple skills you can kind of tweak or switch out, but yeah, generally this is what I've found works the best out of stuff you can pay to put on. Never tried to do Libro. It's pretty good. I will say they're technically a tiny better than the regular Bellinor, but in all reality, if you have one or the other, you're fine either way. It's just the main difference is that the Libero version's beam, their like exclusive skill along with it being their partner skill. It's a little better just because I think it lasts a bit longer. On top of it, I know for certain it like spreads out at the end compared to the regular one, which just stays a solid beam. But yeah, either one's totally fine. It's just the Libero one is like the quote-unquote better version, but in all reality, if you have either of them, they're pretty solid on a team. Only passed Siren, but even then didn't pass it. Except one. Yeah, I mean, Siren of the Void's not bad solely because I like having that ice boost. But yeah, it really depends on what PALs you're using them on, I guess. Hey, keep running those dungeons, my dude. They ain't gonna run themselves. I mean, if they made the rainbow passive skills a top tier award in the arena or from beating ultra raids, then cost. Yeah, I think if they did something like that, Ranger, I think that would make it a little bit more balanced. But honestly, I am kind of surprised that they didn't make that a thing where you could like buy them from the arena or like a vigilante bounty officer. But yeah, I think that would probably be a good way of doing it. That's probably what I would say, like, or at least what I was like generally thinking would be like the only way they could add them to the game, either as like, or the only other way I could think is like you have to do like certain like quest lines and then that's like a reward, you get that implant or something. That's like the only other way I could think of them adding the rainbows into the mix in terms of like operating table stuff, at least. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's the thing about the operating table chat, just like what we were talking about with the game being an early release. The operating table is brand new. This is just the start of it. There could be so many more implants that they give you access to in the future. We just got to be patient. But other than that, though, I'm pretty happy with these skills on our guys. I'll worry about actually leveling them up later. That'll be like an end like of the city kind of thing. Like when I'm gonna show off the video, that's when I'll finish upgrading them. But for now, also I'm just gonna say this, chat, low-key kind of wish that they would add the pictures of each type of NPC for like the actual NPC images, because it is such a nightmare to keep track of what's what when every single picture looks the same. I'm sure you guys also understand that pain, but my God, when I have a city where I literally have 300 NPCs I'm trying to keep track of, it's like, obviously not right now, I'm more talking about with the big cluster I got at the other base. Who are you people? Who are you? Are you... Which one's my I'm confused now. Who's who? Who are you people? So... Oh. See, you're the guy. Okay, this might be a little weird. No, 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 no. Wait. Oh, this might be bad, chat. Uh-oh. We might have goofed, chat. We might have goofed. I didn't mean it. Don't break my base. You did this to yourself. Oh, do I have repair kits for these guys to just repair things with? I have one. Where are all my repair kits? Was at a different base? I know I have repair kits. I just don't remember where. Healing nades seem to work nicely. I haven't actually tried out the healing nades much. I'd have to try those out sometime. All I know is that there's mods, though, apparently. That's a thing, chat. It's just like... That's the one thing I don't like about the modding community. People are... And the nicest way to put it, I don't know how many people are using these mods, so this is very just statement out of my ass. But the fact that I see mods for, like, boosting the amount of output, like items or like amount of items and stuff you get, it's just like, if you don't want to grind, then don't play the game. It's just like it'll always baffle me that like people are willing to put thousands upon thousands of hours into grinding in like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, but then they won't put in like an hour of grinding in the arena to buy stuff from that merchant. But no, okay, I guess 10 tokens or whatever from the arena is not enough. Like, I get it, it's not a lot, but it's just like, I don't know, like, that's the point of the game. If everything was just able to be gotten immediately, then like, why are you playing in the first place? Sorry, that was a random tangent. It was just, it's only annoying because it's always the first mods I will ever see. Like when I'm going to go, like update like my like building mods, it's just like, oh yeah, increase the rewards from arena by 100, and it's just like, then why are you playing the game? Just download a mod that gives you all creative and all everything, and then yeah, it's like if you're gonna be doing that and downloading those kind of mods, and just download creative mod and get everything. Oh, me too. I'm just saying that's why I find it silly that there's every time I've gone on like Nexus mods is like the first like most recommended mod is always to like boost the amount of like stuff you get. Oh yeah, there's definitely not safe for work mods. I know there's at least one like naked mod. I don't know if it's still up to date, but there was at least one at one point. Heck, even there's like not safe for work like PAL mods. Like actually one that is like scarred into my brain is there is a sexy lamball mod and it is cursed. Oh, and I get you there too, Hondo. I agree. Some stuff is tedious. It's just in some ways too where it's like with the amount of mods I see, like how I'm kind of thinking of it is like if one person's downloading one mod like that, they're probably downloading more mods to boost their stuff, and like once again at that point it's just like just download a creative mod. But once again, at the end of the day, as long as like it's not like on my world with people I'm playing with, I personally don't care what mods people use. If that's how people want to play, you do you, boo. But like, I don't know. I personally think it's boring. Oh yeah, well, if you're on like console, I know that's a whole nother ball game because I know you're pretty restricted and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I will say that, Darren. In some cases, I think it could get boosted a tiny bit. I think, yeah, the 1020 is a little, like, is not enough. But the ones where it's, like, times it by 100 or whatever, or, like, times it by 10, so you're getting, like, 100 to 200 tickets per thing, it's like, okay, well, then 10 arena things and you get a legendary schematic, then what's the point of grinding, you know what I mean? You kind of, like, the point of, like, them being 1,500 is because it's a legendary schematic and it's supposed to be difficult to get, you know? And it's not even just like any legendary schematic, it's a legendary schematic of the current highest tier weapons in the game. So it's just like, for me, I'm like, at that point, you might as well just do the thing that would Green I almost called you your full name, Mr. Green Dino Ranger. You're in trouble. But like Ranger was saying, it's like, then at that point you might as well just do the thing like he was doing, where you just kind of keeps like soft resetting your game until, like, with the legendary treasure map, until you get the schematics you want. At that point, if you're already cheating in that sense, you might as well just like go balls to the walls, like, if you know what I'm saying. Oh yeah, only 300 more. Hey, I mean, keep going. If any of you guys would like suggestions on how to grind it, and it's somewhat not, well, it's still gonna be tedious, but if anyone would like any suggestions on how I grind, the team that I personally put together every time is, I'll just throw them in my inventory just so you guys see. I will go with, which one do I use? I think it's this guy. Yeah, this guy. My go-to team for arena is... Where's Palladius? Palladius. So it's these three guys, Neptilius, Palladius, and Frostallion. Neptilius is my absolute damage dealer. So he will be the one where I will try to stun lock. My normal plan for Arena is I will stun... You know what? Chad, do we want to just take a moment and just do a game of Arena? I'm already getting sidetracked by so much. You want to just... I can just show you my Arena gameplay just to give you an idea of, like, what I'm talking about. Because I feel like this is going to be way too hard to explain. Are you the Rick Goffin I want? Cool. But generally, chat, in terms of team, damage dealer is Neptilius. My tank is... or my bullet sponge, whichever you prefer to call it, is Palladius. And he just takes all my damage. He's usually my pal that if, like, any of my pals die and it's, like, coming down to the wire, he will always be the last one to survive. And then Frostallion is just a good stun locker, I guess you could call him. So just because of their ice abilities, being able to freeze them in place and whatnot. Also just the area of the blizzard spikes and stuff. I mean, he's just like a good, like, general. But that's essentially the team. In terms of weapons, though, normally what I will use... I might need to quickly go to Thingy and grab them. But the weapons I'll use are pretty simple, honestly. Let's go. Go retrieval machine fast. So the weapons I use, I might even look it up. Oh, I do have a purple one. So there you go, chat. I do have a purple vortex beater. But I'll use the vortex beater because it is broken, at least in arena. And I didn't mean to do that. I was getting ahead of myself. Then I'll always usually have one rare attack whistle and one rare defense whistle. And then the other two I'll usually use for actual player stuff. I might need to empty out some of my inventory here quick. Hold that thought. I got too much crap. What if I eat? There. Now at least I have room to do things. I didn't toss my ammo. Cool, just making sure on that. Pal Raids was running some good move sets and pals. I was gonna say that's like part of the reason why I have raids turned off. Like when raids were first, like, and during when the game first came out, raids weren't that big of a deal, but now they're kind of like annoying. Where it's like, especially since I go AFK sometimes, like I don't want my stuff to get destroyed. Like it, as much as I have faith in my pals to like kill the raid, it's also like I don't know how badly my base will be destroyed from raids. That's what I'm more worried about. It's not that can I defeat it, it's how much am I gonna have to rebuild every time I get attacked. That's kind of my main issue. But let's see. So that should be good for weapons. So then we'll use this. And then I usually like to have plasma cannon. And obviously I'm using a lot of legendary purple stuff. You could use lower ranking stuff. It just might make the battle more difficult. I think I just need a quad launcher, which if I remember correctly, do I have one down here? That's a problem. It's just like normally I have my base all nice and organized, but ever since Tides of Terraria came out, everything is chaos because I've just been on the grind for resources again. I think that should be good on weapons. I just need to grab ammo. But the normal weapon loadout I use these days is one plasma cannon, one quad launcher, one vortex speeder, and the Terra Prisma. And to kind of go over how that goes, I guess I don't really need that much ammo since you don't use ammo in arena. But in terms of accessories, this is what I will normally go with. Actually, you know what? I'll stick with this. Normally, it'll be either I'll go with the defense pendant or I'll go with the damage pendant, depending on what I'm feeling, or obviously, like right now, whatever I just have on hand. But I'll always usually try to keep the life pendant on because, for those who haven't played a lot of arena, your health doesn't regenerate. So having as much health as possible is way more useful than like extra defense or damage, because your shields will eventually regenerate. It's just your health will not. Or I think your shields regenerate if I remember correctly. All I know for certain is that the shields don't. But let's get some combat food. I'll admit I don't even know if the stats from like food and stuff flow into arena like once you actually enter. But I always do like to make sure all my pals and stuff are all good before we actually hop into arena, just to be safe about it. Oh, I meant YouTuber Palworld. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. That's don't know much about that, sadly, but yeah. Either it's one of those things. At least when it comes to raids, like I guess it depends on what you're like, which raid you're talking about. If you're talking about like summoning like raid bosses or like the actual just general raids, but yeah, there's strategies to both. It's just yeah, I'm not about that as much as some other people. I know there's literal channels dedicated to being like, this is like the fastest way to beat this raid boss with no pals, but I don't care. As cool as that is not why I play Palworld. But now that we're all set, chat, essentially game plan, once I got that all fed, the important thing to do, it's not necessary but it'll help you out a ton, getting these all situated before going into battle is super helpful, because these will not go away when you actually join the arena. These will just always stick to your back, for those who aren't aware of that. But besides just making sure everything's reloaded, so I'll always start out with the vortex beater, and you guys will see how this goes. But essentially the general game plan is you go in with the vortex beater. The plan is to spray back and forth, and then essentially stun lock them, and that's where Neptilius comes into play, because with his Thalassonic beam, or whatever the heck it's called, I forget what the heck that thing is called, but his exclusive move, because it like does a line like side and then like straight down and side again, it essentially is a great way to like melt a lot of the pal's health right off the bat. You guys will see this all right here in a sec, but yeah, essentially, as long as it's not a really bad matchup, most of these go pretty smoothly. Like this one should be pretty easy in all honesty. But yeah. And then also, for those who are curious, the Gobfins are there just for that extra attack and defense boost, especially with their partner skill along with Stronghold Strategist and Vanguard. But this is generally the plan. So right when you start, pretty much just spray back and forth. You got to pretty much just keep these guys in that spot as long as possible, so that way they can get all of their main area moves out of the way. And see, as you can see, this dude's already dead. GG's. And then once I usually get rid of one, I'm more inclined to start using other weapons, but until I take out at least one enemy and I have that advantage, I'll usually stick with the Vortex Beater. And I'll also mention too, depending on the PAL Tamer, that also plays a huge factor in if I focus on PALs or the actual Tamer. And we can do another one because obviously that one was really quick. But I'm kind of hoping we can get a trainer or a Tamer that I'm kind of trying to explain what I'm talking about. Because like there's a couple that are what I would consider to be like high level threat trainers. Or I keep saying trainer, you guys know what I mean. But the main two types of enemy or tamers that I have issues with are the Ronin and any dude that has a minigun. So pretty much any of the marketeer guys. Oh, he knows, Darren. He's doing the grinding and stuff, but yeah, it's a struggle. Or I think you mentioned you were doing it. I don't know. My brain's a little bit of a blur tonight, chat, as we discussed. So I apologize if I'm thinking of the wrong person. But I thought Hondo said he was doing some grinding in dungeons. What's going on, King Stallion? Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a couple quick arena battles to show off my technique of how I farm arena. But let's see if this is gonna be... Hello, Henry. I don't know if you guys can hear. Henry is now right next to me. Henry, do you want to say hi to chat? What do you have to say? He's petting his head against the mic. I don't know if you guys heard that. Hello, Henry. You're being needy. Don't you even think about sitting on my lap, dude. I am so moist right now. I am so sweaty. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Like I said, I thought you mentioned that you're doing that. But, Legend Seeking. I don't think I'm going to have issues with this Tamer, but we might do a couple more. I think if I keep backing out of these fights, I can get a different trainer. But yeah, I want to get one that like I would consider one of the issue ones, so I can give an example of like how I normally deal with them. And also I'll mention too, just I am obviously using a purple Vortex Beater, but in all reality, you can use any Vortex Beater since it all has. The main thing is that you just need the Vortex Beater is broken because of the explosion effect it has. So it's just like a permanent stun lock, essentially. So in arena, it just is insanely useful. Let's see, like I was kind of mentioning, since I wasn't really worried about him at all doing a lot of damage to my pals, it's like that's why I've just been focusing on the pals during this fight. But I think we'll just keep backing out of the arena fight until we get one of the tricky trainers I was telling you about, because you'll kind of see why I consider them that, at least for like the mastery rank. Because I'll be honest, those guys, unless they're permanently stun locked, they're almost impossible to beat. At least if you're only focusing on like the pals. Let's see if we can get one quick that I can give an example on. Appreciate the bids, man. Help me get back into power and make an OP basket. Hey, I'm glad I could help you out and everything. I mean, like, that's kind of like the point of those videos. Obviously, depending on the updates and stuff, some of those videos can become a little out of date, but at least if I can give people a general idea. I just realized I said I was going to make sure that I was going to verse the right tamer, and then I wasn't paying attention. Oh, well, this is the right one that I was talking about. But, yeah, I'm glad I could help you out. But to give an example of what I'm talking about, and you can even see it with my Frostallion's health right now, they're really broken and overpowered. So, unless I am currently stun locking this guy, he is going to melt every one of my pals. So essentially, when it comes to like Metal Merchant or Black Marketeer, anyone with a minigun, I will just sit here and do this until my pals do what they gotta do. As much as this isn't a fun way of doing it, in all reality, in a lot of cases, this is like the only way to do it. Because, like, I mean, you guys saw how fast he was melting my Frost Stallion, and that was just after one barrage from his minigun. And as you can see, too, obviously, like, the Vortex Speeder and the Terraria guns don't do a lot of damage compared to other weapons, but yeah, it's not like this guy's dying easy either, so it's like, my main plan is I just kind of stun lock until one or the other dies. And like I said, you can do this with any Vortex Beater. It's just you need to have that explosion and constant stun lock going. That's just the main thing that needs to happen in order to beat those kind of fights. So as much as having a stronger one would help, as you saw, even with epic one, I was only doing like 1 to 2 damage per shot, so it really does not matter. But chat, we'll do one more. I don't know, I'm feeling the grind right now, but this is our last one for realsies. But yeah, this is TLDR, my main strategy for beating any arena boss. These 3 pals just work really well in a team. While they don't cover every type, they cover a majority of the annoying types. And if I really need to, that's where Palladius kind of comes into play, because of the passive skill combination I got on him. He's not specifically kind of stuck to using one set of moves. Obviously, neutral's probably just going to be generally best with like Holy Burst and Air Blade, but if I really wanted to, I could always try to breed or like get one with like a bunch of good dark active skills, or just put a bunch of good skill fruits on them and stuff. But that's kind of the nice part about Palladius, where it's just like, if I really am having any sort of issues with like maybe not like dark type moves, but like dragon or something, like I think I've comment on him already. But I guess point being is like, I can have a wide pool spread of moves if I really need to, thanks to Palladius. And then what's it called, Neptilius is just really strong, so even with it not being super effective against everything, he just is a tank. And then once again, Ice is just generally broken because of its stun lock and freezing abilities. So yeah, overall that's why I go with that team, and as you guys can see, it works out pretty well. Question: do you think Diamond Body, Vampiric, Demon God, Legend is good for Bastigor? Yeah, it's not bad. I will admit, I know I didn't mention anything about Vampiric in the Bastigor video. It's just because when I made that video, just for some context, that was when Faebreak first came out, and I was still kind of learning a lot of those newer passive skills. Like Rainbow was just added during that update, so I was still learning those at that time. But after kind of experiencing them all, yeah, like having Vampiric on any sort of pal, as long as you got the main key things for any sort of pal combination to make them good, is you need some passive skill that gives at least 10% defense, which is why I usually suggest Legend on like every pal. And then from there, you would preferably want a combination. I guess it depends on how you use your pals. If you're aiming for like one specific element type move, you'll always want to have a combination of general attack buffs along with specific element attack buffs, because for those who might not be aware, anything that says like buffs a specific type move, like good example, Siren of the Void, it's like 20% attack or 30% attack boost to ice type moves. Essentially it'll take the stats from your upgraded attack stats, not just like the base attack stats of that pal. It'll take those upgraded stats and add that 30% onto that, rather than what all the other passive skills for general attack will do, which will just add it to that base attack stat. So that's why if you're focusing on one specific element type, you want a combination of both. But if you're going for something where you just want to throw every move under the sun on Bastigor, then yeah, I would say having specifically just pure damage and pure defense of just general stuff is good, and then throwing in vampiric is gonna help with that a ton, because that'll also get you that extra lifesteal effect onto there. But I'm sorry, that was like a really roundabout way of kind of answering a question. Long story short, that is not a bad combination at all. The only thing I would suggest is you might be a little down in terms. Diamond Body, Vampiric, Demon God, Legend. Yeah, it's not a bad. I'd say the only thing is that if you're going for higher powered moves, you might have a bit of a gap in between when those moves are used, because you don't have any cooldown on your active skills. But in terms of just like raw power and everything, and like keeping your pal alive, it should do the trick. Just the main thing, yeah, I would just recommend trying to maybe sneak in a I don't know if you'd like consider like a mid-tier move, but some other like not like 150 plus power move, so that way your pal can consistently be using some stronger attacks besides only kind of getting stuck to those weaker like basic attacks that they'll do. So just something to keep in mind. But other than that, yeah, it's definitely not a bad strategy. What I would consider that as a good like defensive kind of build, if that makes sense, where you got a decent amount of power, but with that combination of Diamond Body, Demon God, and Legend, you're giving yourself, what is that, 55% defense. So like that's a pretty hefty amount compared to a lot of other passive skill combinations I use. So I'd say you definitely got yourself a hefty tank. Just keep in mind that he might not attack as fast as you'd like him to. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, just once again, that's just something to keep in mind, at least from my experience. Where yeah, if you only put a lot of high tier, high power moves on there, while they will put out a lot of damage right off the bat, you will have a lot of gappage in when those attacks are actually put out, just because it takes a long time for those to See, I'm trying to like teleport, click B and teleport on that, forgetting that that doesn't work. But yeah, that's just mainly my main suggestion. Other than that, overall, a pretty solid passive skill combination. Because something else I'll also mention, and this is why I always suggest multiple combinations of skills in my videos. In all reality, as long as the passive skill combination works for you, it's not going to matter unless you're going into any sort of like competitions, which I don't even think there are any for Palworld. At least I haven't heard of any. But unless you're like doing some like sort of competition or something where like you're actively versing other players who are trying to make their pals as strong as possible, any combination of like diamond and like tier 3 positive skills, or I said diamond but rainbow passive skills, any like good passive skills that'll boost your attack, defense, and anything else, like as long as it works for you, at the end of the day it doesn't matter too much, because everyone will have their own opinions on what they would consider the best passive skill combination on a pal. But yeah, it's just, it depends on how you use them. Some people will use a pal for like getting around the map, so then they probably would need to take account for that and add some passive skills to like make it easier to traverse the world. But then there's some people that are like, I'm only using this pal specifically for arena, and this sucker will not see any other light of day besides arena. And then, yeah, then in that case, then you probably will want to focus on something to keep your pals alive as long as possible. Once again, in that, even then, that could come in a lot of varieties and whatnot, just because, like I was saying, if you're going for more of a tanky pal, you might put a lot more defensive stuff on that and try to make him just an absolute unit that can't die. Or on the opposite end, if you want to make a glass cannon, you might add 0 sort of defense onto your pal, and you just might want him to be like, I want to try to kill stuff in one shot. And in that case, you'll build it completely different. So it's just one of those things where it's very hard to, especially if someone asks like, what's the best skill for this, or is this passive skill combination good? Because in all reality, as long as you're not negatively impacting your pal with like negative passive skills, any combination will work good. It's just some might work slightly better than others depending on the context. If that makes sense. Demon God, Legend, Muzzlehead, and Serenity for Xenolord raid. Yep, I was gonna say. Actually, for I like tripped up on myself. Actually, for the Xenolord, unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to get Legend unless there's some way that I'm unaware of you getting Legend on them. Because of them being only be able to breed with themselves, they're not able to get Legend on them. Which, going back to what we were talking about earlier in the stream, one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of raid boss pals, as broken as some of them are, they're also very nerfed by the fact they can't get some skills like Legend and whatnot onto them. But for my raid Xenolords, I already just showed them off a second ago, but this is the combo I got on all of mine. Invader, Demon God, Vampiric, and Serenity. So that'd be 40% attack, 5% defense, an extra 30% attack to Dark and Dragon moves, and then got cooldown, 30% cooldown from Serenity, and finally that lifesteal effect from Vampiric. So, and that's one of those things too where it's like, depending on how you build, obviously I don't have a lot of defense on this, but that's where Vampiric comes into play, because since some of Xenolord's moves do so much damage, like the Omega Laser, it'll kind of make up for that with the lack of defense with that Vampiric, just because they should be able to potentially heal from that a lot more. How long did it take to get... I know there's other chats that I missed. It was just the first chat I just saw. How long did it take you to get those Xeno passives? Too long. So, like, to give an idea, my first set... I don't even think I have... I think they're all stored away right now in my Dimensional PAL box, but... to get my first set, that probably took me, like, when Xenolord first got added to the game, it probably took me a solid 2 to 3 weeks just to get the passive skills on one Xenolord I wanted, let alone, like, getting an alpha version or anything like that. But yeah, it just took a long time, unfortunately. Probably at least a couple weeks, and that's just the problem with any sort of pal. It is not just Xenolord or like any of the raid boss pals. Just any pal that only has a breeding combination of itself is usually a pain to get. Just the raid boss ones are specifically a pain, because unlike at least with the legendary pals, you can find those in the world and kind of use Ikumo's partner ability to make it more likely to get passive skills you want onto the legendary pals. But raid bosses is just all random chance, unfortunately. So it is, yeah, a pain. I have a bunch for Xenofight, but I got one carry around with me, so I think Pure Dam might be better. Yeah, not a bad idea. For at least for raid bosses specifically, this is what I use. I'm sorry, I use. I probably saved them as a 3, but I have 3 Noclums. I have these 2 specifically as my Xeno Hunter Noclums. So these guys got Legend, Siren of the Void, Demon God. This one specifically has Serenity. And then this one is going to be same thing, but replace Serenity with Musclehead. But yeah, this is what I use just because, as I talked about in my upgrade guide for Noclum, which I'm making a new one for. So I'll be talking about that again soon. But yeah, their partner ability is just so overpowered, where, like, here, chat, you're about to be spoiled for the upcoming video. I obviously don't have every upgrade on him at the moment, but la 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 la. You're not who I want. So if you do something like this, obviously, if you're going to be doing raid bosses, I would maybe replace a couple of these with some Gobfins just because of their partner skill attack boost. But if you put Stronghold Strategist and Vanguard onto them, that's just just by having one Gobfin in your party, that's an extra 20% attack and 10% defense for your player. So just something to keep in mind. But in terms of just having a pure Nocklum, if you do that, and then I go, it's la 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 ba ba da 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 da. Now I go like this, and now I didn't mean to pick you up, just a prank. You should have seen your face. Where is Nocklum? Where did you just go? All right, we're going out of the base. I think he just ran upstairs to go mine. Anyways. Pew, pew. And now, finally. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let this screen sit here for a minute, and you can look at those stats and you tell me if those are good enough for a raid boss. Here, we'll even do this for you. Oops. See if I can do this without breaking everything. For those who might be missing what I'm talking about, these are my stats for Nocklum. So, yeah, anyone who says Nocklum is not the most broken pal in the game, they're wrong. But yeah, TLDR, that's why I use Nocklum for like as my pal I keep in my party, because if you essentially do everything, which once again I have an upgrade guide coming out for this. It's actually even, I think, technically higher stats than what I got on screen right now. But yeah, just if you do plan on ever having a pal to assist you with literally anything in this game, Nocklum is the way to go, at least in terms of combat capabilities. Like I said, I would say definitely wait until I make my new upgrade guide. That's kind of like my game plan, just for those who are curious. Essentially, the game plan is, since it on the 20th is exactly a year ago from when I posted my first upgrade guide, which was on Nocklum. We're doing a new one, so now we're gonna show off the new stats and everything and how to upgrade them in the modern day. So, but yeah, I guess just long story short, obviously any pal in your party, as long as you know how to like upgrade them, they'll do totally fine. But if you just want the quote-unquote easiest option, like the without a doubt strongest option for support pal and combat purposes, Nocklum's always the go-to. So, and also this is something I'm learning, chat. I don't know if this is just the new thing, but it is a trend I am noticing. Once a lot of my higher tier pals get to trust level 10, all of them tend to have 13,993 health. I don't know if that's with every pal. I'll keep you guys updated on that, but it is something I have noticed as a trend from all of my upgrade guides, because now this is going to be the third pal in a row that has the exact same health stat. So I don't know if this is just the new maximum health for every pal. I got to test with some of the lower ones, but 13993 seems to be the magic number of fully upgraded health. So, and seeing that, I also got to go back and check like health stats of other pals now, because I think technically, if I remember correctly, Bastgor's health is more than that. But I don't know if that got changed now with trust levels, so now it got bumped down. So I actually have to test that out sometime and upgrade his trust level. But yeah, TLDR chat, Nocklum, broken. What were we talking about again? I got so distracted. Oh, this is scuffed. Hold up. There. Yeah. My stats for Xeno Was breeding was like 70 Baskets with Legend, Musclehead, Serenity, Ferocious, and just keep switching them out if they die. Yeah, I'd say a good game plan. Doing that's essentially what I did to beat Xenolord. Something else you can do. I know people do try to do like have pal pods at the base they're fighting stuff, but I've always found it a little easier to just have a separate base where if you're able to pull out any like dead pals and then like teleport to a different base and heal them, that just is like the easiest way to go about it. Because the problem is that first off, your pals will attempt to either they'll attempt to bring the dead pals to the pal pods, which takes them away from the fight, which could potentially get them killed. And if they don't do that, then they just completely ignore the dead pals on the field. So then in that case, the pal pods don't do anything. So that's why I say have them at a separate base. But it's a good option if you do like you're just like crap, this dude's just mowing through all of my pals, and that way you can at least like have an option to heal up your pals fast if need be. But other than that, yeah, not a bad strategy at all. That was essentially my strategy. That's why I've got like 50 Bastigors that was specifically made for Xenolord. One thing I wish I had, or one thing I wish I had a better grasp of was what skill fruits to mass farm. I guess to kind of dumb it down extremely, Holy Burst, Air Blade, and essentially any of the like top 3 high tier of every element. That's kind of like my main recommendation. That's what I always generally go for. Oh yeah, and also Flame Funnel. That's always just a generally good one, but it really depends. Once again, that's why it's tough to recommend things sometimes, because like I'll get comments all the time, and once again, you play the game however you want, but it's like it is wild how many people just ignore every element type in this game and just say Holy Burst and Airblade, and that's literally all they use. And to me, personally, Chad, this is between us, okay? You don't go tell people about this, but I think those people suck. I don't know. To me, it's like I get it. I understand how overpowered Holy Burst and like Airblade is. Trust me, I complain about them, especially when I'm like doing test battles with Saline where my pals are doing good and all of a sudden they're like 2 feet away from Saline and get Airbladed and they're dead. Ooh, I'm telling. Do it. Bet. I already get enough trash in my comments section about it. Bring it on. But no, it's just one of those things where it's just like almost in every upgrade guide video I do, or like any sort of video talking about upgrading your pals and any sort of like elemental boost, people always try to like essentially like come back and be like, that's dumb. You should just do this because then you boost only Airblade and Holy Burst. And one of my main problem with a lot of those comments are, chat, and this is what kind of pisses me off a little. It's the fact that people will say that stuff, but then they will just completely ignore Celestial Emperor in the mix, which will, in all reality, if they plan on like abusing Holy Burst and Airblade, that would make it even more broken, but then they still don't choose to do that because they just don't understand how upgrading in this game works. Oh, you had a night, Hondo? I appreciate you stopping in and chatting and stuff. It's been super fun having you in here, but I hope you have a good rest of your night. Best of luck with your dungeon grinding, and best of luck with all the pal breeding and stuff. I hope the pal breeding was you. I'm trying to remember everything I was talking about. I remember the dungeon specifically, but either way, I hope you have a good rest of your night, and we'll catch you in the next one. Not sure when it'll be, but we'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for tuning in. No, and that's totally fine, King. And if anything, That's why I make my upgrade guides, because a lot of people do not understand how upgrading works in this game, and it's understandable. It's a lot to kind of figure out. So, heck, I got 6,000 hours in the game, and I'm still learning things. It's the thing I think it was either Garf or I'm blank on who kind of states some things, but one of our lovely viewers, how they always kind of put, oh no, I remember now, it was nightmare. That was who it was. But how he always says it, or puts it, I teach you guys the really nitty gritty specific stuff, and then you guys teach me basic stuff like that there's a lock tool or a snap tool. Which, fun fact, someone did end up teaching me about the snap tool. I didn't know that was a thing for the longest time until like 3,000 hours in. So, you know, as much as you want to try to learn everything, sometimes you just don't, and you just need help from other people. And that's where I come in, baby. That's why I'm here with the upgrade guides, because as much as people always say also that I should just make one upgrade guide to show you how to upgrade every pal in the game, that's physically not possible, because every pal is upgraded a little different in every single way. But long story short, if I can help you guys kind of learn at least some basic concepts of upgrading pals in a like 10 to 15 minute video, I'm more than happy to do that. I know, like I said, I know how confusing some of this stuff can get, so if I can help make that somewhat simplified in any capacity, I'm more than happy to do so. We went on a really big tangent, chat. Remember when we said we were gonna build stuff? Gotta love speakerhead streams. Say one thing and then do 50 other things. I appreciate your guides and other guides to see what feels good. Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's why I kind of like recommend a wide variety of options too. Obviously, I don't like recommend other content creators in all reality, mainly because I don't really know who to recommend because I don't watch other Palworld content creators. But yeah, I do recommend looking to see what other people are saying in other upgrade guides as well. It's like I will never claim I have the best answer for everything. So there might be someone who might have a little bit better combination that, whether it's just overall better, might just specifically work better for you. So yeah, I definitely recommend looking at other people's upgrade guides, because heck, they might mention something that I've just never mentioned before. I try to mention as much as I can in my videos, but it happens. I miss things here or there. I'm only human, chat. Speaky Gads. Speaky Gad. Is that a content creator, or are you just saying? I know. The 10 FPS space. Listen, I can really make it 10 FPS for you. You want 10 FPS? Oh, I'll show you 10 FPS. 10 FPS! Oh, it feels beautiful, isn't it? Oh, isn't this lovely, chat? We're just living the dream. Oh, I will never know why specifically roofs will cause it. Because like I said, chat, look. Walls, no problemo. Even big walls. Stone gate, no problemo. Staircases, a little laggy, but not as bad. It's not great, but not as bad. But specifically roofs. Frames. I think for every one of those bricks, it is eating 5 of my frames per second. No, Egrads is old English. Ah, see, Darren, you can't be smart with me. I am, in fact, an idiot, so I don't know smart things. But I appreciate that. Very smart. Very cool to know I have intellectual people in my chat. I think it might have something to do with the snaps. It's just very weird that it's specifically with Because like snapping with walls doesn't have issues. Like as you can see, it has some lag, but that's bound to happen with anything like that. But yeah, I don't know why specifically the snapping of roofs causes that, but it's something I have noticed that I have not been able to figure out an actual solution for, because yeah, it's literally the reason why I built all these structures before I even attempted to stream again, because I'm like, I'm not attempting to build stuff, like, building-wise, while that is happening. That'll be, unfortunately, something I'll probably just have to do most of the time off-stream, just because you guys saw. Imagine watching that for 4 hours. Yeah, we just never placed down these merchants because we got sidetracked because those other merchant guys came in. But before we got distracted like 80 gajillion times, the plan was to place these guys and get them assigned to their little positions. Oh, I also got to do this too. As much as I don't mind these guys, like, having tasks, it's like the point of all these other worker pals is to be able to do all of them, so these guys can literally just exist. The iron fence on top of the walls looks so cool as barbed wire walls. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I liked how that really turned out. I think it looks pretty solid. I still build at the OG or farm near the small site. Hey, I mean, my OG base, or my big main base, is only like right here. So if it works, it works. If anything, I prefer to build in some of the weaker areas, especially considering teleporters are all over the map. It's not like it's going to be a pain in the ass to get anywhere. If I need to get to the ice region, I'll just teleport to it. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like, as long as it's a good place to build, obviously if you're like still earlier game and need like oil nodes and stuff, obviously you might want to take that into account. But considering I have not used oil in who knows how long, yeah, not exactly like my concern on where I build my base. As long as I can get, like I said, as long as I can teleport places that I need to get to, that's all I need. Most stuff I can farm straight from my base. Finally created a tier 4 Chillet, Ignis with Legend, Eternal Flame, Vampiric, and Serenity. Very nice, very nice. I still gotta make myself overpowered Chillet Ignis. I got a regular Chillet, but I need Ignis. Very cool, very nice job. I have the crop farm near the first oil rig. Hey, there you go. That's not a bad idea either. Just once again, that's my point exactly. It doesn't matter about where you build your base as long as you build it, first off, in a generally flat area. That's just my main recommendation, especially with the restrictions building has in this game. Just having the flattest area to build a base is always the best go-to. But other than that, yeah, if you need an oil node spot. Actually, for those who aren't aware, if you're looking for a place for oil nodes, go to the mini islands now. Like, I know this one specifically has 3 oil nodes on it. It's kind of, let's just teleport to it fast. I want to make sure I'm not giving misinformation, but I'm pretty sure there's a total of 6 oil nodes just on this one island, if I remember correctly. And if it's not this island, it's one of these. Because I remember that on one of these islands, there's a cluster of 3 oil nodes, so just like by the waterfall. Yakumo is now my favorite pal to make these things. See, and that's the thing. Yakumo has become so much better. Yakumo is the biggest buffed pal out of any of them in Tides of Terraria, or during the Tides of Terraria update. Like, the problem I had with Yakumo is, I mean, I'll admit their general stats aren't anything to go right home about, but the main issue I had with Yakumo is that he was so damn slow before the update. It was like, it was painful to use Yakumo. Like, I could physically run faster than Yakumo. You can get what I'm putting down? Like, there was no point of having him as a rideable mount because he was so slow that you could literally walk the same speed as him running. But now that he's gotten a massive speed boost, now he is like one of the most useful pals in the game. Just before, it was so hard to like justify using him because it's like he wasn't powerful, so he's not a good combat pal. He wasn't fast. He was extremely slow, so like any pal in the game was faster than him. Like, the only thing that he had going for him was his partner skill, which was nice, but like at least where I was at in terms of things when I was like starting to like use him. I had every breeding combination of pal that I could need, plus all their IVs were upgraded, and Kumo's partner skill doesn't give pass down IVs. So I just was sticking with breeding for the longest time, but now that he's like a actually useful pal in terms of movement speed, now he's usually one of the pals I have in my party fairly frequently. Yeah, getting breeding fodder, amazing. Yep. See, and that's kind of what I was saying is, like, going back to raid boss pals, why I despise breeding those suckers, because they're one of the few pals in the game that you can't use Ikumo's ability for at all, because like I said, at least with legendary pals, as much of as it is a pain to go like catch them repeatedly and hopefully get the passive skills on them using Ikumo, at least that's an option. Instead of breeding for a week straight just to get one passive skill on to Xenolord. So, I'm sorry, we got sidetracked again. My point being of why we're even on this island, chat. If you need oil nodes, yeah. There's 3 right here. And then if I saw correctly and remember correctly, I don't have any flying pals on me. Probably should have thought about this. And then there's also 3 oil nodes up here. So these mini islands now are the ultimate goats for, what's it called? For oil nodes. So if you need an oil node base, just go to one of these and build. And even though enemies on these islands aren't that powerful, I don't remember if it's on every island, but at least this one, it's only, okay, level 43, a little tough. But then again, when you're, let's be honest, chat, you're probably going to be around this level anyways if you're going to be needing oil. But yeah, there you go. If you need oil nodes and are looking for a good spot to set up an oil node base, just set up on one of these mini islands. It's isolated from literally everything else. You can teleport to wherever you need. And like I said, you can, and especially if you double up on oil extractors, you could hypothetically have 12 oil extractors on this one island. Do I have a fishing pole on me? Let's fish. What are you, mister? What goodies do you hold for me? I like how it's shaped in like the shape of a jellyfish, but there really isn't like any jellyfish-esque stuff. I mean, I guess that one new pal, but it doesn't look like that. At least not to me. Are you gonna be caught? Oh god, all day. As much as I love fishing, I'm also the most impatient fisherman on the planet. Sorry, I'm like, there's a gnat on my microphone right now, so I'm like half paying attention to the fishing game, half paying attention to this gnat. Look at this little guy. Chat, I didn't realize this was supposed to be a turtle. Oh my, what is happening? What is going on? I think I'm like kind of like sticking it under the water, but that is scuffed. Chat, you ever want to know what it feels to be drunk, or what it's like to be drunk? That. Just trying to stay focused, but Just can't quite do it. I don't know. That's kind of a goofy glitch. I guess, yeah, we were probably just like looking like this, but it was kind of glitching in. That was funny. Bend around. No bends are drowning here. I don't even know what a Zelda is. Oh, also, just because I had a comment I kind of low-key need to respond to still. Apparently these guys are now like the new best gardening pals. The big old dinosaurs. So, also just a random little tip for y'all if you need new breeder pals. I gotta kind of test them though, because of my main problem that I'm thinking they'll have is that they're so big. Just like it's the same problem with like Yormantide, where he might just like have issues just taking up space in a base. But I guess just something to know. I think they're 4 in both gathering and planting. Hold up, we're just looking at. I'm actually curious. I don't remember. I think that's what it is though. Meow. Yeah, so if you need a planting or a goated farming pal, planting 4 and gathering 4. Okay, I was just curious about him. Yeah, I was gonna say I do not know any of the new pals' names. Everyone knows them way better than I suck at names, Chad. I'm the type of person I will never remember the name of a person or anything, but I will always remember like the physical look of it. Way more like I'll always remember like Big Tree Dino, but I will never remember the name of it. It's like I just remember it's like Aloha. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say I do know about their partner skill. The only sucky part I am not a fan of it is that you can't stack it. I mean, that's just a little nitpicky gripe, but like you can only have one of them at your base and their partner skill will take effect, unlike some other pals where you can like have multiple of them. But other than that, yeah, they're pretty goated. I do have one of them hanging out at my breeding base from now on because it essentially just works as a non-passive skill version of a philanthropist. Maybe not as potent, but still does a pretty dang good job. Trumernoct is the best gardening pal because they make your pals at the base high. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and they're also nocturnal. I will say the fact that they like literally do make your like pals quote unquote high because of their spores is a little funny, but yeah. And at least for me, I've never had too many issues with my pals sanity dropping. Like let's just say this, if you're having your pals work insanely fast all the time, their sanity is going to drop regardless, but I've never had too many issues where it's been like I've needed to focus on making sure their sanity is good. But I could see Shroomer especially because of the nocturnal, like anything that's got a passive, like when I say passive, I mean like a literal like partner skill, like kind of related nocturnal ability. Like Astagon is the main example that comes to mind. But anything that's got a natural like nocturnal ability built into their just pal stats or whatever you want to call them, those are always helpful. I also love Big Tree Down. I think he's cute. They're cute. They're just I just feel like at a base, if you had like 5 of them working at a base, they would just take up a lot a lot of space. They're just big old units. I'm the max level and I beat all tower bosses. Very nice, Tyler. Did you beat on hard mode? Because that would be my next suggestion to you if you haven't beat them on hard mode. Once you beat all the tower bosses on normal mode, you unlock hard mode. But if you did that, good job. Then smaller base. I guess, yeah. I guess I'm also something I guess I was kind of thinking of, that I was basing it off of Liline, which only has a 2 in gathering. But I guess if you have a 4 in gathering, and then on top of that, you also max out their partner's skill, which would hypothetically give them a 5 in both. Yeah, I could see 2 of them getting along pretty dang well. In all honesty, I'll have to give it a try sometime. It's just at the moment, all of my mega bases are pretty much at a standstill because this, in all reality, this isn't even my main world we're on at the moment. This is a copy of my main world, which, oh yeah, I'll just show you guys. I was bored. I just went around the border. I'm working on going around the entire border, but yeah, I got bored one day and I just, wee. Anyways, what were we doing? What game were we playing? Is this Minecraft? I bred 50 swords to kill the bosses. That's awesome. I still, that's the problem, chat. It's like I have so many pals, like, to give you guys some context of how behind I am on upgrade guides. I have every single slime upgraded. I have the sword upgraded. I have Mr. Hamtaro upgraded. I technically have, I want to get a little bit better version of him, but I gotta get an alpha version, but I have him. I already did Neptilius. But it's like, I have so many upgrade guides on this new stuff I gotta do still. It's just, I gotta spend the time to do it. Currently, I'm trying to find a place so I can build all-in-one base, but I don't know what a good spot for it is. Well, a suggestion like we were just talking about, if you need oil nodes, that island I was just on, this Oasis island has 6 oil nodes. So you could hypothetically, if you duel up on oil nodes, you can get 12 oil extractors. Honestly, any of these mini islands, I've been very curious. That, chat, just for future reference, if I do more base builds, it'll probably be on these mini islands, because the low-key, I really like them a lot, and I want to build on them. But I'd say, at least if you're going for oil nodes specifically, this Oasis Isle on the very edge of the desert one is pretty solid for like an all-in-one base setup. If you don't care about oil nodes, or you just like don't need them in general, here's where I have my breeding base. This is also a good spot, and it does have oil nodes. It's pretty flat area, and most of the place area around Sakurajima Island are pretty good base setup spots. Just obviously you got to deal with some high-powered pals around the area. Other than that, this is where I had my mega farm. This is a pretty good spot. So just any of these like small islands have pretty good wide base areas. Just once again, if you need oil and stuff, probably not a good spot to build. Other than that, the area I'm building my massive mega city is a good spot that has a lot of flat area in it. But yeah, that's about all the suggestions in terms of spots you could build a all-in-one base for. But and then in terms of the not beating the hard mode bosses, then there you go, Tyler. You got another challenge ahead of you. And then after that, then beat all the raid bosses in Ultra. And then afterwards, then you can tell me that you beat the game. I know you didn't say you beat the game. You just said you had max level and stuff. But there you go. The fun never ends. Gave all my swords diamond body and called them diamond sword. I like that. That's solid. I could do that too. I think I have diamond body, demon god, vampiric, and ceramic. If you guys couldn't tell, that's kind of my go-to passive skill combination if I can't get legend onto pals, or they're like limited in their breeding combination, like the Tides of Terraria pals. So once again, Serenity, diamond body, demon god, and vampiric. And if you don't want either vampiric or serenity, replace it with musclehead. But yeah, that's like my go-to. But I like that though. I like the diamond swords idea. That's very clever in my brain for base work. Pen King Lux. but whatever the dinosaur's name is. Braloa. You see, that's the problem too. Some of the names are just kind of like so goofy where it's like I gotta like learn how to pronounce them, like Braloha. I was gonna say with the pals you just mentioned, all those sound. That's the thing, and that's a problem whenever new pals get added. Like the meta for like base workers always kind of changes as well. Because great example, like that Braloha. You guys are gonna hear me struggle. Listen, Chad. When every single one of my upgrade guides, I practice those names numerous times to make sure I say them right. Okay. But yeah, it's just like whenever you get like new pals like that, it's just like it kind of like throws the whole meta into like chaos. Like a great example, as much as I'd want to say like start using Bralohas, like I have every single one of these Lillians all maxed out, ready for work purposes. So for me, I'm like, if I want to swap them out, essentially all this work for these Lillians had gone to waste, which is something I don't want to do. So as much as they probably are in all reality way better for just like general gardening purposes, I don't know if I will ever fully like 100% convert over to the Bralohas, just because God, I don't want to do all that work again. Kits can be dismantled to give oil. Oh yeah, I did. It's one of those things where it's like, it's not a bad idea. I guess my main problem, at least with kits, at least in oil generation and overall, is that, well, it isn't a bad idea. I feel like, especially since you can upgrade the oil extractors in the Pal Labor Research Laboratory, unless you're breeding at least like 3 or 4 of them, like having 3 or 4 breeding combinations at a time and just filling out your Pal box all the time, I feel like the oil extractors will generally be a better way to go. Especially, like I said, you can like duel up on the oil extractors, but they're not a bad way of doing it if you don't have a convenient oil node near your base or something like that. Oh yeah, Orsurk's always the goat for electricity. You're gonna have a small base pal over large ones. Yeah, that's funny enough why I got this little man. I gotta upgrade his skills with the books, but that's why I got like this guy doing that. I have Jolt Hog for my electricity stuff. It just makes it a lot easier to have little tiny men working around the base instead of big old units. Like even Grisbold is I consider to be a bit big. I know this is the Zoe and Grisbold one, but still. It just like some of these bigger guys, it's gotten better. They've fixed a lot of the pathing and stuff, but pathing still isn't 100% on some of the bigger pals, and I have noticed they tend to still have more issues than the small guys. But yeah, I definitely get what you're saying there. It in a lot of ways it seems better. Where's this dude? I see him. I see his little icon. Where are you? Do I have an... Oh, okay, I still have my soul rifle. Cool. Who goes there? Oh, hold on. I'm about to ruin his day if I don't do that. Oh, whoops. I forgot I didn't have my ring on. Get wrecked, idiot. You're trash, kid. Anyways. Yeah, the extractors are just bad. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like I said, kits are not a bad strategy, especially like if you need oil early game and you just don't either have the resources to set up an oil extractor or something. But yeah, and if you need a lot of oil, just oil extractors are the ultimate way to go. But definitely not a bad extra way of getting some oil though. King Lux has 5 work suit abilities, which is why I'm gonna be long-term swap to them. Yeah, that was funny enough. I have a big old chart that's like shows me a bunch of I went through every single pal essentially to figure out, because my game plan here is to have specific work pals for every single one of these mega cities. So I went through every pal in the game, saw what all of their work suit abilities were. And now I'm in the process of sorting and figuring out what pals I can have at every base to take care of every sort of task. So, for example, this base, the general game plan is to have Nyafia, since they got handiwork, gathering, lumbering, transporting. Prenelia, so they got the planting, handiwork, gathering, but then they also have medicine production. So that takes care of a lot of the stuff that I need. And then we also have Finsider as our water and fire guy. And then other than that, the only other one that I'm really missing for this base in terms of tasks that aren't being fulfilled is mining, I think. And then, oh yeah, and then I got Grisbold for electricity. I'm just gonna, he's not gonna be upgraded for work suitability. This one is, but that's just because he had all 4 negative passive skills, so I just threw some on him. But yeah, other than mining, these 4 pals, so Nyafia, Prenelia, Finsire, Ignis, and Grisbold are generally what I'm gonna have to take care of all tasks around here. And then Smokey's gonna be living with the syndicates. He kind of sucks in terms of work suitability. I just thought he matched the syndicate vibe. But yeah, other than that, it's can definitely be a tricky game in terms of trying to find pals that have all work suitabilities and the most limited amount of pals, if that makes sense. I found a neat trick to use slanted roof blocks to put underneath overhanging platforms to make scaffolding less blocky. Oh, yeah, okay. I might have to try that out. Let me read that again just to make sure. Once again, it's not that you said it wrong. I'm just illiterate. I found a neat tray that uses slanted roof blocks to put underneath overhanging platform. Oh yeah. Okay, now I was trying to visualize it. Now I know exactly. Yeah, that's actually a good way. I will have to try that out for some future stuff. I like having different pals or different suitabilities because most of the time they're always doing something different from what I want them to. Okay, so something I will say is in terms of like the base I'm building here, I'm trying to have a bunch of pals do different things, but in terms of like an actual, like, you're building your base and trying to have pals do things, I personally always try to focus on having pals stick to one task. Like, usually I'll even go through my pal box fast to kind of give an example. Anubises, I have 2 different variants of Anubis. I have my transporting Anubises, which are meant purely for speed. But then I also have these Anubises, which, I mean, I don't have these ones named. I have my other ones at my other base named, but these are what I would consider to be my handiwork Anubises. So these guys have all of the, like, work speed upgrades on them. So it's one of those things where, and this is something I always kind of mention too, and this goes back to like talking about upgrading your pals in general, but you can upgrade pals completely differently for different reasons. Like, I feel like the problem that a lot of people have is that they kind of are just like, oh, I need this one pal and I need to all of them to be all upgraded the same exact way because this is the perfect way to have every pal. Which is not the best way to do it, because you're no matter what 4 passive skills you have in your pal, there's a giant chance it is not going to be able to fulfill everything you need that pal to do. So you're either going to need to focus on work-related stuff, or you're going to need to focus on combat-related stuff. And then even when it comes to work-related stuff, if it's something like Anubis is a prime example, either you'll want to focus on more of the movement side of them, because transporting, it does not matter about their work speed, which I learned way later than I should have for that fact. But yeah, work speed does not matter for transportation, so you'd want to have an Anubis or a PAL in general with faster movement speed for transportation, because in all reality, the only thing that you can upgrade in terms of transportation is how much the PALs are carrying per thing, but that's only upgraded by upgrading their partner's skill, or their base skill, I should say, and upgrading like work speed will have no effect on that. So it's just one of those things where you just got to keep that in mind, where you can have multiple of the same pals just for different reasons. If they're good at what they do, you don't have to find different pals for different tasks. You just got to make sure you're upgrading them correctly. I will say work speed, that one is a bit tricky for grazing, because as far as I'm aware, it didn't. And then I think it got an update to where it does. I'll admit, if it got changed again, I do not know that. But from what I can tell, having upgraded work speed does seem to make them drop, farming pals drop items faster. It's just that in a lot of ways, it might not be as noticeable as some other, as like upgrading like work speed in like that kind of sense. But from what I can tell, I think it does now. Work speed does affect grazing. I just think that when the game originally came out, it did not, which is where I think a lot of that confusion comes from. Because yeah, you're not the first person to say that, Chaos. I've had multiple people kind of ask questions about that, which is why I do know a little bit about that. I think what's it called? Upgrading their grazing and their partner skill stuff, that will also increase it. I just think that they both do now, compared to when the game first came out. The only way to increase that was by upgrading their partner skill, but I think that work speed does affect that now. Because I think I have them all stored away at the moment. I don't think I have any on hand, but for my Mazarinas, I do have work speed upgraded on them, and from what I can tell, it does. Like I said, I couldn't give you an exact number on any of this kind of stuff, but what I can say for certain, this Mazarina you're looking at the stats of right now will produce milk faster than one that does not have any upgrades like this guy. Once again, I could not specifically tell you if that's all from the partner skill, or if it's a 50-50 from partner skill and the work speed, or if it's all solely from the work speed, which I don't think that's the case. But point being, this Mazarina you're looking at will produce milk faster than this one. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, unless I literally will like sit there for a couple days and like do testing and stuff, I couldn't give an exact answer. But that is probably the most scientific answer I can give you from my experience, that this cow will give more milk than this cow by one of these upgrades. Oh yeah, like, don't get me wrong. I'm aware that upgrading their just base skill will make that process go faster. I guess the main thing I'm trying to imply is, as far as I'm aware, work speed does affect cows, like the amount of grazing stuff is produced. But yeah, I couldn't give you like any exact amounts of how much it'll actually increase that. Obviously, it says percentage numbers and all that BS, but in all reality, I'm not sitting there staring and like keeping track of how much milk these guys are producing, if that makes sense. I just noticed, hey, I'm getting a lot more milk now than I was before. So, but all my pals had, let me kind of, I'll go back. But I have 3 Nubises and 3 Splatterinas for mining and lumbering, but all my pals has transport, so I just don't have to have speed ones. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. In a lot of ways, it really depends on what you need them for too. like a great example, I have the transportation pals specifically for my farming bases along with my mining bases, because I have like fully upgraded Astegons for mining, and then with a bunch of Lilians and Alulus and Prunellias, it's just like there's a lot that is getting produced all at once. So having that faster transport speeds is helpful. And then I also have Wumpos thrown into the mix as well, because they just have that higher capacity of stuff they can carry compared to not being as fast. But that's a whole nother topic for another day. But yeah, just I guess my main point is that you can use multiple pals for different things. Like you can have some that are for all in one, but for me personally, I've just found having pals upgraded for specific uses tends to work for me a bit better. Let's see. Fully condensed grazing. Oh, okay, so I did read that. Yeah, so upgrading any pal's abilities in a pal condenser. Okay, let me start that sentence because I was already saying that wrong. By upgrading any pal in a pal condenser, all of their general stats will be upgraded, including their work speed. But then what happens is that once they're fully upgraded, all of their base skills will level up by 1, and that will essentially do the same thing as if you were to give one of your pals a technique book. So like if you were to give, like, I don't even know if there's a grazing book. I don't think there is, but if there is, I haven't found it yet. But point being is, let's say hypothetically you gave a grazing book to Mazarina, that would increase that, and that's essentially the same thing that fully upgrading a partner skill will do. That's what I thought. I was fairly confident on that one, considering how many books I've found so far and have not found a single grazing one. But yeah, it's one of those things a lot of people won't really realize because it just kind of happens. It's not like the game points out like your levels upgraded, and like it just happens on the very last upgrade of a pal condenser. But yep, upgrading it to max will upgrade all of those abilities by 1. But something else to keep in mind though is that it will also, even if you're only upgrading it like once or twice in a pal condenser, that will still increase not just the general attack, defense, and health stats, but also the work speed of your pals. So keep that in mind. Like actually here, show an example right now because I kind of have a good example. Cornelia. As you can see, these guys are upgraded the same way. The only difference is this one is fully upgraded in a pal condenser versus this one not being fully upgraded in a pal condenser. This one only upgraded once. So besides the fact, and let's see, can you guys see my cursor? Let's find out. Well, I guess you can, but I won't be able to hover over it. Point being, as you can see, this level 1, the work speed is 314. And if you go over to the other one, their work speed is 399. And that is solely due to this one having 3 more stars in the pal condenser and partner level compared to this one. Because other than that, they're exactly the same. And as far as I'm aware, trust level doesn't upgrade work speed. And if it does, I seriously have not noticed that yet. As far as I'm aware, it mainly just upgrades attack and defense and stuff. It could, but I'll tell you what, probably not by a crazy amount. Okay, don't quote me on that, chat. I might have to do some testing in that because I'm kind of like comparing it to the work Anubis, and he's at 431, and they should hypothetically have the same work speed, but I just also don't know if Anubis's work speed is different than Pernell's. Yeah, we'll get back to that in the future, and I'll get back to you guys. Point being, partner skill will upgrade work speed. That's all you need to know. I make many work-based pals with suitability work since I kind of bored if I see one pal in each base, so I have many fully upgraded base pals. Thanks to suitability books. Yeah, it's not a bad way of doing it. I'm just really lazy and haven't been doing as much farming for those books, and plus I'll be honest with you, with how efficient most of my stuff is, considering that I use 50 pals at a base. And a lot of times I wouldn't even know why I would need to upgrade any pals more than they currently are. But yeah, I could see it like if you're working with like a 15 pal base, like having just fully goated pals will make that way more efficient. But I mean, hey, yeah, if it gives you something to do, Michael, that's the main thing. Like I always say, the fun part about survival games, always finding stuff to do. I also apologize, chat. I realize I've just been sitting here 90% of the stream just chatting. For a week trying to find only one. Find one, cannot read. I apologize, chat. Maybe I should start going to bed soon. It is like 1 a.m. for me. Can't read anymore, apparently. I farmed for a week trying to find one only to Google it and see there's not a grazing. Oh, okay. You're referencing the grazing books. Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I was like 99% sure, unless it was like an incredibly rare drop. But yeah, just one of those things. Seeing Darren, this is what I always say, man. I stream not because I know I'm going to be efficient during stream. I stream because I like talking to you guys. And I'm sure some of you guys would like to see stuff get done and everything. And I'm sure I would personally like to get this stuff built. But at the end of the day, that's just kind of how streaming is. Just to be completely honest, I have severe ADHD that is not medicated in any capacity. So me staying on track on things just isn't something that's going to happen. If you're not a fan of that, all I can say is sorry. But yeah, unless I'm drugged up, yeah, that's just how I am. So I apologize. Like, if it makes you guys feel better, I'm the same way off stream too. I just, am not talking to other people. So as chaotic as it is, it's not as much of me just kind of stopping to talk because I'm bad at multitasking. I don't know if I need 6 angling. It's not, but whatever. Hey, if it makes you happy, I plan on literally making an army of those little hamsters. I plan on making an army of little herbals. And then these are actually guys that I'm planning on populating the once we get to the Tree Alliance people, the little Free Alliance whatever dudes. Yeah, we're just gonna have a million of these little guys. Look how cute they are. Even this is an alpha one, and he's not even that big. Look, friend. Whee! See, he's just like, I'm flying. Aren't these supposed to be like flying squirrels or something, chat? Either way, I love them. Hey, well, let's just say this. I hope at least with me just sitting around talking, at least I hope my talking is slightly entertaining, even if I'm not getting actual stuff done, okay? Plus, like I even mentioned earlier, chat, I'll be honest, I very much struggle to come up with building ideas on stream as much. That's honestly, I'll say this is like the most difficult part about these like base build stuff, because people want to see the stuff get built on stream, but I'll be honest, I struggle so hard to come up with building ideas on stream. They're just spur of the moment stuff. Like, I'm telling you this, that was all just a spur of the moment thing. I had no plans of building that until I just randomly was doing stuff, and I'm like, what if I built stuff up there? So, yeah, my life is chaos, chat. So, things just happen, and they might not get done in the most efficient way, but I promise you, they get done one way or another. I need a guide for them. I want to make one for them as well. Hey, I'm getting to the guides. I will say, with the updates, usually that's when the biggest gap between my guides are, because I'm mainly just trying to learn stuff to make sure I'm giving you guys proper info. But yeah, I will, now that I've kind of got my new script for guides down, I will be trying to get those out more often. So I will do my best to get those to you, because yeah, I have a lot of requests I gotta catch up on. Chad, I don't have enough time. Help, I need an adult or an editor, preferably. Helps me mindlessly work on my own mega base in my multiplayer server. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I can just be like background noise for you guys, that's cool with me, even if I'm not being productive. Because trust me, by the time you guys will like come back, like I'll be like, by the way, guys, all interiors are done. um, I'm just working on maxing them. Hey, yeah, once again, if I can be your background noise, that works for me. That's also why we got the music playing as well. So at least you'll have some music as well. Once I max them, might drop down to 3 or 4 and stuff. So yeah, and it's one of those things too. And even with my mega farm base, I'm like, I kind of took out some of my farming pals because I'm like, I will have 4 full food food boxes in like an hour if I have all of my pals working at my base. It's just like I don't need that much food, chat. Like I already have difficulties of getting rid of it all, so it's like that's why on this world specifically I deleted my mega farm base, just because I'm like, I don't need that on this world. On my other world, sure, like for farming and like money making purposes, whatever. But yeah, this one I'm like, I do not care. Plus, I kind of plan on building a new farm for this mega city, so that's another reason. I'm just running around not even doing things right now, chat. I'll be honest, just like what I was talking about before. I am having a hard time actually thinking of concepts of stuff I want to build right now. So I apologize. This was a very unproductive stream. It's just, like I said, I just very much struggle to come up with building ideas while talking to chat. It's not like I'm not like trying to like blame you guys. It's more of a me thing of just like, yeah, I just can't. I have too much fun talking to you guys that I have hard times actually like thinking about how I want to build things. Like the ultimate way to put it is that I could probably build stuff if I just stopped talking to you guys, but at that point, why am I streaming, you know? My server's using a mod to turn most overlapping errors off. So we went crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm doing. I got mods. In fact, the thing that I even mentioned was the reason why I hate using mods is that I have to keep updating them. Like, I re-downloaded a mod for a less restrictive building, and then the day I downloaded, the next day we had that patch for the Fabre, or Tides of Terraria, that most recent one. And then I'm like, great, now my mod is already broken. So that's why I say with any like sort of big significant mods for Palworld, I'm just going to wait until the game is like at minimum out of early access. Because yeah, I don't want to, especially if it's like mods that I like pay someone to make, like I don't want to have someone make it and then it's just out of date in a month. You know what I mean? Because there's so many mods I'd love to have people pay to like do. Like once I make this city into a megas world or like a dedicated server, I'm gonna try to get some mods to like first off make all of these buildings like indestructible, because you know what's the point of having the city if I make a dedicated server and some ass clown comes into it an hour in and destroys it all. I don't think that's possible unless they'd be modding, but still, point being that yeah, I don't want to have build all this just to make a dedicated server for someone to be a dick and like destroy stuff. Or even worse, like a fire starts and then destroys everything, because I already had that happen and had to destroy a lot of my paths. I'm trying to make my build pretty and not just functional block. Yeah, see, and that's why I'm doing this city. As you guys saw by my mega base builds, they kind of are just all big old blocks. I mean, that's kind of the problem. It's like, it is a very fine line between making a functional base and something that looks nice, because there's a good chance if you're making it look nice, something probably isn't going to be very efficient or work at all. Like, and this kind of goes back to PAL's pathing issues at like with bases and stuff. Like a problem I have, for example, in all reality, if I want to make this base efficient, I would not have a single door on any of these buildings, because PALs just have, I've noticed if there's a door, that is when issues like this where, well, this one says missing ammo, but not reachable by pals tend to happen. Which in some cases, I still don't understand why that happens. Like on my other, the pillar or whatever. Yeah, it says that pal, or the food box on the bottom floor is unreachable when I can assign a pal to it and it is reachable again. It's just like, just dumb things that like, I couldn't tell you why it happens in the game, but it just kind of messes up your build. So unless you are essentially building a brick, which even then it can have issues, it's just like trying to build stuff that looks nice. Like, actually, this is a great example. Chat, do you want to know why these doors are open? You see, the reason why these doors are open is because if I shut them, none of my pals will be able to get out of this giant building. So if I do this, not a single pal can come through this door. Which, once again, goes back to what we were just talking about. Looks nice. Literally can't exit the building now. Like, here, if you think I'm kidding. Let's just sit here, chat. Let's just watch this door. Every single one of these pals are here. Let's see how many of them go through this door now. I promise I won't wait too long. I'm just trying to make a point. I don't know if you heard that whispering, but I'm not going to sit here too long. I'm just trying to make a point. But as you can see, not a single one even attempts to go through the door. But watch what happens when I open them. Weird. Are those rupees stacked on each other? What's happening? I guess there's just 2 rupees. But point being, now they're all running out. Now they're all able to get out. So, like we were just said, or like I just said numerous times, yeah, building something nice can sometimes be a detriment to your build just because the game's just like, oh, you want nice things? I think not. Anyways, let's pull all these guys back. This is also just like side tangent, but I do low-key want an army of rainbow slimes to just put at a base. Because I think just having a gajillion of these guys just vibing around a base would be super funny. Especially the rainbow ones. Look at him go. He was just doing his little jiggle like this guy. Look at him go. Also, chat, another side tangent. You cannot tell me that these dudes do not look like jelly beans in their icon. I just call them jelly beans. Okay, enough side tangents, chat. I apologize. I pulled out. Yeah, I was gonna say there's definitely pals that are pulled out that are not supposed to be pulled out. You go back out. You go back out. You go back out. You go back out. There's probably some other ones that are mixed in that are lost in the sauce. Either way, we'll find them. I don't care that much. No reality, as long as I've angled it. That's literally the only pal I care about being out right now. Just to keep our food boxes good. But don't like griefers. Exactly. Like, just once again, for the dedicated server thing, that's why I'd want to have a mod where I'd make like my structure specifically indestructible. It's not like I'm gonna use it to like bully people. It's like more of like, yeah, I just don't want my stuff to be like broken. I feel like my thousands, or this will probably be like at least a few hundred hours of work. I don't want my hundreds of hours of work to be deleted by some 12-year-old who thinks it's funny. Imagine if they did what Enshrouded did. with a comfort system. The better and prettier your base is, the higher your comfort bonus. That would be a cool idea. I highly doubt they would do it, unfortunately, but I think that would be. I haven't played Enshrouded at all, so I don't know much about that, but that sounds like a fun concept. But we'll see what the Pocket Pair developers are cooking. I mean, heck, the fact that they are giving us power leaders as allies and stuff, I know it's not even close to the same like comparison, but point being is like the fact that they're like still adding so many things to this game, like the PAL surgery table, like the PAL dimensional stuff, like all that stuff, everything. The fact that they're adding still so much to this game, it could be something they add. I mean, they added trust levels to every PAL, so adding a comfort system is not completely out of like the realm of possibility. I just, obviously not being a developer, I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about it or how difficult it would be to implement in the game, but I think it would be a cool idea. Enshrouded is just fancy Valheim with skills. Oh, okay, I gotcha. I haven't played a crazy amount of Valheim, but I have played enough of it to kind of know what you're saying. Interesting, though. Hey, chat, guess what? My stream elements is my #2 chatter, apparently. That I don't know if you guys are able to see that, but I can see these little, like, icons for, like, essentially for those who might be wondering if you can see them, those little crown things. Apparently, it's just YouTube's way of being like, show that you're the #1 chatter in this chat or something, and it's weird. Yeah. See, I didn't even know if you guys could see that because I don't watch YouTube streams. All my info is based off of what I see from a content creator side of things. But yeah, for those who are wondering what that is, it's just YouTube being like, you can show that you're a real supporter and chatting a lot or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if any of you guys actually care about it. For me personally, I wouldn't care, but it's just funny. My stream elements is #2, baby. Woo! Yeah, baby. That's what we've been waiting for. Yeah, it is interaction bait, pretty much. That's the thing, as from like a content creator, like I say that, but like don't get me wrong, I'm just as much of a viewer as all of you guys. You guys do not want to see how many hours I have on YouTube on a weekly basis. It is unhealthy, is the only way I can put it. But yeah, point being is like I don't watch like streams and stuff, so I don't know how all that kind of side of things go. But yeah, I just from my little notifications and news BS they give me, they were just like, yeah, have viewers show how much they care and blah blah blah. I don't care. If you guys want to boost that number up, feel free to. I personally don't care if you chat or not. If you want to be a silent viewer, we still appreciate you. He's being modest, get him. Hey, well, look at you, Mr. #1 chatter, Mr. Ranger. It's okay. Ranger, you're a real one. Everyone give love to Ranger. He's a legend in this chat. So is all of our other community or channel members too. I don't want to just say like he's the one goat. All of our community members are lovely. Heck, all of our chatters in general are lovely. I just really like you guys, and I know Ranger's in here a lot and does a lot of supporting, so want to give him the love he deserves. Oh, chat, remember when I said at the beginning of the stream this is going to be a short one, and now we're 5 hours into me just fucking talking? See, chat, I hope that's the only thing that I can say as a positive. Even though I don't get jack shit done in these super long streams, I hope you guys at least enjoy the fact that I stream for these long periods of times, because there is some streams that I don't really watch it, but I'll see they only stream for like an hour or so, and I'm like, I don't know, I feel like that's almost a waste at that point, because it's like I feel like within that hour, not even like your normal community will see that you're streaming unless you have some sort of notification that'll let them know the second you go live. I appreciate that, Ranger. We're trying to build a good community here. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know how to be a content creator in any capacity. I just kind of talk and do things and hope stuff happens. But yeah, like I said, I hope you guys at least have a fun time. I do this because I enjoy doing it. Like I always say, if I didn't like talking to you guys, I probably just would not stream, period. So yeah, it's a fun time talking to you guys. Plus, like I always say too, this is honestly a great way for me to answer questions because at this point especially, gosh, this sounds like such a first world YouTuber problem, but with the amount of repeated questions I get in my comment sections, it gets really annoying sometimes to have to answer them over and over again. So it's just like, if I can just like answer, even if it's a question I have answered in a comment section in the past, at least if I can just like quickly spew it out here instead of like typing out like the same response over and over again, it's like, yeah. But yeah, I like my community. I like talking to you guys. I like interacting with everybody. It's just, at least in terms of comments, I don't get as much time to do that. How I kind of put it in terms of comments, if I'm sitting there responding to comments all day, you guys aren't getting any form of content, and that's not good for either of us. So I try to respond when I can. Just, yeah, sometimes, especially if it's like comments where I'm like, I've definitely answered this question before, I will probably ignore it. I see your question, Cass. I just want to quickly answer or read Darren's thing right above it. I think I heard somewhere that if a stream lasts 3 hours, it's not, or if a stream isn't 3 hours, it's not worth doing. That's kind of how I see it, because here's how you got to think about it from a streaming sense. You're within that first hour is when you're going to get a lot of your main viewers. And then during that next couple hours is where you're going to be hitting a lot of your peaks. And then usually after that 3 hour mark, that's usually when you start trailing off and stuff. Like I guarantee right now, like we've already probably hit our peak for the stream. Just because we're 5 hours in. And I also haven't done jack shit today. So... And also, for anyone who tuned in to specifically watch me build and is very disappointed I did not build, I promise you will get so many videos about building stuff in the future. Just, I promise you, anything that I build on stream is not the most complicated thing in the world. Probably the most complicated part about any of these builds is the annoying part of having to delete walls so that way it doesn't auto snap to wall, like whatever I'm building. Like a great example, what we did earlier with the merchant stuff, where I had to delete those back walls and rebuild them. That is probably the most difficult building technique I ever do with my building stuff. So I promise, as much as people, I will say that is probably one thing. This actually follows up into your question, Chaos, of questions I get a lot of. I have a lot of people asking me to do, this is kind of like the funny / annoying part about these streams specifically. Don't take this the wrong way, chat. The problem I have with these streams for these mega build bases, or these mega bases, is I will get comments of people asking specifically on the base builds that I don't do streams on. People will be like, I wish you had a video showing how to build this stuff. But then when I stream building this stuff, like I'd say a tenth of the people actually watch those streams. Plus, I'll be honest, I don't even build all the stuff during those streams anyways. Heck, just like right now, I tend to struggle figuring out stuff to build on stream. So yeah, then like I do all this stuff because people want to see it, and then the ironic part, chat, and this is just more of something I have noticed. When I do stream building a mega base, those bases just get less views, or those videos on those base builds just get less views than the ones that I don't do streams on. Like, to give some context, chat, I have done a total of, I believe, 6 base builds now. We can even quickly check that right now. So, chat, I have done, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 base builds. Four of those base builds I've streamed. Or I'm sorry, I take that back. Three of them I've streamed the building process for. And then three of them I've not. My two most viewed Mega Base videos are my Mega Farm video and my all-in-one Mega Base video, which actually is almost at 100k views, which is, to be honest, pretty insane to see. But point being, all-in-one Mega Base video did not make any sort of stream on that, almost at 100k views. Every other one of my Mega Base videos, not including the farm one, which also was not streamed in any capacity, are all sitting around like the 10k-ish or less views. And then those two bases that I did not stream has almost 100k, and then the Mega Farm video has 65k. So like, I know that was a lot of talking, and some of you might not have made much sense, but the point I'm trying to make is I find it really funny that people ask for me to do like base build, like straight up, like second I place the first platform to the very end of like the build, people want to see a video of that. But then when I do streams of actually showing even just the basics of that kind of stuff, people don't watch it, and then it also gets less views on the main general video. I don't think they're actually correlated. I just find that funny that that's how that works. But I guess to like kind of like wrap around to that question of frequently asked, people asking for me to make, it's not really a question, but just asking in general for like showing how to build these bases. I get that a lot. Questions? I'd say the only other main question I probably get a lot of is how do I get X passive skill onto pals? Which is kind of like, there's not really an answer I can give. Like, how I kind of put it, and I'm sure all of you guys in chat right now, besides just being smart individuals, you've all probably put in a decent amount of time into Palworld to where you at least understand some of the basics of it. And the point I'm trying to get at is that you guys understand, like, a great example is one that I don't remember if it was exactly this passive skill, but I've definitely seen in the past, how do I get Demon God onto X Pal? Well, you just hope you get Demon God on your pal. Like, besides the recommendation of getting a Yukumo with the passive skills you want to get on other pals and using that to get that onto the pal you want said skill on, there's not really advice I can give for that, you know what I mean? So I'd say probably asking specific what skills people, or how to get specific skills onto pals. Or another one that I'll get that's kind of like in the same line is people will be like, it's like, great video, but it's kind of annoying that you don't show how to get certain skills onto pals. And I'm like, first off, it's kind of why with any time I suggest legend or any sort of raid boss skill, I always put a breeding combination or tree for that exact reason. Because in all reality, those are the only skills I can like give you a confident way of how to pass those on. Because every other skill, as you guys know, it's a random chance. And the only other way you can boost those chances are by using a Yukumo that has that skill. Because other than that, there really isn't any rhyme or reason to getting. The only other way now I can like give confident answers for that is if the skill is available in the PAL surgery table or operating table. If the skill is available in that, then yeah, I can give you some more definitive answers like, oh, you want muscle head, you go buy it from, I forget if it's kind of ironic that I'm like, don't even remember off the top of my head, but you get it either from a vigilante bounty officer or arena. I think it's from the vigilante officer, if I remember correctly, for muscle head for that implant. But it's like, yeah, like you want serenity, you can get it from the arena vendor. I forget the amount. I think it's like 30 tokens, tickets or something. But point being, those are the questions I do get a lot of where I'm like, there's not really an answer I can give. Other than that, yeah, there will be some questions I'll get some frequently, but a lot of the times, yeah, I'd say just how to get X skill onto X pal, or another, I guess, generic one. And this, once again, it's not, I don't like get annoyed by it's more of the thing of people asking if X skill combination would work well with a pal. And that's kind of where once again, like I think it was with you, Chaos. Once again, I apologize if I'm misremembering. Whoever was asking about what skill combination would work with Bascore. Like I said, I don't get annoyed about that stuff. It's just one of those things where, in all reality, when people asked, is X skill combination best for that pal, it's one of those things where I'm like, well, how are you using them? Are they your main like combat pal you're using? Because if they are, then you probably want to make sure you have some stuff to keep them alive on, like built into your pal, like vampiric or a lot of defense, or make sure you're giving them potions, etc, etc, etc. But then it's just like, in all reality, like I said, unless you're going into competitions and stuff, in all reality, as long as you're using generally most like tier 3 or rainbow passive skills, any combination will work well, as long as you know what you're doing in terms of like what skill does what. Because in all reality, a fully upgraded PAL, any fully upgraded PAL will be useful and like work well for you at the end of the game. Like, I even proved it with Lamball. I have a diamond Lamball, or a rainbow skill Lamball, and the only reason why we didn't beat hardcore or hard mode Bjorn and Bastigor was because on my crevices, a big old dummy dumb, and I never gave them Stronghold Strategist and Vanguard, so I didn't get any extra attack boost for my player. But yeah, just one of those things. Or it's a lot, and like I keep saying, it's not like I get annoyed by it. It's just kind of like the reality of being a content creator that makes guides on the game. It's just like people come to you because they have questions, so they're gonna ask questions, even if someone else has asked that question a gajillion times. They don't know that. You didn't know that when you asked stuff about the Bastigor passive skills, which is why I don't hold it against you, because once again, this is the first time you're asking. You don't know how many other times I've been asked, so that's why I don't mind. It's just one of those things. That's why I generally just say I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'll usually tell you if it's good or bad, but at the end of the day, like I said, as long as you're using, hell, even what I have on this crevice would be more than fine for any PAL, to be honest with you. So, and you can literally buy all these on in the operating table. So, sorry, that was super long, but I hope that answered your question, Chaos. My brother just spilled water in his computer and Wi-Fi card. Ooh, no good, no good. That is why my energy drinks are a very good distance away from my PC, because I do not need any of that destroying my computer. But rest in peace, your brother. Or your brother's computer, I should say. I hope your brother didn't die by spilling water on him. In that case, I'd ask if he's a witch. I can't count the number of times I've looped your base builds. Yeah, and like I said, and that's the thing too, where it's like, another problem with the base build stuff, and like kind of going back to the question of like, oh, I wish you'd show the whole process of building them. It's kind of like what we're doing now. It's like, obviously, when I'm building by myself, I'm a lot more locked in on things because I'm not talking to chat. But if I recorded my general like building process, it would be working on one thing for 10 minutes, getting sidetracked doing something for an hour and a half, and then coming back and building something else for another like 20 minutes, and then getting sidetracked and doing something else for another hour and a half. Like, chat, I'm gonna give you a speed run breakdown of the building process this past week from last stream. So from when last stream was, from what I can generally remember, this is the process of how everything was built. I think before, when I ended stream, not even like the outer roofs were on things. So if I remember correctly, I think the order I did things in, I think I built roofs, or I started building some roofs. I got distracted, built all of that. And then once I built all of that, I got distracted and started figuring out what pals I wanted to get working at every single base. Excuse me, I'm like half burping. But then once I started breeding some pals and figuring out what pals I wanted at each base, then I came back and then I finished the roofing and all of this. And then once I finished the roofing all of this, then I started throwing all these machine guns and everything all over the place and putting those all like there and whatnot. And then once I did that, then I was like, oh, let's put these spikes like this because I like them right here where they are. And then I put the spikes here in front of those. And then once I got distracted from that, I'm like, oh, let's build some watchtowers. And then I built some watchtowers. And then after I built those, I'm like, oh, I should probably finish building the rest of these houses. And then I started building the inside of the fish thing. And then halfway through the fish thing, I'm like, I should start finishing the other building over there. And then I started doing it. You see my point, chat? Also, if you didn't understand half of what I just said, that was kind of the point. Point is, like I said, undiagnosed, well, diagnosed, untreated ADHD. Things just, my brain and things getting done in a specific way just doesn't work. Things just get done in some way, shape, or form. And I could not tell you what that process is because I don't even know the process. But point being, that's like my problem with like, as much as I'd like to like have a video kind of like concisely showing the full build process, just the way I do things would probably just make it even more confusing than if I were to just like do my normal videos I do of just kind of like a walkthrough at the very end. And something I will ask, maybe even Darren, you can also answer this, since I know you just mentioned you didn't watch through the videos. Would it be helpful at the end of those kind of base build videos to specifically what's happening? What are you doing in my town, boy? This is supposed to be your town, Mr. Syndicate Thug. Not anymore. Why does he look like that? Why is he so light? Is it literally like because of this lamp? Why does he look so like, it looks like you took the brightness on him and turned it up? Why he look like that? But sorry, got sidetracked. But what, like I was trying to say, Darren, and anyone else who watches the base videos, if you want to give me input, would having like pictures at the end of the video generally showing off some of the base build help out when trying to copy the builds? Like, good example would, like, at the end of the video having a few pictures of each floor for you to kind of like pause and look at. Would that be something that'd be helpful for like you and anyone else who's building bases? Just because as a newer content creator, I even still after making content for a year, I'm still new technically. Well, I've been making content for 12 years. Point being, I'm still figuring things out and learning what people like and what works for people. So if having like just images people can kind of pause and like use as references, if that would be helpful at the end of those videos, I'm more than happy to do it. It's just, especially with how long those videos are, I just didn't want to put in an extra like 5 minutes of photos at the end if people didn't care for them or want them. But if like something like that at the end of each base build, where it's like maybe a couple photos of the outside, a couple photos of each floor, maybe some more specific stuff of some more like intricate build stuff that I did, to have some photos of that, would something like that be useful for those kind of videos to help you recreate those builds? Or it was just the way I got them kind of good as it is? So just let me know, because once again, I'm more than happy to improve and work on the videos. It's hard to improve them if I don't know what people want to be improved. You know what I mean? Like, I know people want a better way of like recreating these bases. I just don't know a good way of doing that. So people can work with me so we can figure out a way to make that happen, I'm more than happy to do so. All I can say is that me having a like 200-hour video of me building a base is probably not going to be beneficial to anybody. Especially, like I said, if I'm bouncing around doing 80 things. So. Anyways, I don't know. I learned farm Godpin and maybe take Godpin to Yakumo. Yeah, see, that's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. Like I said, Yakumo's the GOAT, especially now with their upgraded running stuff. But just going back to how do I get X partner skill or passive skill on the PAL? Yakumo. It's like the ultimate way. And if it's not Yakumo, you better have a lot of pals with a lot of different passive skills on them that you conveniently have the perfect breeding combination for to make the pal you want to have with certain skills. Like, that's the only reason why I'm able to get away with breeding chat, because I have so many pals that have the passive skills I want. There is a good chance if I look through the pals like breeding combination list of every combo, there's a good chance I will have 2 pals that will be on that list that can make the breeding combination somehow, and if not, at least 1. So, and like I said, then IVs aren't transferred with Yakumo's partner skill, which once again why breeding's kind of convenient. But point being, if you're not at that point of having like, I'd say 50 pals minimum with like the passive skills you'd want to transfer onto every other pal, yeah, Yakumo's just the ultimate go-to. Especially if you're like early to mid game, like you're still like going through the levels and everything. Yakumo, 100%. Catch a lot of random pals or breed pals. Ugh. Sorry if there's chats that I'm also missing. I don't know if my there are chats I'm missing and my thing just like did not scroll. I apologize. I was not trying to ignore them all. I just literally stopped at this message where you're saying catch a lot of catch a lot of random pals. The skills you want. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what you're saying, Chaos. Yeah, see, and that's one of those things too where you just pointed out. I do not know all the nitty-gritty, unless it's deliberately specified on the stat or something. I will not know the exact percentages of what like certain things do. Like, good example, I didn't know how much of a percentage Yakumo's partner skill gave for like getting those skills onto other pals, but what you're saying does make a lot of sense from my experience. 30% for a fully upgraded partner skill would make a decent amount of sense. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, unless it's just right there, I don't have time to look up that info. And as few people that make content on Palworld, it's actually pretty hard to find info sometimes, because as one of the people, I guess, that makes like some of the more like on top of things content for Palworld, considering that it's been a week since I made an upgrade guide. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, as someone who's like actively trying to like learn all this info, no one else knows this stuff, so I'm just kind of having to learn as I play, if that makes sense. Yeah, that would be helpful. Okay, so then yeah, if I'm assuming that's in reference to what I was talking about with the photos and stuff for bases. I think that would help for general placement and confirmation and stuff. Yeah, so once again, that's one of those things where I wanted to ask that, because I'm more than happy to do that. I just didn't want to do it where then people are just like, oh, he's trying to extend his video by just throwing a slideshow in it at the end. But I'm like, well, people will find that helpful. I'll put it in. Because trust me, those videos, as much as I'm sure some people are not a fan of them being super long, the raw footage of those is probably like triple the length of those videos. So like, trust me, I'm already cutting them as short as I can. It's just, yeah. So once again, if I can put photos and stuff at the very end of these bases, like, good example for the city, I can take a bunch of photos kind of showing off everything, if that will help you guys get a general idea of how things are. So yeah, well, I will make sure to keep that in mind for other base build videos, to just take some photos and put them at the end. So that Okay. Well, yeah, it sounds like at least everyone is generally in what's it called? Agreement for that. So yeah, I can definitely start doing that. Even just interjecting some photos in between each floor. That, see, once again, this is why I'm asking. What do you guys think would work best for you guys? I'm more than happy to do. If you think it would work best at the end of each floor, like a great example, if we're talking specifically mega bases, if you think having a few photos at the end of each floor would work best, I can do that. That is totally fine with me. It's also really funny. I'm being very expressive with my hands right now, but you guys can't see any of it. But yeah, long story short, okay, I will start working on ways to incorporate that. I know that there's a lot more editing though. No, don't worry about the editing side of things. In all reality, a screenshot's not hard to throw in. It's more of like, honestly, what takes the most time in editing is when I have to get like brand new visuals I put in a video. In fact, this is just like context of why it takes me so long to get guides out when a new update comes out. Essentially, my process for when a new update comes out, like especially a big one like this, I play the game for about 2 days. I learn as much as I can in those couple of days. That's usually why I stream immediately when the update comes out, by the way, so that way I can just start learning right away, because as much as the patch notes will tell you stuff, it's not going to tell you everything. So I'll usually play a couple days, kind of learn where stuff is. That's where I got all those rings and like whistles and stuff. That was just like from the first couple days of just like salvaging for like 3 or 4 hours and everything, and just like figuring out where all these rings and whistles and stuff are. But yeah, so generally process is learn the first couple days, and then after that, that's when I start incorporating and making my new guides. But what all goes into that is that then I also have to get visuals for every single one of those new things that were added. So like a great example, just from this update, I had to get new visuals of attack, defense, whistle. I'm still gonna have to get whistle images of every single element type whistle. I had to get the acceleration bell. I had to get a picture of that. I had to get cut out images of all the fishing poles, all the fishing baits, the boost gun. It's just like a lot of having to remake the new spawn location maps, because essentially like I will like take the icon and place it on like a blank map of where the boss pals spawn to keep the map clean. So that's like a whole thing where it's just like, it's just a lot of like updating stuff is what takes a lot of time in terms of updating. Like getting a screenshot is not too like difficult at all. It's more of stuff like that. Like that's why I don't make too many like off guide video, like upgrade guide videos, because essentially in order to make those videos, I have to get a ridiculous amount of like new visuals, which is kind of a pain in the ass. So but yeah, just a little insight on how I make my videos. But that's why it takes me a bit to get upgrades guides out for like these guides, just because it's like, besides just getting new visuals and stuff, it's also rewording and figuring out how to implement all those new upgrades into my normal guide structure and all that stuff. But yeah, a lot of work on that side of things. But no, don't worry about the screenshots for base builds, Ranger. That's literally like 10 minutes at most, and that's it for like getting every picture. I will say I appreciate you asking us what our opinion. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, and it's one of those things for at least content creation I've found. If you want to be good at content creation, especially if you're making stuff like I am when it comes to like guides and stuff, finding out what people are looking for generally helps me, because I personally hate playing the guessing game of knowing what people want, which is why I just kind of shove everything in every guide, because it's hard to be like, what do specific people want. So at least if I give the general idea to everybody, people can figure out and like look up the nitty-gritty stuff for themselves, if that makes sense. But yeah, just like having, and that's why I always say I'm open to constructive criticism. If you're being an asshole and just being a dick about it, then yeah, screw you. But like, if you have actual like feedback or whatnot, like actually, great example, Ranger, with the Predator Pal map thing. I just took the screenshot off the Palworld map, and I, as much as I knew there was Fabric Pal, like Predator Pals, I just didn't have the time to actually go do those locations. But now that you gave me those locations of where they are, I'm just gonna go throw those icons on the map. So I very much appreciate that. But even just stuff like that, where it's like, oh, I see you didn't have this on there. Here's the where these locations are. If you could do this to do stuff, like just off the top of my head, so a lot of the stuff for my upgrade guides has been based off of feedback. The breeding trees is based off of feedback. We're passing on like raid boss skills and stuff. Asking what active skills I use during the fights, putting those right before the fights was a recommendation. There's a few others I just can't think of them off the top of my head, but a lot of my guides are built off of community feedback, because once again, that's how I know if the content I'm making is good or not. If people are leaving a lot of feedback and saying this is not a good guide, then yeah, I got some things to work on. But if people are generally saying good things and just leaving a couple little suggestions here or there, then I will take my general structure and then I will tweak it to make it better. Another one off the top of my head is if you might notice from my current guides to my original guides, my old guides, I did not audibly explain things as much. I would usually just say these are like this is the food that I'd use, but someone asked for me to verbally explain things instead of just saying this is what I'd use, because they mostly don't watch the visuals of the video, they listen to only the audio. So it's one of those things where I like knowing that, because unless they left a comment like that, I probably wouldn't have registered that I'm not really verbally explaining things as much as I should. So, point being, constructive criticism is always helpful. Just the only thing I ask is to not be a jerk about it, because all I'm saying is that I'm making this stuff because I enjoy doing it. It is not my job. It might eventually be, but at the moment it's not my job. So if you're gonna just be a dick and just be like, your guides are shit and you smell like feet, you can kiss my ass. Like, that's about all I have to say. But like, yeah, if you have actual like concerns or would like to see something get changed, like there are some suggestions that I would like to implement. I'm just not sure how to implement them. Like one is someone asked if I could make at the end of each guide, if I could do a little like sneak preview of what pal I'm going to be upgrading next, and I really like that idea, honestly. I guess my main problem is I don't know what pals I'm upgrading next. Because to kind of put it into perspective, I probably have about 5 to 10 pals at most times that I could make an upgrade guide on. It's just purely based on if I have any requests for it, if I have any if I have the pal already upgraded and ready to go, do I have the visuals and thumbnail for it ready to go? All of that kind of stuff plays a factor. Do I already have like the cutout, the picture of the pal already cut out from like previous videos or something? Like all that kind of stuff plays factors. So, but yeah. Sorry, that was like a very long tangent, chat. But yeah, TLDR. Yeah, I like asking the community about like what they think, because I mean, yeah, this is supposed to be the speakerhead community. I am in fact speakerhead, but this community would not exist without you guys. So I feel like it'd be a dick move just because I'm sailing the ship if I didn't ask what the crew thought as well, you know what I mean? At this point, we can all get exclusive active skills, can just be bred into Chickapee, because now Oh, does the is the Eye of Cthulhu? Can you get is there like a breeding combination with Chickapee? That's the thing. I'll be honest with you, chat. I do not go through every single breeding combination for every new pal. I will eyeball through all of them and skim through to see if there's any maybe I can take advantage of, but I do not remember any of those off the top of my head. But if there's some sort of breeding combination with Chickapee and Cthulhu, then might have to look into that. Actually, that isn't. Sorry, this is a side tangent. That's another like random thing that it doesn't get brought up too often, but there will be people that will like, for some breeding stuff, they'll just be like, well, why don't you just use like the glitched Zoe and Grisbolt from like a year and a half ago? It's just like, as shocking as it is, to this day, I will still get the occasional comment on a video being like, why don't you just use the glitched boss pals? And I'm like, for starters, it's a glitched pal. Second of all, that glitch hasn't been in the game for over a year, so why are you even suggesting it? That just tells me how long ago you were playing this game and are finally coming back. If you're suggesting a glitch that hasn't been in the game for a year, cool. Thanks. Sorry, that was another random tangent. That just like brought me back to the questions I get frequently asked. That's one that I have gotten where I'm like, I don't know why I still get it, for the sole reason of, once again, the glitch of catching those boss pals hasn't been in the game forever. Ironically, they're coming back now because of the new allied pals you can get with Zoe and whatnot, but it's still funny. I will still get comments to this day asking for that. Sorry about that. I was going to send you an image I found in Discord. If that would have helped, but the picture was a bit blurry. No, don't worry about it. Because if it makes you feel better, Ranger, and I've explained this to other content creators I've talked to, I make a lot of the visuals myself. Like, when I say make, it's not like I'm like literally drawing them. It's like, great example, I will take a screenshot from my game of each pal, and that's what I use for like the little pictures of the pals in all my videos, and like on the thumbnails as well. I'll just do some like Photoshop, I guess you'd say, and I just like tweak them to make them look a little better. But other than that, every image I use in my videos is just literally a screenshot from the game. That I don't even do like the tool that like selects all like the border and stuff and like deletes all that stuff. Like I will like hand like erase all of the borders around all of that stuff, just because I'll be honest, it looks better. At least to me. So it's a lot more work, but I've just found it to work better. But no, I promise you, Ranger, the stuff you sent me is more than helpful, because I'd say the only other thing, the only thing that image would help is more of getting an exact placement of those spots. But in all reality, all I'd have to do is go on Palworld, just go around on my map and just mark it on my map, and then just use that as reference. Either way, just having the actual location will help me out a ton. So no, genuinely, don't even sweat it. I appreciate it a ton. No, that's how you get creepy DMs. Chat, I smell like feet, and it's not a good thing. Don't come DM me creepy things. You will be blocked immediately. That's like my go-to thing. It's like I'm at the pet store I work at. For those who don't know, I work part-time at a pet store on top of a bunch of other stuff. But at the pet store, whenever one of the animals are being sassy with me, I'm like, what? Do I smell like feet? But no, that's funny. Chat, we're not about feet in this chat, okay? I think feet are weird. So don't be getting creepy with feet with me. I might have to restart since my 300+ saves broke. Yeah, see, I'm sorry that happened to you, Hans. But that's a thing that I unfortunately have heard, that people have given up the game just due to glitches like that. Yeah, that one's really tough because it's one of those things where also just because I know zero about programming, like I couldn't even give you any like tech solutions in all reality. That's why I always say, if possible, obviously I don't have a PlayStation, so I couldn't even like tell you if this is possible or not, but if there's any way you can copy your world onto like a separate world or something and always just in some way, shape, or form saving that world on like having copies of any world is just my main suggestion, unfortunately. And I, like I said, I know console extremely limited in that sense, which is why I'd say it's a very tough situation. But yeah, that's about all I recommend. Like, I'll be honest, there's a reason why I save my world like once every week or two, and if especially like during these times, like with new updates, almost every other day. It's tough, and sadly not much I could do to help you, but I hope they can figure out a solution to that, because yeah, trust me, you're not the only person that's unfortunately happened to, and I feel bad every time I see a comment or something about that, and it's just like, I wish I could help more. But yeah, I that's unfortunately something that Palworld themselves or Pocket Pair is just gonna have to fix. The only thing I recommend to people is that even if this does cause you to quit the game, I still highly suggest and recommend you still put in a report for that problem, because even if unfortunately that killed your fun of the game, at least if people are reporting it and letting Pocket Pair know it is an issue, there's a chance that that issue can be resolved down the line. Sadly, I don't know if your world could ever be restored, but at least if Pocket Pair is aware of that happening, at least they would be able to start maybe potentially figuring out an issue or a fix to that issue. Because I'm sure if they heard that a lot of their fans are stopped playing because their game's broken and deleting their world, I'm sure they'll try to figure out a solution to that issue. So Julian, hello. Greetings from Germany. Welcome. I'm really new to Palworld and try to figure out in which order I have to prioritize what to do next. Do you have any tips for me? Maybe. Well, I'm assuming if you're saying you're really new to Palworld, I'm assuming you're still just kind of doing the normal kind of exploring the world, getting items, and all that kind of good stuff. Still working on finding new pals and everything. For a new player, I'd say the main things I would go with. This is actually a tough one, I'll be honest with you. Like, as someone who hasn't started a new world in like 5,000 hours, this is actually a tough one. How would I go about starting a new world? Let's work off of that. Well, for starters, I would work on, especially if you're new to the game, I would start learning the basics of base tasks for pals and what pals are good for what. I do have 2 videos. I will admit they are very old. They are pre-Fae breaks, so like a very long time ago. But I would say learn about early game based pals and what kind of upgrades you want to do for them, because the main thing is Palworld is a lot of producing stuff at your base. So having a good base setup is going to help you progress much faster than anything else. Plus, by doing stuff at your base will get you XP and whatnot, and you can obviously do your research on what will level you up. Nails is always a go-to for XP leveling up, so I'd say in terms of that, focusing on just getting a good base setup is always the #1 priority. Obviously, you can always rebuild and build different bases down the future, but having something that's well set up for at least to get you to the mid to close end game point is what you're going to want to aim for. Then after that, um you'll want to start learning about passive skills, because that's going to be the next way, main way to start improving your gameplay. Because passive skills are a main way to upgrading any PAL. I do have a video on my channel going over all passive skills. That one is more up to date. The only ones that it doesn't have are some of the passive skills from Tides of Terraria. So the main ones that it'd be missing are any of the passive skills that have to do with moving, upgrading movement speed on water. So like Sleek Stroke, Ace Swimmer, King of Waves. That's not going to be in that video. Lunker will also not be in that video, since that is also a new passive skill, but that one gives a 20% defense boost and a 20% attack boost to both water and ice. I know it's water. I think ice is the second one. But yeah, in terms of that stuff, I guess just to kind of narrow it down to make it a little bit more simplified. So focus on a base. Focus on getting a good base, and maybe start focusing on worker pals by going through the pal deck or Palpedia. Once you've caught a pal, it'll tell you all of the basic work suitabilities for it. So let's say you're working with early game. Personally, I would go with something like, I would probably have Cativa or Lamball. Either or are pretty good for just a general like handiwork and transporting pal. But then another really good pal for working at base is Leaf Monk. Leaf Monk is a very good like early game planter pal. Plus they do also have medicine production in case you need someone for that. Sparkets or Rupee are just the go-to kind of starter kindling pals. And then another just general good work pal is Tansy. Tansy is also pretty good, but I'd say at least for early game, just having pals that are pretty diverse in their work capabilities is what you're going to want. When you get later game, that's when you can start focusing on more specialized fields for stuff. But in terms of early game, you'll just want a hodgepodge of every game that, or every pal that can do as much as possible. So luckily a lot of the early game pals are good. Flock Ignis is kind of a hard one to get right now, just because you can only really get it from fishing ponds. But if you can somehow get your hands on a Flock Ignis, he's like the ultimate like early game pal, because he's got kindling and watering all in one pal. But yeah, just like learning some of the basics. A lot of my upgrade guides, well, they will kind of show you how to upgrade your pals to the max potential as possible, or like the strongest they could be. A lot of those guides, I do make sure to put a lot of that like general info, so even if a lot of that info may not be relevant to you at that time, it's going to give you a lot of the basic stuff you would need to start learning about the general overall upgrading of pals. So like good example, upgrading a pal in excuse me, let me start that sentence again. Upgrading a pal in a pal condenser is the ultimate way to upgrade any pal early game. Just 4 pals of the same kind will upgrade a pal once in a pal condenser, and that will upgrade all of their general stats, including their work speed. So doing that will definitely help you off a ton early game, especially with pals that don't have the greatest work suitabilities, like level 1s and whatnot. Yeah, other than that, I'd say all I'll really say is that you don't gotta worry about having everything be perfect. Just play the game how you like it and enjoy it. But in terms of getting to late game stuff, focus on base, and then once you kind of start getting your base situation figured out, start learning about pals and different suitabilities. Look up a pal weakness chart to see which pals are strong and weak against each other. I always pull up references for those myself, and I got like 6,000 hours in the game, so knowing what pals are strong and weak against each other just good to know. But it's just going to be a long learning process, as you can tell by the rambling I just did for 5 minutes. It's just a lot. There's just a lot to the game. So just start with getting a good base set up, and then start slowly learning about pals and how they kind of work and interact with each other. Because once you learn those two basic concepts, the rest of the game will go much more smooth. So I hope that helps. I apologize if I just made it 10 times more confusing. But yeah, like I said, it's been a very long time since I have started a brand new world. So it honestly is a little difficult to. Also, the fact I have like horrible ADHD does not help me stay focused on what you would need to do. Dr. Braun is a pain. I only have 2 of them, and both times have been like a needle in a haystack, like rare chance of like, I was like, one time I was looking for Mimogs. I didn't even know Dr. Braun existed at that point, and I just happened to stumble across one. And then the second one, I think I came across them like 6 months later. I think also ironically looking for Mimogs. But it's just like, yeah, they're tough. I will say the desert regions around Sakurajima Island, like when I say desert, I just mean the sandy, but any of those sandy regions, that's where I found my Dr. Bronze as far as I'm aware on both of the north and southern beaches. So if you're looking for one, that's where to look. I know they spawn other places, but that's where I just found it easy there, just because it's a clear desert. It's pretty obvious to spot a pure white Dr. Braun vibe in there. Vanity armors are the best update. I'm also, I realize I got really sidetracked on that message, so I'm going to try to speed run through the rest of these, and then I think we will start kind of wrapping things up, chat, because it has been almost 6 hours. There is a flockingness now. Like I said, I see there's a lot of chats that I missed. We're going to speed run through these, chat, and I think we're going to start wrapping things up here. But I hope I helped answer your question, Julian. Just best way of putting it, enjoy the game. Don't take it too seriously. It's not Dark Souls. I promise you can have fun and still progress through the game. So don't worry about doing everything like to the most efficient way possible. It's a fun game. You just make sure you're enjoying yourself. That's what's important. Anyways, let me speed run through these vanity armors. Yes, I agree about that. The armor clothing option, that was something I was even mentioning before they did that. I'm like, this is one of the #1 things they need to do. If they want to give us all these different armor colors and options and variations, they gotta make it so we can actually like just have that aesthetic cosmetic on. Like, I think I was even calling it something different, because I think I was saying transmog, cause I forget what game that comes from, but that's what I always got that from, was from other games that did a similar concept. So yeah, I agree. That was definitely one of the better quality of life updates, I would say, because it, in all reality, it makes no difference to the gameplay. But the fact I can always have on my like Xenolord stuff makes me personally happy. Punch a duck. I'm not sure what that's referencing, but I agree. I'll probably realize what you're talking about in a sec. I know they said that they're working on a way to ensure it won't happen in the future by changing how the save function. Yeah, like I said, and I'm feeling that a lot of that has to do with it being added, or Palworld coming to consoles later. I had a feeling there would be more issues with that, unfortunately. It's just the unfortunate reality of, if these issues were happening on PC, it wouldn't be as big of a deal, because like I said, like you can literally like go into the files of your saved world and copy and paste them. Like I could literally go into my video description right now and pull up my world whenever I want. As long as that drive folder doesn't get deleted, I will always have a copy of my world. It might be out of date after a while, but I will always have a copy of it somewhere. So just once again, one of the unfortunate realities, and honestly, one of the many reasons I switched from console to PC. I mean, besides the whole, content creation part of things, kind of easier on a PC rather than a console. But yeah, that was another one of the main things of I hated being limited in so many ways on console to where like saving mods, any of that kind of stuff, like it's just so limited to console where it's like, yeah, just PC, especially if you plan on being a gamer for life, it's just the ultimate way to go at the end of the day. It's obviously the way more expensive and pain in the ass route, but definitely the most worth it in the end from my experience being both PC and a console gamer. Cook food helps keep your pals from getting sick. Oh yeah, see, and I was gonna say that too, Julian. I'm sure everyone in the chat right now probably has plenty of good suggestions as well. It's just, yeah, there's a lot to the game, and it can definitely become overwhelming. But the main thing is, don't try to absorb everything at once. Take it one step at a time. No reason to try to jump in everything at once. Like I said, I got 6,000 hours in the game, and I'm still finding stuff to do, whether it's just for fun personal enjoyment reasons or even just actual like upgrading reasons. You'll always be finding stuff to do, and your plans will always be changing. But yeah, like I keep saying, just make sure you're enjoying yourself. That's the main part of it. Like, don't stress out about doing everything right to the point you're not having fun. Yep, great suggestions as well, or comments as well, chaos and everything. Yeah, like I keep saying, it's a lot. You just take it one step at a time. Just learn one little piece at a time. That's how I did it, and I promise, watch my guides. As much as it sounds cringy to promote my stuff, I promise it. Some of it might be extremely confusing at first, but as you learn the game, that stuff will all start to click more and more. So, most of my guides, I try to keep a lot of the same info in there just for like reference and stuff. So, yeah, I'm still hoping we'll get another patch down the line. Look, losing my Ornstein army with Legend, Demon God, yeah, exact. I mean, you guys saw my post a couple weeks ago. If I didn't save my world, I'll even show you, chat. If I there's people here, whatever. What I was gonna say though, if I did not save backups of my world, chat, everything from this Xenolord right here I'm highlighting to Gildane, so everything on all of these pages would have been deleted. And for those who are wondering, every single one of these pals is fully condensed. Every single one has 60 stat or like pal soul stuff on them. Okay, maybe not all of them. Some of them I did take off. Wait, why do you not have any? Oh, it's because I have 2 of them. Ha ha ha. That makes more sense. But yeah, point being, every single one of these, if I did not save my world, would have been deleted from that interdimensional pal box glitch. So once again, I'm gonna warn everyone on stream right now, if you are favoriting your pals and you have it set to favorite 2 or 3, do not throw it in the dimensional pal box. There is a giant chance they will be deleted. I did that with all of my pals. Conveniently, I didn't trust doing it for that exact reason. But the one time I happened to throw all of these tier 2 and 3 favorited pals into the dimensional pal box, all of them deleted. And I had to go and pull up my save before Tides of Terraria dropped to get all of my pals back. So, just a warning to everybody, I highly recommend not using the interdimensional PAL box specifically for 2 to 3 tier favorited pals. From what I've seen, tier 1 seems fine. Tier 1 favorited pals don't have any issue. I can even show we got plenty of them in this pal box here from plenty of, I mean, they're more on the other side and whatnot, but I have tier 1s in here. None of them seem like they have had any issues being deleted. But any tier 2 and tier 3, that's why you'll notice not a single one of these are tier 2 or 3. I had them deleted. So just a fair warning. And also, that's why, if you guys were wondering why I had my all my NPCs just in the viewing cages instead of the dimensional PAL box. They're not favorited, so I don't think they'll be deleted. But that's also kind of half the reason why I didn't throw those NPCs in there. It's just like, obviously, you guys know NPCs are a pain to catch. So if all of them get deleted and all my hours of work of catching them gets ruined, I'm going to be pissed. So, but yeah, TLDR, do not... You can. I'm not your mother, not your father. Don't have any involvement with you. If you want to throw your favorited pals into the dimensional pal box, you do you. I'm just saying, for me, I almost lost every single one of these pals. Every single one of these upgraded ones. And you guys can do the math. So there's about 4 or 5 pages of fully upgraded pals. Each one of those pals, 116 pals goes in them. You do the math on how many pals it took for me to upgrade all these, and then imagine losing all those. So I feel you guys. I know that pain. I would not want to lose my work either, which is why, once again, I hope you guys can, or not you guys, but like Pocket Bear can eventually fix that, because yeah, I would be very upset if I lost everything. I love how I said I was going to speed run through these, and then I just did not speed run through them. All right, we're actually for realsy speed running, because I would like to go to bed at some point. It's 3 in the morning. Let's see, where was I at? Yeah, rough. Oh yeah, pals work suitability is too low. Oh yeah, that's a good thing to mention. Chaos. Yeah, I guess that'll be something you'll kind of experience more as like you go progress through the game. But yeah, after a certain point, some pals aren't able to do certain tasks, but it usually is more towards like the higher end stuff, like more towards end game. But Chaos is correct that some pals aren't able to do that. And yeah, I guess like what he was mentioning too with or like I said, considering I've been the highest level for a year straight at this point, I kind of don't remember every little nitty gritty thing for like that. But like he said, mining, great example. If you have a level 1 miner, he's not going to be able to get ore. Yeah, I was going to say, and that's one of those weird things I was actually looking up. I'm kind of surprised Flock Ignis doesn't have any breeding combinations. Like, considering it's Flock, you'd figure it'd be like Flock and something like some fire pal like Kelpsie Ignis or something. But yeah, as far as I'm aware, unless they didn't update their website correctly, there isn't any sort of breeding combinations for Flock Ignis. I'm hoping it's just they forgot to add the actual proper breeding combination, but yeah, last time I checked, there wasn't one, which is a little annoying. Finsider Ignis is also a good option. So if you can't get Flock, this little fella is also a pretty good option. I think he can only also be caught. Can he be found on islands? Okay, so he can only be caught. I was just double checking that little spot to make sure. But he can only be caught in ocean areas, but maybe I am wrong a little bit. I was thinking that he could have been caught on one of these lower tier islands, but I guess I'm thinking of a different pal. Maybe it was just the regular Finsider I'm thinking of. Probably. Yeah. Well, Finsider, even if you don't get the Ignis Finsider, just Finsider is also a pretty solid like watering pal, level 2, transporting 1. And if you upgrade him fully in a condenser, that becomes level 3 and level 2. So I'm glad we could all help you out, Julian. I'm sure everyone in the comments was a bit more helpful than my rambling, but I'm glad we could help you out. Yep, that too. Chaos endgame is a lot of farming, like endgame farming stuff. So that's why I was saying, like, definitely focus on your base, because, and also make sure you have plenty of room to expand your base, because the items you use to like upgrade and produce stuff at your base only become bigger in size. So like, great example, your workbench will go from this tiny little thing to a literal assembly line. So that's just something else to keep in mind, that it is okay to have a massive mega base early on and have nothing in it, because there's a giant chance by the time you get to the end of the game, a lot of that area will be filled. So that's just something else to keep in mind. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Exactly. Oh yeah, there's a walkingness, yeah. I like a skill fruit can be applied to any pal. Yeah, that's one of the nice parts, and actually that's a comment I got also respond to. Someone was and this goes to the comments too, where it's like, and this isn't any offense to anyone, I just like talking shit about things because I like giggling about it. But like, I saw a comment where it's like, great video, but I wish you'd explain how to get active skills onto pals better. To be honest with y'all, I just use skill fruits. Chat, there's a reason why I made a freaking hour-long video about a skill fruit mega base I built, okay? Like, in all reality, unless you are trying to breed specific skills that can only be found on one pal that don't have skill fruit like options to give to pals, like, great example, just the one that comes off the top of my head is Dark Wisp. Anything like that, Double Blizzard Spike, Meteor Rain, any of those that can only be found on one pal, and you literally have to breed that skill off that pal onto other pals, just use skill fruits. Like, and you don't even have to do any sort of crazy process. Just go to palworld.gg, look up where every skill fruit tree is, grab every skill fruit from all those trees, and then once you get to the level of being able to build an orchard at your base, just plant one skill fruit and farm that sucker. Because essentially, even if you're looking for a specific fruit, as long as you have that same element of fruit planted at a skill fruit orchard, you'll eventually get it. Like, that's how I've gotten every single one of the new skill fruits from Tides of Terraria. I'm just like, I took one of every element type skill fruit, and I just planted like 300 of one in one plot. And for those who don't know what I mean by that, you can just like put as many as you want in the plot, and they'll just grow one at a time. But essentially from there, yeah, I just let them grow, and then I check back after a while, and voila, I think I have I need to double check because I don't actually remember every single new active skill that was added, but as far as I'm aware, I think I should have a majority, if not all, the new active skill fruits in the game. So sorry, I'm catching up on chat still. Very good suggestion, Ranger. Oh, also, I will suggest this to you. And this is actually a very good this is probably my main piece of advice I can give to you, Julian, if you're still here. You'll notice you'll have people like this just show up at your base. These are random villagers that'll visit your base. Depending on the villager, they sell stuff and give you stuff. Like, good example, this is a caravan leader. He will always come with these guard guys, so 2 of these mercenary guys, and then he'll also come with a bunch of these bodyguard tamer guys. But essentially, like, good example, he'll just come wander over to your base. There'll be a little notification that pops up saying a visitor's coming to your base, and then it'll pop up on your you can see it. You guys can't see my thing, but it's like on the compass. You'll see all their little icons up there. But depending on the traveler and stuff, like this guy, he sells some more high quality stuff, so that you probably wouldn't have much use for this guy specifically. But for later game, like he sells stuff like the rocket ammo, the energy cartridges, flamethrower grenades. This is honestly the most important one in a lot of cases, the missile ammo, since this is kind of a pain to make. But then yeah, it's just like, and then the main thing I was trying to get at though is that sometimes, especially since this new update, you'll get some people that, where the fuck are my people? If they were there, there would be people. Did I put it? I think I just yeeted them all in my box, yeah, when I did my chaos of just throwing guys in here. There's somewhere in here, chat. I don't know where, but there's somewhere in here. 1, 2. You're a tamer. You're a tamer. You're my pelt merchant. So you're my caravan leader. Blacksmith, gourmet, pelt, black marketeer. I'm missing someone. Where's my ambassador? Ambassador. So, anyways, let's try this again. My point being, while I'm kind of setting these guys up, like I said, you will get random people visiting your base, and these ones that I'm specifically about to show are ones you're going to want to pay attention for, and as far as I'm aware, they should come to your base fairly early in the game, which is why I'm suggesting them. I don't know which ones they got assigned to. We're going to find out together. So, this is one of them. This is an ambassador, desert town ambassador. So, the reason why these guys are nice is because they will give you a bunch of neat stuff. So essentially you talk to them and they will give you things. But something important to keep in mind is that if they just come and visit your base and you talk to them, the second you're done talking to them, they will run away and Thanos snap into oblivion. But if you end up catching any of these villagers, you can just keep spamming this. Obviously, it's kind of glitching out because I'm, like, interacting with this thing. Here, I'll do something like this instead. Hold that thought. We'll assign him to a barrier thing. We'll do it with, we'll do it with Gourmet Hunter because this is probably a better one to kind of give an example of. Plus, this is honestly going to be the most beneficial to you. So this is the Gourmet Hunter. She is a tsundere, so she'll be like,
I'm giving you this because I don't like you, baka.
I know, chat, I could be an anime girl, I guess. Point being, she is super useful because the ambassador guy, he will give you a lot of kind of more higher quality items. Like, as you saw, I got diamonds and stuff from him, but then he'll give you some other stuff like experience manuals and whatnot for leveling up your pals. But the Gourmet Hunter will give you food, a wide variety of foods. And as you can see, if I just sit here and keep spamming over and over and over again, she'll just keep giving me food. And there's no limit to this. And to kind of give an even better example of this, every single piece of food in this thing besides the Mindstrom, and I think the fried, I think also fried chickpea. And so the berries and the Mindstrom, so the first and last thing, I put those there in myself. But all these other pieces of food, I have mined just from spamming the X button repeatedly. So, something to keep in mind. Catching these villagers and putting them at your base is the most goated thing in the planet. And then the very last one, I guess to kind of round it out here. Where's my last guy? See, chat, this is exactly why I had them assigned a spot so I could freaking find them. Where are you at, boy? Now we play the waiting game. Hello. And then this is the third guy you'll find. Blacksmith in training. Same concept as the other two. The only difference is this guy will give you stuff like, actually here, I'll even give you a better example. What am I doing? I'm like showing you guys the most convoluted way possible. This is everything that the, what's it called will give you. Oh, let me double check this. I might have flip-flopped some things. Okay, so yeah. Diamonds and flower things are from the ambassador, so this is technically in the wrong spot, but all the stuff that is in these first two rows are stuff that you can get from the blacksmith in training, so you do have a chance of also getting plasteel from them. It's just not as likely as everything else. And from the ambassador, you can get all of the stuff that is in here, so you can get legendary spheres, you can get mind control meds, you can get memory wiping potions, you can get the actual remedy potions to upgrade your character's stats, which is another reason why I suggest to catch them, especially if you're still going through the process of upgrading your character. And then also stuff like this, the homeward thundercloud. So this is like an just teleports you to the nearest base, so you don't have to go find a waypoint thing. But then just some other stuff, just like high quality cloths, some of these things you can sell for good money, and once again, training manuals, also oil. Also, if you need to do this for some reason, memory wiping medicine, so you can wipe your stats and reset them. But like I said, once you get to max level, you literally have excess points, so it doesn't really matter. Any questions? I just poked my injury I was telling you all about before. Chat, remember when I say I'm gonna do things like efficiently and then I go on a tangent for 10 minutes? Isn't that awesome? Alright, we're speedrunning through the rest of these for reals. He's dead ass. I'm super serial, just like Al Gore. There's a loop around Fort Ruins that has multiple event points that you can run. See, once again, just plenty of good advice. World of Warcraft. I think transmog's been used in a few other games because I personally haven't played World of Warcraft, but it would not surprise me if it's also used in World of Warcraft. I think transmog is a pretty common term in a lot of games. In the long run, PC is just cheaper. Yeah, that too. I mean, it's obviously a big investment and like just putting down the money for a unit. In fact, that's kind of what I'm doing now. I'm saving up or attempting to save money to get a better computer to actually stream this stuff better. Like, chat, wouldn't it be awesome if I wasn't streaming at 720p? That'd be pretty pog. If it's not fun, why bother? Exactly. It's just like, that's kind of like my point. It is okay, Dino. Let's just say this. I don't mind you guys, like, messaging me stuff like that on Discord. Like, just like how I've mentioned to other people. I'm just not aiming to start on, like, full-blown conversations on Discord, mainly because, like, here, chat, let me break it down to you. Let me break it down sexual style for you. To give you some nitty-gritties, I talked to my sponsor, like the person for Berry Bite sponsor. I talked to them on Discord, and I maybe talk to them once a week on Discord. And that's just because I'm not on Discord. So if that gives you an idea, like the person I'm talking to about, you know, getting paid, I maybe talk to once a week on there. So if that shows, I'm not looking to start conversations. But if you do have something like good example, you just like have something you want to send me or whatever, yeah, go ahead. I'll admit I don't know when I'll actually respond to it, but I will see it. So, but no, don't even worry about it, Donna. I appreciate it. And once again, that's super helpful. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard about the dimensional storage box. But yeah, a lot of the stuff had to do with just the cross-platform stuff. They were trying to make things work and whatnot, and also solve the problem of, once again, they're adding more pals. Your pal box is only so limited. Like, you gotta store. Like, great example, if they didn't add any sort of storage box, I don't even know how I'd do upgrade guides, to be honest with you. I would have to have a whole nother world specifically for upgrading pals because I wouldn't have room. Oh my god, did I almost get to the bottom of chat? Have I almost caught up? Dear lord. Yeah, probably for the best chaos, honestly. I would say for anyone out there, if you plan on using the dimensional storage box, I would just recommend unfavoriting your pals before you put them in there. I can't guarantee it'll still make it safe for them, but yeah, I would say it's a safer option than just attempting to throw them in there with tier 2 and tier 3 favorited pals, because yeah, like I said, all of mine got deleted, and I'm not joking. If I wasn't able to get those pals back, I'll be honest, I don't even know what I would have done, guys. I don't know if I would have continued making Palworld content. If I would have lost all of that work, I don't even know. So trust me, I feel you guys when you guys say like, oh yeah, I put in 200 hours of work and I quit because my world got deleted. I'm like, shit, I feel you. I feel you. I would be the same way. Like, I feel bad, but I 100% get where you're coming from. I throw all my base in. Oh, hold on. Like I said, I apologize. My dyslexia is kicking in. 3 a.m. does not help with that. I throw all my base and fight paladin dimensional, but I always say one male and one female each cap. Smart idea. That's a good way of doing it, Michael. I was gonna say that's usually why I will save a male and female version of any of the upgraded pals that I do for guides. I will usually try to get a male and female version of them. Luckily, that's not as big of a concern now because of the I forget what the thing is, the reversal thing for genders now. That came in clutch, so it literally doesn't matter about that anymore. I literally have like 90 on hand now of those reverser things. But yeah, I would do the same thing before they added those. I would always try to keep a male and a female. Also for just like breeding combination reasons, it's like if I needed to breed a specific pal, it's such a pain in the ass. Be like, I have an upgraded version of both these pals, but they're both a male, so I can't do it. Or both female or whatever. So Flamebell and Flock. Oh, is that the combination? Okay, cool. Because I wonder if that got updated recently, because I was recently looking at that and it didn't show it on there. So I wonder if that was updated. But thank you for pointing that out, Darren. Because yeah, I swear it only just said Flock Ignis and Flock Ignis before. Unless it's still just incorrect and that was just what people found. So, but either way, thanks for letting me know about that. Anubis is pretty good. I found a guide where you can get all your. Oh my god, my brain. Let's try that again, chat. Anubis is really good, or it's pretty good. So you can't get through the first 4 words, chat. Help me. I found a guide where you can get all your best base pals with just breeding from. I've seen some. See, that's a thing, chat, and that's kind of the funny part. Because I make Palworld content, I will get suggested Palworld content. Just the problem is none of that info is usually useful for me, just because once again, as someone who's just played a lot, there's very few things that I feel like most people would be able to, or like info like that people would be able to give me to be beneficial. Like, great example, I'm so knowledgeable. I'm sorry, this makes me sound, I'm not trying to like sound egotistical. I guess because I'm staring at those damn combination screens so often and know how to find that info so easily, those videos being like, here's how to get every good pal with using these 3 pals, it's like, I'm sure for 99% of Palworld players, that info is amazing. Just once again, as someone who actively is like having to find these breeding combinations for every guide, it becomes a little less useful for me. But no, I'm sure like once again for just like you or whatever, that is probably like amazing. Heck, probably during my early days of making content, that stuff would have been amazing for me. Just like I said, God, I've seen so many damn breeding combinations. I don't want to look at them. I don't want to look at them no more. I built that skill fruit base because it seemed pretty handy. Yeah, it honestly is super handy having just a specific base for skill. It's just because they take so long to grow. It's just nice having a base that you can just have like stacked up and like not even think about for like weeks on end, and then just come back and be like, oh, I have 1,000,000 skill fruits now. It's just nice. You're the best anime girl speaker.
Sugoi.
That was very something. Chat, we've said it in the past. 3 a.m. time is freaky speaker time. Anywho. That was very dumb though. That looks crazy. Yeah, I was gonna say, just long story short, Julian, like we keep telling you, there's a lot that it's a lot to take in if you just kind of have it all explained to you at once. But just by picking up little things here and there are useful. I'd say definitely the most useful piece of information that at least I gave you. A lot of people gave you other really good piece of advice, so I definitely recommend using that stuff. But I'd say the main piece of advice I can give is try to catch any of those villagers I was mentioning to you, because at the end of the day, first off, I don't know if that was a glitch that they left in the game, because I feel like it shouldn't be in the game considering how broken it is. But the point is that I don't know how long that thing with just interacting with those NPCs over and over again, I don't know how long that will last, which is why I suggest it. Plus, like I said, it's literally all you do is you just spam X, or if you're on keyboard and mouse, it's like F or something. I forget what the button is for interacting, but point is you just keep spamming a button and you just get free stuff over and over again. And for early game, especially for food and stuff, like to give you an example, at least like for starters, if you get the ambassador, having free versions of all of these remedies is definitely gonna help you progress through the game significantly faster than if you didn't. But then the second thing, like I was gonna mention about the gourmet hunter specifically, all these foods are pretty useful in one way or another. This one will slightly increase work speed. This will give 10% attack. This will also increase work speed. This will also increase work speed and make sand decrease slower. So sanity will increase slower. Plus 10% attack. The mud chowder is the best work speed food and will give your all the pals that eat it a 50% work speed boost. I think that's the percent, if I remember correctly, unless it got updated. And then you also get both the Eikthydeer stew and Loco Moco, which before Mammoth Curry and Gale Claw Niku Jaga, these were my go-to combat foods. Because besides those two foods, these are going to give the biggest attack and defense buff for food. So, once again, that's why I'm like very much stressing out of all the stuff that I suggested and what everyone suggested. If you can get any of the, even just the blacksmith and training, I mean, obviously for me, all those metals aren't very useful. But I say that because it's like the only thing I use that for is like building chests and stuff. I'm not using them for like ammo and whatnot. But for someone who's still progressing through the game, having a free supply of regular ingots, refined ingots, the potential occasional plasteel, and then finally just general ore That is going to save you so much time in terms of mining and everything, and just like furnace use and all that. You can skip a lot of steps by getting these villagers and stuff. And then on top of that, if you get the ambassador and just keep selling those diamonds and stuff, you can get a lot of money. And then all you need to do is get it doesn't matter what pal, all you got to do is get a pal with noble and fine furs. Noble is a passive skill that'll give you a 8% increase to items sold to merchants, and then fine furs will give a 3% boost to anything sold to merchants. So, and then if you combine both those passive skills together on one pal, that's an 8% boost. And then you get 5 pals together, and voila, you're getting significant savings. And then the nice part about those skills too, for those who aren't aware, noble and fine furs, besides getting more money from stuff you sell to merchants, it'll also decrease the prices of items that you can buy from merchants. This is probably gonna be my last thing I'm gonna do before we end tonight, chat, because I'm tired. But what I'm kind of getting at about the whole fine furs thing, and once again, if you for those who already know, you know, but these are my money makers, hence the names. Every single one of them has fine furs and noble on them. Like I said, noble will increase value of items sold to merchants for 5%, and then fine furs will do 3%. And what I'm talking about in terms of stuff you can buy, let's throw you down. Let's throw the weapon merchant. So we're actually going to take these out of our inventory for 3 seconds. So let's look at what he's selling. So let's use the Ring of Mercy. So there's a big old fat number. So Ring of Mercy, really expensive for a Ring of Mercy. In this, so 30,000 without all of our little money makers. But then if we add all of our money makers to our inventory, or our party, I should say. Also love it when it does that. I definitely clicked it and dragged it over. But now, look at those same prices. And as you can see, what was originally a 30,000 coin ring is now only 18,000. And then all this other stuff, this was like 16,000, 9,000 now. Ammo, I forget what all the prices of all this stuff was, but definitely not that cheap. So, yeah, that's probably my other big main tip, at least in terms of like gold wise. Get pals with noble and fine furs, or either or, just any of those will get you discounts. So just keep an eye out. Like I said, I have a video going over every single passive skill in Palworld as like a refresher if you need that kind of info. But yeah, definitely that is another main one I would say is my biggest tip I could give to anybody is get noble and fine furs. It will save you so much time and money on so many things. What, chat? I'm tired, and not gonna lie, I gotta pee really bad. So, we're gonna end things. Chat, remember when I said it was gonna be a short stream 6.5 hours ago? That was a fun thought. Got literally nothing done on the mega base too, which is also really funny, but it is what it is. You guys will see the video once it's done. And like we talked about, I will take pictures for future videos, since if that will help make things better for you guys, kind of copying. Like I said, I'm going to make it as clear as day. There have been mods used on this world, so if you are not using any mods, there is a possibility some stuff might not be able to work for you. That being said, if you're on PC, getting less restrictive mods, definitely super easy to do. It's literally just a program you download and open up on the side, and then you can do whatever. For those who have already dealt with mods, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's literally just one download. But I'm just like clarifying for those, because I know a lot of people don't play with mods, and I'm sure some people want to copy some of the stuff I'm doing. I'm just making it as clear as day. All my other bases, those have all been built without any mods. So, like, I promise you can build every single one of those other mega bases without any mods. This one, this big city, different story. But either way, I will still make sure to put photos up for all this stuff as references for videos and stuff. But yeah, we'll make sure to do stuff like that for you guys in the future. Of course, Ranger, of course. And thank you along with everybody for tuning into the stream. I appreciate all you guys. Like I said, I apologize for not really getting stuff done during the stream, but I mean, this is my time that I talk to you guys. This is my time I answer questions. This is the time I can help give advice. This is the time we just kind of chill out and hang out. And I'll be honest with you guys, and like I keep saying, if I really wanted to be productive, I would just not talk to chat. And once again, at that point, what's the point of streaming? So, but either way, food box and berry plantation early game is probably the most important thing to get. Yep, that too. Once again, there's just so many things you could point out as like important to get, but I'd say like in terms of making your quality of life better, getting those merchants, especially like I said, not knowing how long if that will ever be taken away, like getting advantage of those guys while you can is definitely like my go-to suggestion. Outside of that, yeah, everything else that everyone kind of mentioned, so like the plantation and berries, making sure you got good food supply, just having a good base setup is probably the #1 key thing. Everything else you can kind of nitty gritty piece together here or there. Having a good base of operations will always be beneficial to anyone, no matter who you are or what you're doing. Having a base you can come back to be efficient and get stuff done at is always going to be the way to help you progress. So, but yeah, I agree. Food box and berry plantation, probably one of the first things you should build at a base in all reality. But chat, I'm gonna go because my bladder is about to pop and this chair already smells like shit from my ass. I don't need it smelling like piss too. But that was gross. I apologize. But chat, it has been very, very fun hanging out with y'all today. Next stream, whenever that is, like I was telling MJ, one of our other viewers, I might try to do another one within the next couple days because I thought this was going to be short. Either way, I still could try to throw another one in there, assuming I have time. The main thing is I just want to get that upgrade guide done I was talking about before, for Nocklum. I want to get that done before the 20th or by the 20th or whatever. So, yeah, other than that, guys, I'll try to let you guys know when I'm going to be streaming. I'll try to give you guys an update on like a day or two in advance. And, yeah, the normal stuff. You enjoyed the music during the stream? Check out the music label, Speaker Ed Studios, all royalty-free and DMCA-free music. Use it for your content, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Kick, I don't care. You're just streaming on your mom's private website she's had since 2004 that she doesn't even know she has anymore. Wherever you stream, it's all DMCA free. Other than that, like and subscribe. That's also pretty cool, I guess. Helps out the channel. I already said in the beginning, but thanks again to everyone for 5K subs. Genuinely, like, I know I'm always kind of goofy and sound very sarcastic, but genuinely, guys, like, it means a lot. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's awesome. I never thought we'd get to this point, but here we are. So thanks again, guys. Appreciate y'all. And I hope y'all have a good day, night, period, whatever time it is. Did not say that sentence right. I hope you have a good day, night, whatever time period is, wherever you're at. And we'll catch you all in the next one. So thanks again, everybody. Y'all take it easy, and I'll see you later. Bye-bye.